The Washington Commanders now get ready for the Philadelphia Eagles. The winner goes to Super Bowl 59 after a 45-31 win over the Detroit Lions. Head coach Dan Quinn says his team is not looking back.
I believe all the memories for the postseason for us, it was honestly just into this game. And that's all there was. And that'll be the same this week. So there'll be a time to look back and reflect, but I'm not there yet. And it's just a matter of can we put everything we can and what do we have to do to win this week?
Philadelphia beat the Rams 28-22. Saquon Barkley, 205 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Buffalo downs Baltimore 27-25. Josh Allen, 127 yards passing and 2 scores. The Commanders' right guard Sam Cosmi will miss the rest of the postseason after he tore his right ACL Saturday. Veteran Trent Scott will take his place. Super Bowl 59 is February 9th at 6:30 p.m. CFP title game is tonight. Notre Dame at 14-1 against 13-2 Ohio State at 7:30. Buckeyes coach Ryan Day on how they got better.
A lot of great judgment on who we bring into our program. So when you look at guys like Will Howard and Caleb Downs, Seth McLaughlin and Quinshon Junkins and the guys that we brought in, I think we only ended up with 7, transfer guys this year, but they all fit and they made an impact on our team.
Men's college basketball yesterday, Maryland defeats Nebraska 69-66. Howard welcomes in Morehouse at 4. The Kings over the Wizards 123-100. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Be sublime.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And your Washington Commanders are headed to the NFC title game to take on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Say that one more time, please. I got to hear that again.
From the top, your Washington Commanders are headed to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles in the NFC title game. It's the B-Mitch Bowl.
Oh, bro.
B, we were on the field together in Detroit Saturday night. We were texting yesterday, watching these games. There's no better way for Washington to be 60 minutes away from a Super Bowl than to have to take down their division rival and just go get it.
Yeah.
And what a season, what a run this has been. And I just saw this on Twitter. Damian Woody, who does the yelling shows on ESPN. Boy. Yeah. He said,
Patriot.
There's 4 quarterbacks remaining now. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I'm not talking body of work because the body of work obviously would tell a different story.
Yeah, totally.
But right now, the guys that are playing right now, Jaden's playing the best out of the 4.
He is. And I mentioned that to you when I walked in here. As I was coming over, I was looking at the quarterback ratings and how the players produce. And he is above and beyond. He was 124, I think, 0.6 quarterback rating, something like that, where everybody else was in the 80s and 90s. And it didn't just happen like that. He had been putting those numbers up all year. But the ultimate thing, man.
122.9 Saturday night.
Right. So this, when you look at what he's done, he's gotten better. You mentioned this earlier like a few weeks ago, that when he sees a team a second time, he's totally different. Ty Bowles came out the gate blitzing him. He made him stop blitzing him.
Detroit came out soft.
Aaron Glenn came out and said, let's try to throw different. Let's give him a look and then back out of it. He picked that apart. Second half, they came blitzing him. He ate that up. So this kid, he passes the test. And, the more I listen to him and I look at him, he is one he has a one-track mind.
Mm-hmm.
He wants his mindset is to be the best ever. And you gotta dedicate yourself to that. In 2014, he put out a tweet. He said they're gonna know my name everywhere. They're gonna be saying it everywhere.
He was a kid.
That's 2014. He was in his teens.
He was 13.
Yeah, 13,
right?
14. And right now, people are saying his name. And I know there are a lot of people out there would say, oh, that's braggadocious. No, it's not. It's a guy who wanted to get somewhere, and he and his dad with their game plan, he took it and he ran with it. And since he's gotten into this league, all he does is what the coaches want him to do, what he know he needs to do. He hadn't changed since he was a kid. And you have to give credit to that, man. Hell, you all know, you listening to me, I can be tough. It takes me a lot for me to give credit to somebody. I feel you got to show it to me, and then I want to see it again. And this dude brought tears out my eyes after that game on Saturday.
I believe
Bad
it.
man, bro. Bad
Dude,
man.
I mean, if you look at Jaden's regular season numbers, completed 69% of his passes, average about 210 a game, 25 touchdowns against 9 picks. If you look at his playoff numbers, they're better. He's averaging about 70% of his passes for 567 yards in 2 games, 4 touchdowns, no picks. He's only been sacked once. He's averaging 283 a game. He's averaging 283 a game in through the air. QB rating of 122.9. I mean,
you know what that answers? All the people, the pundits that were saying they haven't played a playoff team. Well, he's in the playoffs now. He's in the playoffs against the best of the best,
43,
and he's still putting those numbers up.
Another 43 yards per game in the playoffs on the ground.
Yes.
It is. Listen, I'm not saying Patrick Mahomes is probably already on like the quarterback Mount Rushmore.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Hell yeah.
Josh Allen was really impressive yesterday. Jalen Hurts is taking the team to a Super Bowl. Like, these are all great quarterbacks. The one playing the best right now is wearing burgundy and gold. And that there's so much more to take away from Detroit. And honestly, I thought yesterday was just a really clear example of the power of turnovers in the playoffs. And we harped on that all last week. Totally. I don't think it's an accident that Dan Quinn and Joe Witt have been talking about it all year. Ball is life. That's their mentality. You see the Ravens turn it over 3 times and they lose. The Ravens move the ball really impressive throughout that game. Lamar has 2 first-half turnovers. Yeah. They have the fumble in the fourth quarter. Can't overcome it. You go back the Rams-Eagles game. It all came down to inopportune turnovers late.
Yep.
And what Washington has done, LA turned it over twice. Philly had no turnovers.
Yeah.
LA, I thought, moved the ball better, but it doesn't matter when you give away extra possessions. Washington is now +6 in 2 playoff games in turnover margin. And to go 5-0, honestly, the final score in Detroit's 45-31. They probably needed all 5 of those turnovers. Maybe you get away if you only get 3 of them with the pick 6. Yeah. And a pick 6 almost counts as 2 because it's an immediate scoring flip.
Yeah, it's a turnover and a touchdown.
The second quarter Washington played against Detroit might have been like their best second quarter since that Super Bowl with Timmy Smith and Doug Williams. I mean, they scored 21 points in the second quarter. And the sequence B where McLaurin took that tunnel screen 58, where he showed the vision to duck under the 2 defenders.
2 hands on the ball going through the crowd.
Then the speed to get away, and then the strength at about the 10 when he had to break that tackle. And then, what was it, 5 plays later, Quan gets the pick 6?
Yeah.
I mean, that gave them a double-digit lead, and there was no looking back.
Well, see, the thing of it, we have harped, and we do this in sports, especially in the NFL. It's all about the offense. And I understand that because that sells points. But this defense has been very damn good down the stretch. They have, when you hear 5 turnovers, it wasn't that the offense did nothing for that. The defense gave them the ball. You know, the defense scored touchdowns this week. And Joe Witt and his crew has to be commended. He came into this area saying, ball is life, okay? We got to go take the ball. They have been taking the ball. Think about that. They have taken the football. And when you take the ball and you give that offense extra opportunities and you take opportunities away from the Detroit Lions offense, I'll just say this here. Everybody said they wanted Ben Johnson. If Ben Johnson made the decision to put Montgomery in the game and take Gibbs out of the game, I'm glad we didn't get him. That's the dumbest move in the world.
Well, what about?
Because, bruh, Gibbs
Gash
is a problem.
Yeah.
Gibbs is a combination.
Now, but they've done that all year where they
but this
operate
kid
both.
just came off an injury.
Sure. Gibbs
To
had
start him the first play of the game, that was BS. Because Gibbs has just put 4 or 5 touchdowns up for you in 2 games.
Gibbs had 175 yards from scrimmage in that game with 2 touchdowns. He averaged well over 9 yards a play or something. What I think the dumbest sequence of events for Detroit, I think the play call and then the execution was probably worse. You are gashing Washington with Gibbs. Just absolutely killing them.
Mm-hmm.
They averaged 9 yards a carry, 8.7 yards per carry. And you get early in the fourth quarter and you decide to run a double reverse wide receiver throwback.
Yeah.
And then James,
which he should have never thrown.
You're averaging 9 yards a pop. Yeah. Like you're in this game. And then Jamison Williams should never have thrown that football, but he's way out of his element.
Yeah,
don't put him in the position to make that decision.
Okay. If he had been a quarterback in college, let's say that.
Right.
You can understand because he knows how to throw it away or whatever. But I said one thing to you, and I said it a lot of times. Once a team puts up touchdowns and they start to separate, I don't care who you are in this league. You can be the best of the best when it comes down to coordinators. You start chasing. And for Ben Johnson, he used some last play of the game. We got to get something done. Get our trickeration in that game because they were being beat by a team that was just beating you with their regular stuff. So he had to go in his bag, as they say. And going into his bag didn't work for him. That's when you know they knew if we keep allowing this team the ball, we cannot keep up with them.
Dude, it's the same kind of stuff that Detroit had to do when they played Buffalo late in the regular season, and Buffalo was just able to score at will. That's why they tried to pull out an onside kick late because they knew they needed possessions. Detroit's defense, not all the way back. And I think what Washington was able to do to them and to reestablish their ground game. And listen, I watched yesterday. I know what Philly's D-line is like. Detroit's D-line ain't Philly's D-line. That's a different beast that Washington's got coming up. But I think just the fact that Washington was, you know what they say with shooters in a slump or in baseball when you're in a slump? Like sometimes you just got to get a hit. Sometimes you just got to see the ball go through the basket. Mm-hmm. And I think for B-Rob to go 15 for 77, 5 yards a carry, 2 touchdowns. B-Rob and Eckler went 6 for 47. He averaged about 8 a carry. For those guys to just kind of get it going on the ground again, I think that's going to carry a lot. It will. And just a little, I actually asked DQ about that yesterday, and he said, you know what? We were aware of what this looked like, and we really needed to start to work again. And I think that mattered a lot Saturday night. I also think, dude, Jaden's unflappability is so vital to the whole organization because think about how easy this could have gone. They have that good drive going early. They force a 3-and-out on Detroit's first possession, right? Mm-hmm. Then they get that drive. They get 2 first downs, 8 plays, 56 yards, and DQ was right to go for it, right? That's Detroit's going for it. This game was going to be decided.
There was a go for it bowl right here, baby.
This game was going to be decided by touchdowns, not field goals. And so I don't disagree with the call. They don't get it. Now, you can maybe disagree with the play call. I don't know whatever was supposed to happen, I don't think it happened. Because Mariota took what looked like a tush push. Then some people think it looked like he kind of bobbled the snap and stood up. I kind of thought he was looking to pitch it, and then there was too much pressure.
I'm going to tell you, that play right there, I've seen. The quarterback act like he's on quarterback sneak, pitch it back to the net, and then that's a run-pass option.
Seemed like Josh Allen almost wanted to do that at the goal line last night and held onto the ball.
But if that ball is pitched, it's nobody outside.
Right.
And if a receiver releases, nobody running with him. And if he runs with him, he can't make the right decision. I mean, so the defender couldn't make the right decision. I understand where it went, but you know what? They brush it off.
What impressed me the most, so you force a 3-and-out, then your offense gets a good drive, give it up on downs. Detroit, when they got the ball back, they got the ball at their own 29. 6 plays, 71 yards later, touchdown. And on that drive, they had a 15-yard gain, a 13-yard gain, a 29-yard gain. Gibbs carved them up. All right, so then you're looking at what? You're looking at 7-0, and it's like it felt like this Detroit freight train was about to start happening.
And they went right back down.
Washington's able to get a drive. 10 plays, 41 yards. Wasn't great, wasn't that impressive, but they get on the board. They get it to 7-3, and then Detroit is driving again. They're down inside the Commanders' red zone, and they force the first turnover. They get to Goff. He puts it on the ground, and then Washington goes back the other way. In that span, early in this game, where Brian, to me, it looked like it was about to be 14-3. And that place was electric and loud, and I think there were real concerns about how it would shake out. You force a turnover. Jaden goes back the other way, 11 plays, 76 yards. They get the touchdown. They run off a lot of clock. It was a 5-minute drive. Like, that is where games are won and lost. Those swings are so incredibly vital. And in this game, man, it was Washington did not blink. They have not blinked all year. And perhaps one of the wildest, I thought, most impressive things DQ said to – so there was a media Zoom yesterday afternoon, and Quinn talked. And I asked him, they've had these winning time moments all year, B. They've had these opportunities where they win these games late.
Yep.
And it all comes down to the wire. And then this in their biggest game of the year, honestly, the biggest game for the organization in 20 years, nothing comes down to the wire. They go out there and they kick the Lions' ass.
Yeah.
And
I still had a little stress.
we were all.
I was like, man, look, because that little walk, the way that stadium is made, I don't know who the
That
hell
tunnel
did
going
that.
down there. Yeah.
But walking there, you don't see much. Then you get down there, and it's like you get closer to the field. I like the fact they let us get that damn close to the field at the end.
Yeah.
But it's the stress.
Yeah.
But they came through, and it's the closest to having a game where you don't have to worry in. Because normally we're waiting until the last second. This one here felt good.
They hadn't had a squeaker since December. They hadn't had a laugher like that since December 1st over the Titans.
Yeah.
And not that this was ever close to a laugher, because there was, especially when Gonzo missed that field goal late, everybody's like, ah. But, dude, I asked Dan Quinn, what went right that you were able to not have to stress in this one? And he said the obvious. The turnover margin is the obvious factor, right?
Uh-huh.
But beyond that, Dan Quinn said in the team meeting Friday night, he told his team they would have the lead. And this was all about finishing. Think about the confidence. Think about the understanding of what your football team is about to go do.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, the matchups, they watched all the tape. They knew where they could win, where they could lose. And to the wherewithal for a coach to tell them you're going to have the lead, it's going to be about how you finish the game. Sure enough, they did it, man. Yep. It is so remarkable. What we're seeing from Jaden Daniels is just so, so remarkable. It's the way people are feeling. I don't know if you notice this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not putting his business out there because he's putting it on Instagram and everything. But our friend of the program, friend of ours, Peter Rosenberg, had a baby last week, maybe within the last 10 days. Little baby girl. Congratulations. Her name is Maya.
Oh, wow. Same as my baby.
You know what her middle name is?
What?
Jaden.
Wow.
That's where we're at.
That's where we're at.
That's where we're at, man. And it's deserving. That's where we're at. And they've got a chance. They are 60 minutes away from a Super Bowl berth. And there is zero reason. I'm aware of Jalen Carter. I know Sam Cosme's out. And we're all wishing the best for Sam, who's just such a good guy and a real positive force in that locker room. I am aware of Saquon Barkley. Like, I am fully aware of all these things. Mm-hmm. But much like last week, Brian, when you and I sat here and talked throughout the week about Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams and Sam Laporta, Detroit was good. Detroit is good. Mm-hmm. But so is Washington.
Yes. And that's what they said. Okay? That's what they said. We kept asking questions. Everyone kept asking questions about how good they were. I think Quan was one of the guys who said it.
Quan was the first dude that I heard
other guys say, we're good too. And I've told you many a time, I go back to the past. And I saw Coach Gibbs, man. Every time I see Coach Gibbs, I have this feeling like like you said, when I would see Coach Gibbs and Coach Thompson, I act like a little kid because those guys got me, and I met them when I was that young dude trying to find my way. When I saw Coach Gibbs, it brought back that same type of thing where he used to always tell us how good the other team was. And me being a young little whippersnapper who didn't care, I'm like, Coach, we're good too. Why you keep telling us how good they are? We want to know how good we are. Give us that confidence. And he would do it, but he still did it the next week. That was his way of he knew he irritated guys by saying it and made us work even harder. Like when we didn't want to go out and practice, he'll say something like that. We got there and damn near kill each other. He got the best out of us. So the man knew how to hit those buttons.
We've been saying this for months. They got guts. They got a true team. And wow, do they have a quarterback. What an exciting time to be a Washington sports fan. We don't get to say that all the time, but this is about as good as it gets, folks. I know the Caps run, the Nats run. Those are all magical things. But when this town gets rocking with the burgundy and gold, man, it is a different beast. 60 minutes away from a Super Bowl. 60 minutes away from a Super Bowl. These are high times in the DMV. And you know what else? There are also high prices in the DMV. If you're looking to buy or sell a house in this area where you know it's going to be competitive and you got to really understand the market, only one person to call. His name is John Leahy.
Yep, that guy is John Leahy. And I'm in Bethesda right now, not far from Rockville. So Fred was in Rockville and he needed to sell that Rockville home. So he reached out to John and the Fine Living Group to get the property sold again. This was Fred 8-time trusting John and his team to get the job done. With John Leahy's VIP seller program, he got the home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our guy, John, and that's Jon, have no H in it, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
When you talk to John, it's more of a conversation than it feels like a business transaction. And that's important because you got to ask questions. You got to make sure you're comfortable. And in the end, if you're thinking about selling your house, you need to know how much you might make. That's a huge factor in making that sort of decision. So say goodbye to the guesswork and find some real insight. On John's website, johnsellsdmv.com, John with no H, click on that home valuation tool at the top of the page, and you'll get an answer on the kind of equity you're sitting on. It might take a minute, 30, 45 seconds, whatever it is, but you might be sitting on real cash that could change your family's life. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The CFP title game takes center stage tonight as Notre Dame at 14-1 takes on Ohio State at 13-2 at 7:30. Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman on a story of an impact player.
You look at a guy like Xavier Watts that came in and redshirted as a wideout his freshman year and moved to DB his second year and played very little. And then his third year, his first year starting was just okay. And then his fourth year, he wins the Bronco Nagurski Award. And so you have to use that example.
Commanders right guard Sam Cosmi will miss the rest of the postseason after he tore his right ACL Saturday. Veteran Trent Scott will step in as he did against the Lions. Maryland beat Nebraska 69-66. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Dude, listen to this. We have made it late enough in the season. I've never experienced this. I'm gonna be totally transparent from a reporter side of this. I've covered a number of Super Bowls. And when you get that deep into the season, when you get to the Super Bowl, the NFL takes over everything and the media requirements all change. Everything starts to look different. You're no longer in locker rooms. It's all podium sessions and just everything changes. And that's Super Bowl week. And I've seen it. I've been used to that. I've never covered a conference championship game. But what I've learned is the NFL kind of starts to take over too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So going into practice this week, and it's funny because I was texting with Kerwin about this earlier about if we knew what the practice schedule would be. Normally Dan Quinn talks Wednesday and then again Friday. Dan Quinn's going to be available all 3 days this week.
Yeah.
Both coordinators. They're also going to have Brian Johnson available. That may be a Philly-specific thing. I'm not sure. This is fascinating to me. The quarterbacks across the NFL always talk on Wednesdays. That's mandated from sea to shining sea. Quarterbacks are talking Wednesday and Friday.
Hey, bro, the NFL sells this league by the quarterback, and they're going to make sure you hear from the quarterbacks.
Well,
especially having all the quarterbacks that they have in there. Josh Allen, they've been pushing him all year. You know that.
Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes is the guy. Jaden is the up-and-coming guy. Jalen Hurts also with Philadelphia and having Saquon. I bet you Saquon going to do more media than other running backs.
Sure. Well, and the other thing that's fascinating is if you watch that game yesterday and then you heard his comments after the game, Jalen Hurts, the Eagles quarterback, I don't know that anybody's 100%. I don't know that dude's 80%. He is clearly beat up. And then you saw him, what looked like kind of hurt his knee towards the end of that game. And all he said after is, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that right now. I was able to finish the game. And that's great. But, dude, the fact that Hurts is going to talk Friday afternoon also is pretty interesting because that'll be after the last practice. Maybe we get a little bit of injury information. If that wasn't enough, we will have Darryl Green at 1:00 on Wednesday this week, which will be awesome. I mean, I know two dudes that were in the last time Washington played in the NFC title game.
Mm-hmm.
I know two guys that played in it, and they will both be on the show Wednesday at 1:00.
Who are those two guys?
There will be three guys on the show Wednesday at 1:00. One of them has big ears and is a white dude and did not play in that game. And the other two played in that game and have
That's the
Super Bowl
Beavis
rings.
guy?
Yeah. That'll be dope. Also, this is awesome. So this Sunday, we get the NFC Championship game right here on 106.7 The Fan.
Yes.
Sunday, you can listen to 106.7 The Fan for Commanders-Eagles in the NFC title game, plus full pregame show, full postgame show. Listen to this, B. Have you read the email yet from CK?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The game starts at 3. What time do you think our coverage on The Fan live and local starts?
7.
9 a.m.
I was going 7.
I'm guessing, yeah, maybe Earl needs to start even earlier. I'm guessing it's Earl into maybe Denton and Linnell start that early. Maybe you get Doc in there. I don't know, but that'll be awesome.
It's going to be some good, bro. You got to cover this, man. This is a great feeling. Listen, I can tell you, I have experienced this city, this area. Let's just say the area, not just to say I've experienced this area when this team is at this level and playing like this, and it's something special. I can remember Monty Coleman said, "Sacrifice everything you have right now, because you will experience this the rest of your life." And people still talk about that game. You get good feelings about people. I can remember I walk in the bar and guys coming up to me like it was yesterday. You know, you make sure you do everything you need to do and more, and you get a victory and move into the Super Bowl. And whether you listen, this team has been in on this slump. They're gonna recognize this, but it can set up a whole new era of being.
Dude, you don't want throughout this playoff run. I think you and I have made a point of, I'm not here for the wow, what a great year conversation yet, because there's football to talk about.
Yeah.
Eventually we'll have the what a great year conversation. But right now there's games to talk about.
About trying to win the next one, baby.
And I'm not here for this could be the beginning of something awesome for a long time conversation either, because there's a game to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Eventually those conversations need to be had, but the only thing I would caution for anybody that is, thinking big picture, long term, focus on this weekend, man. Football seasons are living, breathing organisms, and it's hard for things to align. I mean, you need the damn planets to align. This is a lunar eclipse we're watching. You know what I mean? And you got to be so locked into this game. And with Philly, dude, I'm aware of Saquon. The way he's playing is outrageous. But we just talked about Jahmyr Gibbs in that game. Jahmyr Gibbs had 14 carries for 105 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't think they got a chance, we're not breathing the same air.
They're crazy.
I know Philly's going to be loud and cold and blah, blah, blah.
I don't think it's any louder than what it was in Detroit.
Dude, what'd you think of that?
Bruh.
The first quarter, honestly, the first half was.
They put on the show.
That place is electric. They deserve credit for that.
Every person that comes in, they get like a band or something.
Yeah.
And
it was like a Taylor Swift concert.
Those bands light up based off of what the music is and whatever else. And when those lights go down and you start seeing that silver and blue and how it's bouncing around there, that's electrifying. But you know who got electrified by it? Our team.
Totally.
They were like, oh, hell, this for us, So they didn't get rattled by any of that, but I'm telling you, those fans were rocking. They bought it for their team.
I really think we got to credit Dan Quinn and the Commanders' game plan.
Yeah.
Because DQ said yesterday, we knew how loud that place was going to be. We knew it would be electric, and we just used it to our advantage.
Yeah.
He said they practiced. One thing I thought was really smart, and maybe this has always happened, right? I'm not necessarily saying he created the light bulb here, but when they simulated the noise in practice, they simulated the noise on the field, but then they also simulated it like on the bench. So that, because the other part of this is not just on the field. Like, what about while the defense is out there and Jaden's trying to talk to David Blau or Tavita Pritchard or Kingsbury? Mm-hmm. It's so damn loud. I mean, where we were in the press box, it's hard to talk to the person next to you. Like down on the field level, even if Jaden is sitting next to Cliff and they're looking at the iPad, it's still so loud. It's hard to do that. And DQ said they practiced that. A lot of the O linemen were locked in on silent counts. You got to get. I think Trent Scott deserves a lot of credit for that performance, Brian. Cosby goes down, and we all hope the best for him, and we know he'll get the best care and he'll work his ass off. But Trent Scott came in and was really good.
Yeah,
and
see, have that experience, man. Like we understand. Listen, we know that there's a little drop off, but his experience and playing so many games in this league, that came to the forefront. And they next man up, anybody, anywhere, anytime, all that stuff came to play in the game.
Totally. And I think Bobby Johnson, man, a guy that to me pretty inaccurately got dragged for last year in the Meadowlands on what is clearly just a fairly floundering organization right now. And they just had a ton of injuries. Bobby Johnson showed up here, and it was interesting because they've had Juan Castillo for a while. There was Bill Callahan for a while. Bobby Johnson's a different dude. He works those guys hard, but he's not like the drill sergeant type. He's more of like one of the guys that's going to work your ass, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And that O-line, I'd say, has been – they dealt with some injuries. Biotish looked beat to hell when he got in the locker room the other night. But they the line has performed, and Trent Scott throughout the season, and I was impressed by this, B. We were debating when Cosby went down was on the touchdown run, the B-Rob touchdown run. So then you have an extra point after. Then Detroit gets the ball. So there's a little period of time where you're unsure what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And there was like, okay, do you bring in Big Luke at right tackle and then kick in Wiley?
Yeah.
Do you bring in Dieter? And then Scott comes out and everybody's like, oh, it's Trent Scott. After the game, DQ said, yeah, that's our 6-0 lineman. We have him practice everywhere on the line of scrimmage. Like, that's our guy. That's our versatile piece.
So he's our Riley McKenzie.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of thought of that.
I'm being honest. Riley played from right tackle to left tackle. He was damn good at center and guard. But if you needed him at tackle, he was able to fill that thing in. Big Ray Brown was all over the place like that.
And that's what you need to do on the offensive line is get your best five out there and let them figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's absolutely what they did. And just what an effort from this team. I know the phone lines are going to go bananas when we open them up. I think that's going to happen at 11:30. We got Charlie Batch joining us at 11, the guy with Super Bowl rings, the guy that played in Detroit, a guy that knows the quarterback position. I'd be remiss if we didn't talk to some quarterback today about what Jaden is doing. Eventually,
Charlie played up there.
I know.
Yeah.
Eventually, we got to talk about how Landfill was correct, like he tends to be. Before we get to any of that, though, if you're looking for a new garage door or just fixing up your garage door opener, whatever it is you need, call Door Pro America. It's JP Finley, and my wife and I realized that our garage door is probably older than B-Mitch. I think it was like a Model T parked in there. That's how old our garage door was. And it just sucked. It was super loud. Half the time it wouldn't close all the way. So we called the real pros at Door Pro America. Now we're getting ready to level up. The guys are coming out Thursday to install the new one. Shane and Vince, when they came out to do the estimate and show us all the options, they made the process so easy, showed us what everything would look like on our house with this cool Photoshop app. Door Pro America has proudly been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team handles everything: garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, new installations. They do it all like true pros. Right now, you can save $150 on a brand new garage door. If your garage door is stuck in the past, like one of those old leather helmets, take it from me and give the pros at Door Pro America a call. 877-DOOR-PRO, 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
Hey.
You got it if you want to come get it. Hey, B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 the fan. Your Washington Commanders are in the NFC title game against the Philadelphia Eagles. Let that sit in. Dan Campbell, Lions coach, I thought did a really good job of making clear Washington deserves the credit for winning this game. Campbell was really emotional Saturday night after the loss.
Mm-hmm.
He had a press conference this morning, and he said, credit Washington. They did what they needed to do, and they played a good game. For us, when you feel like you need to bring your A game, I think if we bring our B game, we got a chance to win that game. They were forced to not have any of it. And one dude I think I wanted to give credit to, Landfill. We all predicted, maybe not all of us. I think White Brian was on the wrong side.
Chris Russell.
Chris Russell definitely on the right side, wrong side. A lot of people thought Washington didn't have a chance. Vegas had them as the biggest underdog of the weekend. I never felt that. I thought they'd have to play pretty close to a perfect game. Yeah. And you know what? They did.
I felt good. And then when I heard Dan Campbell talk about Jaden, I felt great. That wasn't him just trying to blow smoke up somebody's butt. That was him basically going out there and saying, this dude here's a problem. He said he's dangerous. Okay? And when you saw him say it, you felt it. And he was obviously dangerous on that football field. Because what Washington did is what they've done all year. What Detroit did was try to change up what they were doing.
Totally. And I think Washington set the tone early. There were some big hits. Dante Fowler came to freaking play. And people can say whatever they want. You know what? No, people can't say whatever they want. Frankie Louvu had a completely legal hit on Jared Goff. He didn't go out hunting the quarterback on an interception. Players do that. On defensive
If you're in that area, you're getting hit. I don't give a damn if you're a quarterback.
On interception returns, there are players that at times go hunt for the quarterback. That was not the case. He was trying to get Quan in the end zone, and that dude was between him and the end zone.
Yeah.
And it was a completely legal hit. And Goff, they took him into the blue tent and checked him out. He might have been fuzzy the rest of that game. The NFL ain't pulling a quarterback in the divisional round.
Listen, the league, and I'm going to tell you when it started. Eagles against Chicago. Their quarterback was right, I'm talking about this close, to the running back, and Hugh Douglas cleaned his clock. He got knocked out the game. And then after the fact, they fined Hugh, and they started saying, you can't hit the quarterback, but they say the quarterback should not be in the area. So if the quarterback can't make the tackle, what he should do, he should just give himself up. But he was trying to make a tackle. And when you go chasing, trying to make a tackle after you throw an interception, you are a player at that time. You should be able to, when you become a running quarterback, you can get hit. Okay? When you are in the pocket, they protect you to a certain extent. When you give your body up, they protect you. But if you're trying to make the play, your ass can get hit like everybody else.
Dude, and I think I asked Frankie about it after the game. Frankie is a class act, man, and he's a pro, and he's like, listen, I wasn't trying to hit anybody. I hope Jared Goff's okay. I was trying to get my guy into the end zone. And when you watch it in live speed, that's clearly what was happening.
Football, dog.
Anybody that's trying to claim something else is a Detroit-driven agenda. Junks had this dude on this morning, that dude that went viral with the podcast last week about how Detroit was going to crush Washington.
The idiot.
That guy, he was doing his job.
I would have gave him a time
apparently, he's like, I was surprised. I saw his profile, and I think he does play-by-play for the Pistons. So I was a little surprised that somebody with like a real platform would go the total like pro wrestling route. But whatever, it's up to you. There's no way you watch that hit and think there was any maliciousness.
There's no malice, man.
No, dude, it was football. Last I checked, they're still allowed to play football.
Hey, in football, as I say all the time, if you think the rules are going to protect you, you're going to get hurt. You better go out there and learn how to protect you. I don't care. If there's an interception and you're anywhere close to the guy who just intercepted the ball, you might want to put your head on the swivel.
Yeah.
I don't think he said, oh, number 16, let me hit him. He said, Blues jersey, hit him.
Now, I did want to give him credit. Professor Landini. Brian and I thought a lot of things could happen for the Commanders to win this game. You, however, said Jared Goff stinks and eventually he'll stink again.
Yeah.
In this game, he was 23 of 40. So that's what, barely 60%. He did throw over 313 yards. We had 40 attempts.
But a lot of that came at the end when they were just letting him throw the ball.
He also had 4
Yeah,
turnovers.
3 scores down. 4 turnovers, 3 picks. What'd you think of Jared Goff's performance and your prediction, Professor?
Yeah, I think Jared Goff is just he's kind of like on that Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott spectrum of quarterbacks where they're clearly good. They'll get a lot of yards. They'll win games in the regular season, make themselves a lot of money. But just when it comes down to it, in big games or when the game's on the line and you need a guy to make the play, they're not the guys. They're not in that Patrick Mahomes, Jaden Daniels, like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow kind of category of quarterbacks. They're good players, and if you surround them with a good play caller, good line, talent around them, they'll go out there and they'll win you double-digit games, and they'll make everybody look really good, and they'll get everybody paid really well. But when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, and you have to rely on these guys to win a game, they're just going to choke because they're not that good.
You might be onto something, brother. I think, honestly, the Kirk comparison is pretty interesting. When you load them up with talent all over the field, they can make some big throws. It's also interesting as we get further into, I don't know, time, life, existence, whatever you want to call it. Like, all 4 of the quarterbacks in the title games this weekend can move. They can move in the pocket, out of the pocket. They can make plays with their legs. Goff can't, and you wonder how much that matters. Or
that D-line was getting after him.
They also could have just had it right. They could have had a rough night. Sam still to undercut the 1 pick in the end zone was just a brilliant.
I think
play.
it was a setup the whole way. If you watch him, he was trailing, but he wasn't out of the picture, and he sat there. And right when at the end, you could see he just cut under. I think he knew exactly what play they were trying to run. Once you start going there, you can't throw the ball but a certain place. He saw ball coming and he ran. Act like just like they tell a receiver, don't look until. Okay.
Yeah.
You look.
They want fast hands.
If
He's got
you're running,
fast hands too.
You got to be able to run like you said. Look out the corner. Yeah, you see the ball coming, then you put him up. Sam still was right there, former receiver as well. He was right there, and he picked it just like you tell a receiver to do.
Laid hands, baby.
Laid hands.
I guess
baby.
the quarters can do it too.
Oh yeah.
When we come back, Charlie Batch joins the program.
CB.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. It's the CFP title game tonight in Atlanta. Notre Dame against Ohio State at 7:30. Ohio State head coach Ryan Day, no distractions.
What we're going to do is the same thing we've done for the last 3 weeks, have the same routine and focus on our execution. There'll be plenty of motion to run around on Monday night. And so, I think that there's a back and forth of recognizing what's at stake, but also just making sure we recognize the fact that it's about our execution on the field.
Men's college basketball, Maryland beat Nebraska 69-66. Howard against Morehouse today at 4. Kings over the Wizards 123-100. Wizards at the Lakers tomorrow night. Capitals travel to Edmonton Oilers Tuesday night. Commanders preparing for the Eagles for the third time this season for the NFC Championship. Head coach Dan Quinn on Jaden Daniels.
As a ball player, he wants the ball in his hands to make the difference, and he makes great decisions with the football. That takes real mindfulness. Sometimes the best play may be, hey, I got to throw this away. He uses his legs, but he is a rare competitor for us. But his poise in these tight moments really stands out to us.
Philadelphia beat the Rams 28-22. Buffalo over Baltimore 27-25. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
So fresh, it's so clean. B. Mitch and Finley, 11 a.m. in the DMV. If you're down in the area for inauguration, good luck. They moved everything inside. I don't even think it's that cold, but there's probably other considerations. Joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend, Mr. Charlie Batch, Super Bowl winner, longtime NFL quarterback. Charlie, I know Detroit is where you started your career. You were a second-round pick back in 1998. What did you make of Saturday night's Commanders ass kicking?
Man, the energy was electric, right? This is the first time that I actually went back to a game in 23 years. And I say that only because,
you were there. Wow.
Yeah, and it's the only reason because as a player and now analyst with the Steelers, literally this is the only time that the Lions have had a home game that they play 1 week longer than the Steelers. So I never really had to deal with that. So, having the opportunity to go back up, of course, everybody was excited in that particular manner. But, man, the energy was there, but, boy, was it quickly quieted by the second quarter because the way that the Commanders' defense was going, man, it was phenomenal to watch. And you could just see everybody just feeding off of that energy, especially when that crowd got silent.
Charlie, you've been around this league for a long time, man, and you watch many rookie quarterbacks. What do you say about Jaden Daniels, the way he's played and got into the playoff now and seemed to be elevating his play at this point?
It really is. And, this is the second time that I had the opportunity to watch him because they played the Steelers early November where I was watching them. I'm just like, okay, wow, okay. Everything was going well. I'm thinking maybe he might hit that rookie wall, but he didn't. And it just seemed like he kept elevating his play. But watching him in person, it was way better than watching it on TV. I'm like, this dude, it can play. And you should have seen me. I'm sitting in there watching, and he made that throw. It was a deep over route and got him down to like maybe the 2 or 3 yard line. And when he made that throw, I stood up. I said, wow. And everybody's looking at me in the suite, all the Lions, and they're just like, what do you mean? I said, man, that was one hell of a throw. I said, man,
was that the one
dude.
With De'Ami Brown?
Yes. It literally.
Yeah, when they threw early.
Yes, he let it go, and I said, that's an overthrow. And you can see it ran, the beauty of it, the way it intersected, and that catch happened. I said, that is it right there. I said, I didn't need to see the rest of the game. I said, that throw convinced me, man, and I'm excited to watch this dude for 10-plus years.
Dude, he was phenomenal. When you watch Daniels kind of be in control in that scenario what does it say about kind of the beyond just the throw, right? I mean, every game seemingly, and we've watched them all in person, there's like a jaw-dropping moment. But to not be rattled in that scenario, that place was electric early on, and it's his first time ever playing there, his first time ever playing in a divisional round, and he doesn't seem to care. He's not he's not phased.
He doesn't, and that goes back to the experience he had, right? You're playing in the SEC, you won the Heisman. All of these stages, they aren't big enough for you. Now it's just, what are you able to answer the next question? And the next question was, can you do it and sustain it at the high level, at this level? He answered that question. So when you walk into Detroit, they're going back and forth, and I think it was a period early in the game, they didn't convert on the fourth down. Things could have shifted into Detroit's hands, but yet the Commanders were able to create a turnover. So as it was all unfolding, you could just see him just saying, I'm just waiting for the opportunity. Every single time that he made the throw, when you talk about the coach going for it on fourth down, that lets you know, I believe in you as the quarterback. Because in November, I think they were 11 of 11 for fourth down. And I think obviously that changed as we move forward. But to watch him on fourth down, it was no surprise, because that's how much confidence that they have in Daniels, that he's going to get him to the right play and ultimately make the right read if he has to put the ball in the air.
They came into that game converting 87% of their fourth downs. And so I watched the game, and I guess when I got to the league, we go to the playoffs, all the guys like, it's the same thing. Keep doing what we've been doing. That's what Washington did. But Detroit changed up their approach. They normally blitz you, run man-to-man. Early on, they were in zone. Then in the second half, they tried to blitz, and they kept doing what they were doing. I think once you change your game plan, that messes up your whole flow.
And that just lets you know that they doubted the rookie, right? Hey, we can confuse him. We'll make him make the mistakes early. We get the lead, and then all of a sudden we'll just continue to blitz him and put pressure on him by making him a one-dimensional team. That didn't happen. And to your point, when you have defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn for the Lions having to switch their game plan up in the middle of the game because nothing is working at that particular point, that is beautiful right there. And that just lets you know it kept them off balance. And as I'm watching that game, I'm literally saying to myself, if this was in the second quarter, I said, man, this run that Washington is on right now, it reminds us of our 2005 Steelers team when we were the 6th seed heading into the playoff, doing something that never has been done, was going on the road and having to win a Super Bowl. And we were able to hoist that Lombardi trophy, and we did so by going through the Bengals, who was the number 3 seed, the Colts at number 1, Broncos number 2, and then ultimately beating the Seahawks as the number 1 seed. When I see the trend and the confidence that this team has, that was the first thing that came to mind, and it didn't surprise me that they walked out of that stadium with a victory.
Wow, that's high praise, and that was, I mean, that was Ben was still pretty young at that point, right? And just to be
Ben was a second-year guy. He was a second-year guy, and that's what, when I look at those comparisons to Jaden Daniels, I'm like, they're right there. Now, of course, you're throwing the ball a lot more in Washington back then, that you were in the era that you ran the football a lot more than what you're doing now. But the very similar traits that when I watched him, I'm like, this guy right here, this is why they believed in him. This is why they made him a day one starter.
Have you had a chance to watch Terry McLaurin? Like when you watch the game, I know people look at the quarterback, but Terry McLaurin was a guy everybody tried to doubt, say he wasn't the number one. Hell, he scored his 15th touchdown the other night. And he does everything. You get a chance to watch his play.
To be honest with you, I was just kind of ebb and flow, and of course, couldn't concentrate on it as much as I wanted to, only because there were people talking in a suite, because y'all were kicking their butts, and they're having side conversations. I'm like, dude, there's a game going on. Pay attention. So I did. So in fairness, I did not have the opportunity to really focus on what I needed to focus on for the entire game.
That's okay. Let me ask you. Let's turn it over to defensively. Jared Goff's been really good all year. And he had 4 turnovers in this game. There was the early strip sack and then 3 picks. One of those picks kind of came late on a Hail Mary attempt. You can dismiss that one if you want, but a pick 6. Did Goff start to press? Was the game plan wrong, or did Washington's defense just handle him?
No, Washington, they put the pressure on him, and they were confusing Goff and, all the success he had leading up to it. And that lets you know, with pressure, you can confuse any veteran quarterback, because now your eyes start going from looking down the field in coverage to the pass rush. And when you get back and you have that early pressure, right, that sack, that strip sack in the red zone, that created that turnover that got Washington the momentum to get going. And then he comes back, he throws the pick 6. And then all of a sudden, you just like, okay, he went from being aggressive to now not making a mistake. And I know he left the game a little bit earlier. That's when Teddy Bridgewater came in on that drive where they predominantly ran the football. But when Goff came back in there, he was throwing the football down the field, but he didn't look as comfortable. And the one that really was crushing was right at the end of the half. He threw that red zone interception on the skinny post. When he let it go, I said, and sure enough, you can see the DB cut right underneath of it for an interception there. That took all of the momentum away from the Lions, went right over to Washington's side. And from there, it was going to play hardball with a 10-point lead. Now you get a chance to bleed the clock out. It was going to be very tough for the Lions to really come back in the second half, and that's what caused those turnovers and allow Washington to score points off of it.
Charlie, you play quarterback, and you throw an interception and you go in and you're trying to make a tackle, you're going to get hit. Mm-hmm. What do you think of the hit Louisville? Like, they're trying to make it seem like Louisville purposely tried to do something to Jared Goff, but Jared Goff was right there close to making a tackle. He blocked him.
See, and this is where Yeah, this is where the gray area happens, right? Everybody's like, oh, he's a defensive player, but he's capable of making a tackle, right? So if you're a defender, guess what? I'm a shielding and I make that block because he actually was in position to possibly make the tackle. If he makes the tackle, maybe they're at the 1 yard line and there's a possibility. It could be slim, but there was a possibility they may not score a touchdown on that drive. So I'm okay with the block, and I use that and I use it to the point where I give the example of like a punt returner, right? They always say the punter is off limits, but the punter, he sets the angle. You ultimately either got to beat him with speed or you're going to cut back. But people get complained about why you hitting the punter because he could have made the tackle. If you don't want him to make the tackle, when you punt the football, I've been saying this for years. When you punt the football, have the punter run off the field then if you don't want him part of the play. If you're a quarterback, if you don't want to get hit, number one, don't throw the interception. But if you do, then you run to the sideline if you don't want to get hit. When it comes to football plays, that play right there, I thought that was 100% legit, and I hope the league doesn't come down on the fine.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Charlie, and I appreciate hearing a former quarterback kind of just say the truth of the matter. We're talking with Charlie Batch here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Charlie, of course, won a Super Bowl with the Steelers, starter in Detroit, second-round pick back at 98. Charlie, it's fascinating kind of getting close to the finish line here, and I'd like to turn the page looking ahead to Philly for the Commanders. But before we do that, I know the great work you're doing in the Pittsburgh area with Best of the Batch.
All over.
Yeah, I mean, all over, right. But just get us up to speed with kind of I know you just celebrated a big birthday, and I know how much work you do. What do you guys have coming up with the Best of the Batch Foundation?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, you talked about the birthday. I celebrated Big 5-0 this year, last month.
I wasn't going to say the number.
Oh, boy, it's all downhill from there now.
It's all good. I'm celebrating life, that's for sure. But ultimately, earlier in the year, we celebrated 25 years of Best of the Batch Foundation, and we're an educational foundation. We serve 3,800 kids annually throughout 9 counties throughout southwestern PA. So we're educational based. We focus on our STEAM programs and our after-school programs, and it's truly phenomenal to be able to have the support and everything that we have throughout the Pittsburgh area. And for anybody to want to see, we just went from 5,300 square feet to 33,000. So the kids come to the building. They don't want to leave. And, of course, it's an off day today. When schools are closed, our doors are open. So the kids are able to come in and out of the building. So we're super excited about what we're doing. And if anybody wants to collaborate off of that, they can actually go to batchfoundation.org, see what we're doing. And if there's ways to collaborate, we would love to do so because we don't do all things well.
There you go. All right, now looking ahead to Philadelphia, I'm guessing you watched that game yesterday. Saquon was a monster.
Always.
The Eagles have a really good D-line, but Jalen, man, what do you see with Jalen? Because that passing game just is not particularly impressive for a few weeks
15,
now.
I think, 100 and some yards.
Yeah, it's not. I think maybe 15 to 27, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
But again, I know weather was a factor. But hey, I saw him probably about a month ago when the Steelers played the Eagles as well. Didn't have a lot of passing yards in that particular perspective. They did run the ball well, and that's what they're basing their offense off of. The offense goes through Saquon Barkley. There's no secret there. We saw what he's capable of doing, and that's where Hurts was able to really hurt you in that particular manner because he's able to rush the football. But with him being injured at the end of that ball game, that can change what he brings to the table. And he ultimately may be a standing duck back there in that pocket to where now you make him one-dimensional and throw the football down the field. So I give the advantage to the Commanders in that way.
What do you think overall going into this matchup? It's in Philly, obviously. Washington won they each won at home. I mean, hell, you said it. You compared them to the Steelers team that went on a Super Bowl run. What do you think the ceiling is for Washington with 60 minutes to New Orleans, and then who knows who they could face when they get down there?
They're playing with house money right now. There's absolutely nobody out there outside of Commanders Nation that thought that they would potentially be in this situation. And there's probably some people in Commanders Nation that doubted that. So, but either way, they're here. And you talk about 60 minutes of being away. When it comes down to it, you cannot turn the football over. And that's what been the formula of success for Washington in this playoff run. They could possibly make that happen. And if they can go in and minimize that crowd in the manner that they did in Detroit on Saturday, they have a great chance of winning this ball game. And when you have a division game, guess what? You don't like them and they don't like you. There's not much more game planning that you have to do because you know what they're going to do and they know what you're going to do. And when you get to this particular point, there's nothing better than sending a division foe home to have to watch you in the next round. And this is what this game is about. So that's why I don't doubt Washington one way, one bit or the other.
I think I look at this game where the first game they went out there, Washington wasn't ready for it, and they had some injuries on the offensive line. They came back. Washington had 5 turnovers and beat Philly in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there will give me great confidence. If I have 5 turnovers and I beat that team with the Saquon Barkley, if we go out there and play, like you said, if they play one of those mistake-free games, don't turn the ball over, they have as good a chance as anybody else out there on that football field. I don't care if it's Philly or whoever.
Absolutely. I'm with you 100% and watching and just see the confidence level. I mean, he just in pregame watching those guys out. And I had the opportunity, Jaden don't know me. I haven't met Daniels before, but he's walking through and I'm just kind of watching his demeanor. Man, this guy was so confident as he walked through that, just like, I got this. It's all good. This is not a stage I've never been on before. And you could just see it. He was not nervous. And now I was just like, okay, more and more impressive. So I look forward to the opportunity of meeting him one day here soon, then having that opportunity. And hopefully it's in New Orleans at some point as they're sitting there preparing for the Super Bowl.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Charlie, man, thank you for making
Appreciate
time
you, brother,
for us.
man.
We appreciate it, dude.
Hey, I appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
All right, Charlie. Take
Everybody,
care,
if you want to follow Charlie, it's at CharlieBatch16, and you can check out the Best of the Batch Foundation. Obviously, really impressive dude, does really impressive work with his foundation. And you can say whatever you want. Charlie Batch played in the NFL 12 years.
Yeah.
He won a Super Bowl. And if you remember how often, so he was a starter in Detroit, eventually landed with his hometown Steelers. They draft Roethlisberger. He kind of becomes Roethlisberger's longtime backup.
Mm-hmm.
Roethlisberger was always hurt.
Yep.
Charlie played all the
lot.
time, and he played
A lot.
at a really high level. And for him to talk about a young quarterback like Jaden,
In that light, yeah.
I mean, is that telling or what?
Listen, man, if you're not giving this guy his due now, you're just a hater. You're just a person who wants to be, somebody that's want to be on the other side. Like you get people like that sometimes where they always go against what other people say. It makes no sense. A contrarian. Because what he's done
I don't really
thus far,
think people are doing it anymore.
we still have some fools that do it. They like to always do a little something so they can at least have something if something happens. Nah. He's already proven to me what he could be.
How about this? You want tickets? Tickets for, this is from Jeff McClain, covers the Eagles. Tickets for the Eagles-Commanders NFC Championship game at Lincoln Financial Field will go on sale Tuesday at 10 a.m. Tickets can only be purchased online at Ticketmaster.com. There's a 4-ticket limit per household, and all tickets will be available on a first-come, first-served basis. I can't imagine there's many, and I imagine they get sold out fast.
Oh, quickly.
These tickets are expensive as hell, the ones that are available right now.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're able, looks like you can get some more tomorrow. 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. Nobody go anywhere. We're about to open these phone lines up.
Let's hear from the
you want to
people,
do it
bro.
now? Should we go ahead?
Let's go.
Let's go.
I want to hear from the people, brother.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The Washington Commanders are in the NFC Championship game.
It's the Commanders against the Eagles for the NFC Championship. Live play-by-play of Westwood One coverage right here on the Fan, 2 p.m. on Sunday. Head coach Dan Quinn on rookie Mike Sainristil.
Mike's somebody that he's hard to fool. Much like Jaden, a little bit of an older soul about him. He takes to coaching quickly. He doesn't repeat mistakes. And so for him, the opportunities when it comes to go nail it, he delivered on that.
CFP title game tonight, Notre Dame against Ohio State. Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman, don't change anything.
For us to come out and before the game and say something that, hey, you got to do something different tonight that didn't help you get to this point is crazy. And so it would probably something along those lines is you got to do what we've done. You got to do it better.
Maryland beat Nebraska 69-66. Sacramento over the Wizards 123-100. Wizards at the Lakers tomorrow night. Capitals at Edmonton Tuesday night. I'm Byron Kerb on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, so how long? About a half hour ago, I tweeted out, what's the bigger deal? Quan Martin pick 6 or Mikey Sainristil 2 INTs? We got about 2,000 votes in a half hour. This thing is pretty damn split. 51.5% says Quan pick 6. 48.5% says Mikey. And I got this reply from Kibos12. He said, am I crazy for saying the Dorrance Armstrong sack fumble was the most impactful turnover? Because that completely changed the course of the game. Yeah. Detroit looked like they were going to score. It would have been 14-3.
That was a great one, too. I think you could probably take it. You could give anybody some credit. I would say the thing about Sainristil having 2 interceptions, he basically took a touchdown away from them.
Sure.
And it was a damn perfect setup. And then the other one, he's falling backwards to the sideline and he caught it. I would give him the edge because he had 2 of them. And the other 2 are basically a tie in my book. When you look at Dorrance and all, because Dorrance had 2 sacks yesterday.
Yeah.
He was on one, dog. He's ready.
It was, dude, it's like trying to pick your favorite kid. Like they played so well and there were so many big moments that you don't really have to pick, which is kind of the best part of this. We're going to open these phone lines up. I want to just check in on the aquarium real quick. And I'm going to check in. First, we'll check in on the stream. Is it Strizzy again? Do I even need to scroll to the top?
It was not Strizzy today.
Who was it?
Oh, all right. I'm scrolling. Don't tell me, White Brian. All right, I'm scrolling. If you want to be on the stream, it's 106.7 The Fan on YouTube.
Who was second in?
Jim D. And all he said was, wow.
Who was second?
Jupe. Strizzy must be in jail.
Y'all just said, no, y'all said y'all was making it, y'all name it after Strizzy. So Strizzy like, hey, I was so damn good, I got the award name after me. I don't have to do it anymore.
How about this? Jim D was first. He just said, wow. Then Jupe said, Timothy Daniels, Hot Pockets.
He said, Strizzy said y'all told him not to play.
Then Tay, he said, they are who we thought they were. Jim D said, I'm first. Cody Shook was actually 5th. Claimed he was first. And then Strizzy commented. So who is it? Jim D? Is Jim D the guy today, White Brian?
Yeah.
Yep. First of the year for him.
All right.
They look kind of cut. They look fly here, Jay.
That is give the person credit. That shirt is dope.
Let me show people the back.
Yeah, if you're on the stream, look
there
at B's shirt. Hold on. B making a Sir Mix-a-Lot music
he hooked
video
it up.
here. Yeah, it's dope.
He
I'm trying to help you with your stream.
Yeah, he hooked it up.
Who is? Tell him. Oh, they
Slim.
even got the Plaquemine High School on there.
Plaquemine High School got my college on here.
Is that? I want a T-shirt with just the pepper logo.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Does that exist?
Yeah,
that is dope.
yeah.
You let the
Louisiana,
people-
hot pepper, baby.
I'm wearing an NFLPA hoodie given to me by a former NFLPA staffer. If you're ever curious if I side with management or labor, we'll start with White Brian because he's so compelling. Brian, you are a Philly native that roots for the Giants that now lives in DC. Commanders, Eagles for the NFC title game. Is this your worst nightmare?
No, the Cowboys would be much worse. Cowboys, Eagles, but this is close.
Okay. Somebody from the NFC East going to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Is pretty damn cool. There was a period
It
of
used
time,
to be like that back in the day.
Right.
If you won the NFC East, you're probably going to make it to the Super Bowl.
NFC Beast, then it was NFC Least, and it sure seems like it's coming back.
On the way back, baby.
Now, Ben is in for Jeff. Jeff got butt sick. Jeff got this stomach virus that's going around. Whenever you notice me legitimately not calling Jeff out, it's because he's actually sick.
Yeah.
I hope he's all right. Jeff,
I hope he has another room that his favorite room is not the bathroom all day.
Well, I saw him tweeting out for what should he eat with a stomach virus: ginger ale and saltines, dog. Don't push it. In his place is Ben. Ben last week was wearing a very dope old school Redskins starter jacket. Ben, how fired up are you, bud?
I got that same jacket on the chair
Good.
right behind me. So you tell me how fired up I am.
How old are you, Ben?
Oh, I'm 21. I'm a senior at the University of Maryland.
All
Go
right.
Terps. You are 21 years old. Is this the absolute peak of your burgundy and gold fandom?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really
Yeah.
get any better than this, at least for me. And it's kind of special in a way, just because all of my life, the organization was defined by failure, ineptitude, and now to kind of have it all culminate with this year in my last year of college, everyone's gotten riled up about it in College Park. It's been special.
Let me ask you this, because we did this on the show, maybe last summer or something. It's definitely a summer topic, but there was a period of time, probably a long period of time, where the University of Maryland and College Park would have had the most Redskins fans of any of the local colleges, right? And I think as the Ravens have gotten bigger and as Maryland's gotten less in-state, I feel like I now think that title has gone to a Virginia school, whether it's Virginia Tech or JMU. I think it'd be one of those two. What is the Commanders, Redskins, burgundy and gold fandom like in College Park these days, Benny?
Well, let me put it this way. I'm seeing a lot of jerseys on people that I've never seen wear them before. I've seen a lot of people I've known over the 4 years never talk about the Commanders or the Redskins. I've never even seen them care about football. And now all of a sudden they have Jaden Daniels jerseys. They're reposting the wins on their stories. They're posting videos of them screaming at Seastone and Bentz over the Commanders game. So things might be shifting a little bit. I was out and about last night for that Ravens-Bills game. There's a ton of Ravens fans, obviously. And, I'm not a Ravens guy myself. I believe in the DMV supremacy, Washington-Baltimore, best rivalry in the world, in my opinion. So it was good to see Baltimore go down, at least for me and a lot of people that have been in my face for years about the Ravens being better. They can't say anything to me today.
Tell them we got room. We're going to bring back Tony Cornell's bandwagon. We got room. Come on over here.
Did I tell you? Have I ever told you this? So it was January of 92.
Mhm.
I went to Bethesda Elementary. And I don't know if they did this throughout the DMV or inside the Beltway or what, but Kornheiser's bandwagon, thank you, Ben. That was great, bud. Kornheiser's bandwagon had become such a big thing in town because he was writing that column week after week after week. And to a young guy like Ben, you can't understand what the power of the Washington Post was back then.
It was the stuff.
There was no internet. Like legitimately everybody I knew got the newspaper delivered to their house. And everybody I knew read the Post sports section and watched George Michael. That's like what you did back then. And we got to school the Monday of Super Bowl week, B, and every desk in the school had this bandana with a drawing of Tony Kornheiser's Redskins bandwagon going to Minnesota. And it was like this bus with players. It was unbelievable. And obviously it's not there. That was Super Bowl week. Nobody's there yet, but it's the first time in so long. I took the girls. So I landed yesterday morning and tried to give my wife a break. And we went to Tasty Diner. And then we went to the grocery store. Just try to kill some time. Tasty Diner. Everybody's talking skins.
Right there, but that's
And my guys that some of the guys that are doing the line cooking immediately start asking about it.
So Zensbro just put the Sports Machine in Washington Post. If you don't get it, you don't get it.
Yo, that's what it was back then, man.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking skins. My waitress, who I've known 20 years or whatever, is wearing her 91 Super Bowl sweatshirt.
Wow.
The guys behind the counter, because this is before kickoff, they're like, who's the better matchup, Eagles or Rams? And I don't know. McVay is better, but Philly's roster's loaded. They're playing Philly now. It doesn't matter. We get to the grocery store, and everybody I see has burgundy and gold on, B. I saw my boy Austin Flazier. He's wearing a Commander's hat. The guys working there are all wearing various levels.
All in the stuff.
Dude, it feels different.
It feels like it did back in the day. I'm telling you, man. It's a lot of similarities.
Hell yes. And I know I asked for callers and didn't take any, but we got all day, baby. We're taking calls all the way till 2:00. When we come back, Jupe is on the line. We got a victory ritual to get to. Nobody go anywhere.
All right.
I just saw this. Shout out to my boy Ethan Cadeau. Work with him over at Monumental. He helps us a ton on the Beltway Football Podcast. EC went viral as hell, B. I missed this somehow. This must have been late night this must have been after the game when we're running around Detroit dealing with that tunnel that's like a 60-degree angle uphill.
And you know that heavy damn bag I pulled?
Yeah.
Bro, I gotta
you
work
had to take that the whole way up?
I had to work out that day, dog.
Dude, you should have seen me late night. So Kerwin and Derek were wrapping everything up, and you have to park damn near a mile away in Detroit. And so shout out to Detroit because they have a parking bus shuttle that takes you out to the garage, which I couldn't find. And then luckily I found it. And DA got on and they took us out there. But then I had to drive back to the stadium and try to find that loading dock. You know how impossible that was to find where the loading dock was? Oh, my God. I had to have Derek send me a pin. It was a zoo. I'm just circling that stadium at 2 a.m. Like, I'm confident the police must have been like, what is wrong with this guy driving a minivan? Anyway, we all made it. But I must have missed this tweet Ethan posted early, I guess, Sunday morning. That Commanders win was for Ryan Kerrigan, London Fletcher, Robert Griffin III, Will Compton, Pierre Garçon, Clinton Portis, Alfred Morris, Jordan Reed, Stephen Davis, and the others that balled in D.C. for the last quarter century but were cursed to play under Dan Snyder's ownership. There's a million other names you can name, but like there were a lot of great people and great players. And because the organization was just set up for failure from the top, it never happened. And I'm just happy they're getting there, man. It's a whole new world, dude.
Totally, brother.
To help us welcome in a whole new world where the Washington Commanders are in the NFC title game for 14 times now this football season, right? They've won 14 games.
Yeah.
Jupe joins us to kick things off. What up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? Now, let me say this real quick.
Before you start, you stop being messy on the damn thread.
I can't help it. I got to keep the chat live, baby. I got to keep it live.
Hey, man, you stop that.
Hey, I'm going to say this real quick. After game one, I said this team needs time to gel. NFC Daniels needed time to get acclimated to the NFL speed. People laughed at me. When I said this defense is going to end the season top 10 defense, people laughed at me. When I called in the bye week and said we was going to sweep the remainder of the games, walk into the playoffs hot and ready like a hot pocket, people laugh at me. You think they laughing now? Nah. Back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me. I'm hitting with some Docism. We walked into Detroit's house, ate the food off their table, burped in their face, and tracked mud up and down the hallway. So you know what time it is, fella? It's time for that victory ritual. Let's all hit the Ric Flair.
Woo! I'm here for this, Jupe. Right, I am here for this.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank you, buddy.
Hi, fellas.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate you. I heard more than one Commanders player Saturday night, Sunday morning in the Lions' incredibly small and incredibly awkward layout visiting locker room do the talk about the walk in your trap, take over your trap. They did it on Saturday night in Detroit. It was just such an impressive effort.
And what was the entertainer name again? What they call it?
So I think they
call him Jello.
Jello. I don't think it's like Bill Cosby.
That's what they told me it was Jello. That's what they said. But I'm gonna just say this here.
We need
horrible.
We need Jeff.
First of all, if you have Eminem in your town, do not bring that garbage up there again.
Were you surprised? You think that's Eminem wanting to keep things low key? Because I think he goes to a lot of games. Or do you think they didn't ask
I would have
him
asked. This song is something they were playing in a locker room. So I guess they got him to come. He's horrible. It was not good.
Can we get Jeff on the line to help us understand LiAngelo Ball? Or Ben, are you young enough to understand?
He goes by Jello.
Jello.
Yeah.
I thought it was okay. I did think the song was kind of catchy. I'm not saying it's necessarily good. Sometimes
he wasn't rapping it. He was just lip syncing and letting the.
But that happens all the time.
But he didn't even move right. He could have stood up and just not move. He did like a gospel singer more. Like come on. If I want to see somebody standing still, you better have a hell of a voice, or your lyrics better be outstanding. That was garbage.
1 vote garbage.
We scored 2 touchdowns right after he finished.
Was it even on TV? Because wasn't it in a quarter break?
It was in a quarter break. I don't know if it was on TV. I'm watching it. I'm listening to it. Tanner is laughing his ass off.
Did that make television for the boys that were watching on TV? Lamphill, White Brian, anybody? Lamphill doesn't even want to answer. Lamphill just wants us to go to break. All right, we will investigate Jell-O. I'd prefer strawberry with whipped cream on it than what we saw. I thought the song was kind of catchy, but I don't know. A lot of people did not agree. Clearly, B and Tana among them. Phone lines the rest of the show, 800-636-1067. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Today's the day for Notre Dame and Ohio State at 7:30 from Atlanta in the CFP title game. Ohio State coach Ryan Day, how they got better.
A lot of great judgment on who we bring into our program. So when you look at guys like Will Howard and Caleb Downs, Seth McLaughlin and Quinshon Judkins and the guys that we brought in, I think we only ended up with 7, transfer guys this year, but they all fit and they made an impact on our team.
Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman, the story of an impact player.
You look at a guy like Xavier Watts that came in and redshirted as a wideout his freshman year and moved to DB his second year and played very little. And then his third year, his first year starting was just okay. And then his fourth year, he wins the Bronco Nagurski Award. And so you have to use that example.
Maryland beat Nebraska 69-66. The Hoyas at Villanova tonight, 5:45 on Team 980. The NFC Championship is Sunday at 3 p.m. Our coverage begins at 2 with the national broadcast on Westwood One. Live play-by-play right here of the Commanders and Eagles on the Fan. Capitals start at Edmonton Oilers Tuesday night. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Ma, what's your age and type? You's a baby, right? I could show you what the 80s is like. Hey, Ma. Speaking of Hey, Ma, shout out to Lauren Sanchez. I'm not getting political, but apparently she's just wearing a bra to inauguration. That's a power move. There was a time when we cared about Lauren Sanchez, B. Yeah. If you recall, during the Who's Going to Buy the Commanders sweepstakes, Bezos did an interview where she kept talking about how much she loved football.
Yeah.
And what a world. Now she's in Washington and they're going to the NFC title game. Mm-hmm. Good luck to all involved with the inauguration. I want nothing to do with the traffic. That's where I land. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. The Commanders are going to the NFC Championship game. You can listen to that right here on 106.7 The Fan. We're going live at 9 a.m. The game's at 3 o'clock. Then you got the DOC, Doc Walker, for postgame. I mean, literally, if I had to guess, we'll be on the air for that game from 9 a.m. to midnight. I don't know. Toby Altizer's been going live after these. Like, I feel like Doc does 3 hours, and then Toby comes back into the office and goes deep.
Oh, wow.
If they make it to the Super Bowl, if they win Sunday,
boy.
I bet, I don't know how late Doc goes. So 3 o'clock game, say it's over by 6:30. Say Doc goes till 10 or 11. Mm-hmm. I hereby nominate Toby Altizer to come in and go from 11 till the junks come on at 6 a.m.
Toby probably going to call and curse you out.
You can listen to it all here. It's going to be dope.
He's going to curse you out in my voice, though. You know, won't think Toby curses.
Also, that's true. He'll just be a lot of gold darnets. If you're looking for fresh gear, I know a lot of people are. The 106.7 The Fan merch store is open. 1067thefanshop.com. A ton of dope Commanders and Jaden Daniels shirts, hoodies, whatever it is you're looking for, they got it. All right. Now, let's open these MGM National Harbor listener lines. A lot of folks want to talk. Let's start line one. Jamal is in the DMV. What up, Jamal?
B. Mitch, JP, what's going on?
What up, bro?
Man, this is a great time, man. Great time to be a Commanders fan, man. I actually heard you talking to the Maryland student ever. He was saying this is his best time being a Commanders fan. This is my best time being one too, brother. And I'm 37, man. I was 4 years old in 91. I got faint memories of that. Thank you, B. Mitch, for all the work you did on that team. But
Appreciate it.
since I've been invested following this is it's unbelievable. I can't even describe it. And hey, B. Mitch, man, I'm gonna need you to call your people back home, baby. We headed to New York, man. Look, man, I don't think the Eagles, man, about to stop us, brother. We only can stop ourselves at this point, man. And this guy that we have at number 5, not even just him, but the entire team, everybody is stepping up, playing beyond themselves, man, and I am loving it, man. We about to head down to New Orleans and get some of this good gumbo and all of that while we down there, man, because this is I don't give a damn who come out the AFC. I think we about to see history, and it's not about to be a three-peat. It's about to be the first rookie quarterback to not only get to a Super Bowl, but to win it, man. I'm loving it. Hail to the Commanders. I hope everybody's enjoying this just as much as I am, because we deserve it after what we've been through as a fan base. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man. If
Great
you
call,
want it,
Jamal.
you got to put it out there.
Great call, Jamal.
Got to put it out there.
That-
Put it in the
that's
universe, baby.
A great one to start with. This stat going around, talking about a rookie quarterback, there's a stat going around about how other rookie quarterbacks have made it to NFC title games, but they've all had a top 3 defense. Jaden comes in with a defense that is 18th in the NFL.
Hey,
just about middle of the pack. Now, I'd argue they've been much better than that in the playoffs. They're creating turnovers. Plus 6 in turnover margin through 2 games. That will win you a lot of games. I like this, too. I just retweeted this, B. Our guy Chase Hughes from Monumental Covers the Wiz said, been thinking about, but he's also, people don't know about Chase, he is one of the biggest Skins fans on the planet.
Yep.
He said, been thinking about this for a few days. I think the best comparison across the 4 major sports for what Jaden Daniels has done as a rookie, instant superstar, and a deep playoff run, ironically, might be Magic Johnson.
Wow.
Think about
that does say a lot.
Sadly, a lot of like a young Ben here might not even know
how good Magic was.
Well, and how good Magic was right away.
Yeah.
I mean, he came into the NBA,
he was playing center,
number 1 overall pick, and they won a title. Way back in 1980, and Kareem got hurt late in that series. Right? Didn't they win it all? I believe they did.
He played center at 6'8".
Wild. Yeah. Go read the book Showtime, and that'll tell you who Magic is. Let's keep these phone lines going. Jim is in Manassas. What up, Jimmy?
B. Mitch, Finley, Aquarium boys, except for the sick ones, but I hope y'all are doing okay. How y'all doing?
We're good.
We're great, bro. We're great.
Hey, man, this is the man formerly known as Jimbo from Manassas. It's a new era. Hey, man, I'm using my real name. Let's go. First in the chat. I'm ready. Let's go.
That's you. Congrats, dude.
That
was you, huh, Jimbo?
That's a big deal.
Yeah, you stuck in there with the change up everything.
Man, but like I said, new era, time to use my real name. Let's go. But I have 2 credit pies today. First one, 30% Jaden Daniels, 15% to Terrence McLaren, 15% De'Ami Brown. What a redemption season he's having. Must resign this offseason. 10% to the rest of the offense, running backs, offensive line. Prayers up to Cosme, of course. And then 25% to the defense. Just absolutely clutch 5 turnovers. And a special 5% to Quan Martin for the pick 6 that totally swung the game in our favor. And then the other credit pie, 100% to the entire ownership group for changing this team, this city, this area overnight, man. UVA grad, class of 23, 24 years old. I can't tell you how much, even in Commander territory, University of Virginia, I was laughed at for being a Commanders fan. This is the time to be alive. This is the biggest game I'm ever about to witness. B. Mitch, we're calling out all stars. I said this in the chat. Call all the Redskin, Commander, Burgundy and Gold legends. We need them on the sideline Sunday, man. Let's go. All hands on deck. Appreciate y'all.
All right, bro.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. That's our guy, Jimbo. Listen, Jim just told us he went to UVA, and that was a very good call, and I appreciate you, Jim. But he said, I used to go by Jimbo, but now I'm going to go by my real name of Jim. We already knew that, dog. Like, you could be a Wahoo all you want, but that wasn't exactly a mystery. I know they got smart people in Seaville, but damn,
boy.
dog. Brian is in Florida. What up, Brian?
Yo, fellas, it's just a pleasure to talk with you guys. B. Mitch, man, I've been a fan since 1980. Originally from New Jersey, moved to Florida. Man, I grew up in Giants country, Jet country, Dallas, you name it. I've seen this before, but in 33 years, the long-suffering fans that we have, and just seeing how the team has responded to this young quarterback, it's just overwhelming, man. It just brings tears to my eyes because it's not like the golden days when Doug was out there and you guys were out there doing your thing. And I tell you, man, we excited. This is nationwide. It's Redskin Nation / Commander Nation. But we out here and we're just behind the team. And I think we're going to do it. I really believe. We got to get past Philly. You know what I'm saying? Philly's going to be a challenge, but I believe the boys are going to come through and get the dub. Thank you.
Let's get it, baby.
Appreciate you, man.
Let's get it.
Appreciate you, man. Great call right there. Listen, if you're on hold, chill. The phone lines are open till the show is over. And then if I had to guess, call it a hunch. Grant and Danny are going to keep the phone lines open too. This is the time for everybody to let the world know how excited you are about these Washington Commanders. Let's go to Shane. Shane, what up, man? How fired up are you?
Hey, look, you got to be fired up with this city. This city's been starving from this moment right now in sports. Last time we had this was the Cats, but this is a football city. So you know what? We got to give thanks right now to this ownership, because who would have thought that you would have came in here this season saying that we would win 12 games playing in the division championship game with a rookie quarterback? We would have been like, you're absolutely out of your mind. But it's the ownership. It just goes to show you how poorly that this management had. Ron Rivera, everybody on that coaching staff was a absolute joke. And you have this one turnaround in 1 year with Dan Quinn, which I think he's going to get Coach of the Year. And everybody, let's I was one of them. Everybody's like, man, I don't know about Dan Quinn. I don't know about but he's a player's coach. It just goes to show you that coaching is everything in any sport and management. So hats off to Josh Harris for what he has done, not only for this team, but for this city. And now let's go take care of business. Now now we know we can play. Now let's go ahead and get to the bowl. And once you get there, anything can happen. So,
There's only one thing left to do, man. There's only one thing left to do. Good call, Shane. Appreciate you, buddy.
Bye, bro.
Not wrong. And everybody involved deserves credit. DQ, any narrative, there was some great irony in Cliff and DQ beating the hell out of, maybe it's Joe Witt and DQ, however
they want to be.
But just for all the Ben Johnson conversation last year, hell, for all the Ben Johnson conversation there's going to be now, and Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn's another dude they interviewed, right, last year.
Yep.
DQ and Cliff and Witt have proven to be the right people for this staff, and there's just so much to be excited about, man, that it's hard to do a credit pie. I don't know which caller it was that had like 3 different pies to serve. Like, if we're doing credit pies today, it's Thanksgiving. Like, you got to have pumpkin and apple and sweet potato, and then maybe somebody likes key lime. You can serve as many pies as you want.
All kind of pies, baby.
There's no limit.
We're just happy about the day. Let's get it.
Let's go to Eddie in Clinton. What up, Ed? Eddie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. This steady. I'm here.
Okay, bud.
I called last week, and you know what? I'm gonna keep this same energy, the same energy I had last week, because they playing team football. Team football, from the top to the bottom, from the owner to all the owners and everything. They playing team ball, and you can feel it. I've been watching this team since I was 6 years old. I'm 58. I remember the first Super Bowl when they played the Dolphins, the undefeated Dolphins. I've been to all the parades. This feels like we get ready to have us another parade.
Woo.
We get ready to have us another parade. I feel that I'm going to keep that same energy. That same energy, man, because I feel it, man. These guys, man, number 5, something different. He's something different, man.
He is something different, man.
He's something different, man. it's a long time when you get a quarterback or any type of player that comes in the NFL and conducts himself and carries himself like he already been in the league 10 years. He's different. He's different.
I mean, dude, you're so correct. You hear enough people saying it. You hear former players say it. You hear coaches talk about it. He is an excellent football player, man. And it's getting to the point where you run out of superlatives. I just showed B-Mitch something that at NBC4, I got to go over there this afternoon, and we're doing a bunch of live stuff. And one of the things I want to talk about is Jaden Daniels. And we're running out of words to describe Jaden Daniels. And so we were curious if we could just write Jaden MF and Daniels, but I don't think the legal team
They're not going to allow that.
Nah, but that's where we're getting to.
We could think it.
Also, B, a little bit. I got two little breaking news nuggets here. One is via Twitter. This is tell me if you are familiar with this person. He tweeted me. He said, "I used to go by Richmond John, but now I'm going to go by my real name, John." And then a real one here. Ed Werder has covered the Cowboys a long time. From Ed Werder, you can follow him, Werder Ed NFL. Washington's upset of top-seeded Detroit will delay for at least another week any official interviews between the Cowboys and Dan Quinn's assistant coaches. Cliff Kingsbury is one possibility. Also, Cowboys and Anthony Lynn have recently expressed mutual interest. Lynn was the running backs coach for the Cowboys for 2 seasons under Bill Parcells. In 2006, the Cowboys finished third in rushing touchdowns, with Marion Barber ranking third among all running backs with 14 rush TDs. Lynn is the Commanders' run game coordinator and running backs coach. He's head coach of the Chargers for 4 seasons, finishing with a 33-31 record. The coaching carousel is coming. It comes for us all.
Yeah.
That Anthony Lynn will draw some interest. Now, for him to get hired,
he has to be a coordinator or
an assistant head coach, associate head coach. He is from Texas, though, and you wonder if there's some allure of going home. Something to watch.
Yeah, let's understand this, people. People in the NFL ultimately want to be a head coach. And if you're an assistant and you start getting that love, you're going to take those interviews. And if you start having success as a whole team or whatever, they're going to start coming for your guys. That's how it happens. Because I heard Detroit fans saying before the game, yeah, on the flying out there, the airplane, I flew up there to Newark, and they had a bunch of Lions fans. They started cheering, and then the Commanders fan combated that. They shut that down. And the guy said, yeah, everybody want our coaches. They try to get Aaron Glenn. They trying to get Ben Johnson because we're good. I said, but after this week, they may not want y'all. Y'all going to get beat. So, but people going to want your team. If you have success, they're going to start coming to get your coaches. They're not going to keep going after coaches that aren't good.
Dude, I had an awesome moment. You'll like this. Saturday, say it's about 7:30, right? Mm-hmm. And that kickoff was 8 o'clock. And I'm in the elevator going up to the press box. And the elevator's packed. And there was one guy in there. He wasn't being rude or anything. He was just a loud guy. Mm-hmm. And he was watching the end of Chiefs-Texans on his phone, right? And he very clearly had laid whatever that spread was. I think it was 8.5, and he needed the last half point or whatever. And he was just very loud. And as the Chiefs are clearly going to win, he says to everyone and nobody at the same time. Like, he wasn't really talking to anybody. He's just like, man, I'm telling you, he's all decked out in Lions gear. He's like, I'm telling you, we could beat Kansas City. I know we could beat Kansas City. And I just said casually, I was like, yeah, I'd focus on Washington first. And he looks over. He's like, what? I was like, you got to play Washington first here. And he's like, and then he looks at me, and I was just wearing a suit. Like, I wasn't wearing any gear, but I did, whether it was coincidence or not, have a burgundy sweater on. He said, you from Washington? I was like, yep. He's like, oh, man. And then he just jumped off the elevator. It was
Landfield, you said something that said Dan Campbell, when he told O'Connell, see you in 2 weeks in Cancun, now Landfield?
Yep, that's right.
Cancun, baby.
That was hilarious, man.
I like Dan Campbell. Detroit generally as a team I think I can root for. But I think in general, Washington is just taking dudes out, and there should be zero. Terry McLaurin said this last week. I got no fear. I got no anxiety. We're going to go in there, play our game.
He damn sure don't play like he has none.
They're not going to get some this between last week and this week.
Nah.
They played in Philly. They were in that game till about 8 minutes left. Then they played him here. If you want to play the game, Kenny Pickett played most of the game. If you watched yesterday, there's a chance Kenny Pickett plays again.
Mm-hmm.
So you play with the group that's on the field, and this group for Washington right now is surging, and I think they can't wait to get on the field
Hell
against
yeah,
Philadelphia.
man. They can play.
Philly
One
can
thing I
play,
know.
but so can Washington, man. So can Washington. So if you remember last week, I told you there was a bet out there, 10-1 before the Commanders went to Detroit. You could get 10-1 if you thought Washington was going to the Super Bowl. Now you're 60 minutes away. 60 minutes away. They go to Philly. There's a million bets you can make on the ESPN Sportsbook looking ahead to the NFC title game, or you can bet the AFC title game. Obviously, that's going to be a wild one. Bills going to Kansas City. Bills getting points there. It seems pretty damn juicy to me. Washington getting 5.5 in Philly. But if you're looking for something tonight, obviously, there's not that much juice around it, but I know I'm going to watch every damn second. Ohio State, Notre Dame tonight. If you're looking at ESPN Bet, the Buckeyes are 8.5-point favorites. The total's kind of low, 45.5. There are a million prop bets. If you want to bet Will Howard passing yards or maybe that stud freshman wide receiver, anytime touchdown, Jeremiah Love, the Irish running back, there are all sorts of player props that are pretty interesting. The action is red hot for the NCAA title game over on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. And new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. And you can unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. ESPN Plus, you can watch all the games whenever the caps are blacked out. You can watch all of that stuff. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO to get started today. You got to be in Maryland or Virginia to use the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. You must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See the app for details.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Commanders are going to the NFC Championship for the first time since the 1991 season. The Commanders beat the Lions 45-31 on Saturday night. Jaden Daniels becoming just a second rookie quarterback to defeat the number 1 seed in the conference in the playoffs. The Commanders now head to Philadelphia on Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock for the NFC Championship game. The Commanders split their 2 games with the Eagles this year, losing in Philly in Week 11 on Thursday Night Football 26-18 and beating them 36-33 in Week 16 in Washington. The Commanders, though, are going to be without Sam Cosmi. He's out for the rest of the playoffs with a torn ACL. The other playoff matchups in the divisional round, the Chiefs beat the Texans 23-14. The Bills beat the Ravens 27-25, and the Eagles beat the Rams 28-25. The AFC Championship going to be the Bills and the Chiefs. College hoops tonight, Georgetown taking on Villanova on the road. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. Get a degree, certificate, or take an enrichment course, live within 6 miles of MGM, you could go for free. The local impact grant makes it possible. Visit pgcc.edu for more info and explore the freedom to learn. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Drop.
Oh, no.
That's a Rough Riders roll. Man, what the hell is Tate talking about? Tate talking about drinking St. Ives. Oh, boy.
ST Crooked
He's
letter.
taking it way back, dog.
I think it's Richard John's birthday. So in case it is, happy birthday to Richard John. All right. I wanted to clarify that.
Go by his real name, John?
Yeah, John.
Okay.
Sorry, just John. Let's go to line 2. My man Lenny apparently is driving back from Detroit. Lenny, you there?
Yo, what up?
Yo,
What up, Lenny?
Let's go.
Did you drive to Detroit for the game?
We drove, Saturday morning. I got off work 4 a.m. We got in the car at like 5 and we made it. We made it like at 1 in the afternoon and we just
Wow.
Yeah, it's all love, man. I love it.
How was the game for you then?
At that moment, man. Hell of a trip.
Oh, yes, it was.
So we're in a
brother.
rest stop right now on our way back to DC.
That's incredible. Yo, so how was the game? That place was pretty damn intimidating early on. It was so loud.
Dude, I've never been in a louder stadium. I've really actually never been in an away game besides Baltimore, and the dome is crazy. Dude, it was crazy.
Yeah. Who was your crew driving out there?
Oh, so I'm with my boy Matt, David, Gio, Dimitri, and Angelo.
You driving a clown
Y'all
car?
must be in a big ass car or
Yeah,
something.
seriously.
Truck.
Oh man, we rented the we're in a Honda Civic. You know, we Latino.
Are you seriously?
Nah,
in a
man.
Civic?
Y'all gotta be in a Sprinter van or a damn Escalade or something.
Man, hey, dude, we haven't even been to bed. We about to make it home, and it's a good time to be alive, man. We waited. I'm 33, and I've waited my whole life for this. My mother's
love that,
Skin
Lenny.
fan, all my homies Skin fans. We from the block. It's just so good.
It's so rewarding, man. 85 the guy.
You know what, Lenny?
But it
I
was
love
so
this
dope to
call.
see, man. It was
Are
so
you
dope
gonna-
to see all the Lions fans leaving at like 10 minutes after the fourth quarter. Like they just called the game, man. But it was so dope. We were a packed house over there at Fort Field, man. It was such a great time.
Well, man, y'all make sure y'all get home safely, brothers.
For sure.
Yeah. For sure.
All right.
We're gonna try to keep y'all entertained as long as y'all can listen to us.
Buckle up in the Civic, dude. They got 8 dudes in a Civic. You got to drive over the mountains in Pennsylvania. It just snowed. Be safe out there.
That's funny, man.
So I'm a confess. I don't know who's been on hold the longest. So I'm just kind of bouncing around here. Let's go to Ty in Richmond. Ty, what you got, bud?
Hey, first just wanted to say, been a Skins fan my whole life. This is crazy. My dad and grandma always told me about the golden age of Joe Gibbs and all those Super Bowls. Never got to see it. Somehow my brothers ended up Eagles fans, so they got success before we did, but hopefully that'll change this weekend. Want to say B. Mitch, met you a while ago now when you helped start that Annandale Flag Football League, so that was great looking back on that. But
oh, wow.
Wanted to ask, I feel like a lot of people who criticize this team talk about how other teams make mistakes, and like in Tampa, oh, if Mayfield doesn't drop that ball, if they don't fumble that snap, then they win that game. And when do we start crediting Washington for forcing those mistakes consistently all season?
Well, I mean, this last game, if what's called throws interceptions, well, how about they say, well, Washington made the forced interceptions.
Sure.
They forced sacks. They forced turnovers. You know, if those people are still saying that, they're haters, just ignore them.
Well,
let your haters be your motivators, baby.
That's a good line. I'm curious about this. So did I show you the text Lauren was sending me during the game? So she finally got the kids down and she was unloading on when Pascal 93 had that late kind of dirty hit on Jaden.
I'm gonna be honest with you. What I said at that point, an offensive lineman needs to make sure he don't walk off the field.
Yeah, I think
because I'm gonna tell you, if he had hit anybody back in the day when the Hogs were there, somebody's coming in the game and he's going out the game.
So I texted Lauren to check on the girls. She said they're asleep on the couch and the refs gave them the drive with that call. They owe us a makeup. Throw that bleep out, Pascal, whatever. I need a beer and to chill out.
Well, they threw the flag on him, but the damn face mask that was never touched. That call right. Listen, I don't know who works over at the park. Somebody please get a copy of that letter that they sent and say that we shouldn't have thrown that face mask because it was stupid. That NFL, what they call it? Replay assist. Replay assist should have been in the ear saying he did not touch his face mask. Pick that flag up.
Totally.
But it doesn't work for when it's against Washington.
One thing I want to ask, and Landfill and the boys in the aquarium, you will be my test subjects on this. My wife, who is not impartial, she's very, very partial. She has loved the Skins, the Burgundy Gold her whole life, and this run, especially with my kids getting back into it, my girls are so into it, it has changed a lot. And Lauren was really mad about the announcers during the game. Now, you and I were there. I didn't get to hear the announcers, but apparently the whole conversation was about Detroit.
Yeah.
And they never really gave Washington credit. I don't know how you could watch that game and that be the case.
Well,
did you hear similarly?
I didn't hear anybody talk about it, but like what happens is a lot of time the broadcast goes with the narrative of the NFL. And Detroit has been a damn good team. And Dan Campbell has made this team come from like obscurity to where they are now. But you have to realize at the middle of the game, they get their ass kicked.
Right.
Okay, let's talk about the other team. You know, for them, it like when I look at TV a lot, and Chris Collinsworth is one of the main ones. Every time somebody get hit, the NFL might have to send him a fine. Being hit is a part of football. Okay? Being hit hard, you get hit hard. If it's illegal, I don't have a problem with you saying that. But legal hits, they start talking that trash. I will never, ever approach football that way. If you get hit and it's legal, that's how you're supposed to hit them.
The Luvu thing was that's
and
crazy.
So and then Tom, he was one of the announcers, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Then he gives the LFG award, but it's a kid-friendly show. You think any kid today with a damn phone that has social media don't know what the hell LFG means?
Yeah.
It ain't laughing for God. It's let's bleep and go. You know, come on, bro.
Yeah.
It's so stupid and weird how some of these guys do this stuff.
Landini, I know you watched Saturday night. Was the broadcast one-sided?
I'll be honest with you. I muted it. Tom Brady sucks.
So, did you have music playing or something?
No,
or
you don't laugh here, but chilling.
Did you just have no sound watching the game?
I raw dogged it.
Hold on, laugh here.
What about White Brian? Did you raw dog it, Brian? You're a married man.
No. I actually thought Brady locked in for the playoffs. I thought it was one of his better games, and he gave Jaden a lot of credit the whole game too.
Okay. All right. But you also are not of the right ilk to ask this question. My man, young Ben, is all in on the burgundy and gold his whole damn life. All he's known is suck. Ben, did you think the broadcast was one-sided?
Man, Ben's not here.
Where'd Ben go? He's got Jeff-itis this quick?
Yeah.
All right. See you later, Ben. Nice knowing you, pal. Let's get to the phone lines. Peter is in Arlington. What up, Pete?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. B. Mitch, JP, the boys in the aquarium, big fan. 26 years old, was born in 98. My whole life has been Snyder. This has been biblical. It's been amazing. I couldn't be happier. But there's one thing that I want to tell you. I had a vision at 6 in the morning on Saturday, and it kept coming to me. I kept trying to visualize success for the team. And I truly thought we were going to win by 14 points and there's going to be a pick six. My buddies actually put a couple bets in on it, and it worked. And I got to tell you, I got that same feeling going for the Eagles this Sunday. I think we're going to shock the world. I think we're going to bottle up Saquon. I think Jaden Daniels is going to go throw for 3 touchdowns. And the last thing I want to say is shout out to everyone in D.C. that's been a fan for this long. We deserve this. My boys, Mick and Jack, it's their birthday today. They're huge Commanders fans in Ohio State, so big day for them. But,
oh, wow.
You know, I couldn't be happier for the team.
I love it, man. The fact that you're out here having premonitions about pick sixes, I hope you have another one. Saturday nights, get a good night's sleep so you can have more premonitions. Yeah, I just saw this tweet, and I was thinking about this. My boy Jamal that does the Trapper Dive podcast, I think, for Hogs Haven, he just said, I think Zach Ertz is going to have a big day Sunday. Think about what this game is for Ertz.
Yeah.
And Philly traded him away. He accomplished so much in Philly. Goes to Arizona. It's going well. Then he gets hurt. Remember last week, B. Now, Ertz went, I think, 4 for 30 with a touchdown catch, a big touchdown catch. And he was blocking his ass off.
Yeah.
Detroit cut him last year. They signed him, and they were like, nah, we're good, dog. I don't know. And I know all week he's just going to take the high road and not say anything. But if I had to guess, that mattered a little.
He's a competitor, dog. And he has that, you know, that little dog in him where I want to get you back.
And now he's going to Philly for
Zach
an NFC
is very
title
much
game.
not like me. I will tell you what I'm going to do. Zach is going to just go do it, and then at the end of it, he going to come say, hey, man, good game. I'm letting you know, oh, you let me go, so I'm coming to get you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right, phone lines are packed. Keep it that way. Everybody that's on hold, we're going to get you. We're on till 2. Don't you worry. There's so much to discuss from this win about the game coming up, going to Philly. We haven't even touched on Ravens, Bills, or Rams, Eagles.
Yeah.
There was a significant period.
They got people in their town talking about them. To hell with them. We talking about our team.
B, yesterday there was a while, like third and then again late, where I was getting real close to buying a flight to LA because I gotta be there for like 4 days. And what I've learned these last 2 weeks with the Tampa flights and these Detroit flights, these Skins fans are gobbling everything up. Like if you're not on it.
The one good thing about Philly, I could drive to Philly.
Yeah.
So I got a Mardi Gras ball to go to Saturday night, so I'm coming to Philly Sunday morning. But I'm not leaving at like 12 like Rooster would. I'm gonna be leaving like 6.
Yo, Rooster was live in the Detroit press box at noon for an 8 p.m. game.
With a damn neck roll on. Rooster, what the hell was the neck roll for? I need to know.
I think we're only probably going to be in studio tomorrow. I'd like to book Chris Russell at 12:45 tomorrow. Officially consider that an extended invitation. Here's another extended invitation. Cold-ass weather. The cold-ass weather is here, and it's not going away. And if you want to make sure your residential or commercial heating system is ready to keep you warm, you better call Crop Metcalf. B, we're out here on my porch. Crop put that little split HVAC unit in there.
I like it.
How comfortable is it out here?
Hey, bro, it's nice.
Yeah, man.
I'm thinking about getting my deck covered now.
Yo, Paul Henry,
right off the house.
Paul Henry did all this, and then Crop put that in. They have changed my home. Here's what I can tell you. Let Crop Metcalf help you increase the efficiency and lifespan of your heating systems while decreasing your energy bills. Plus, the experts at Crop Metcalf can spot the small problems before they turn into big repairs, saving you cash. For peace of mind all season long, do what I do. Call the 5-star heating experts at Crop Metcalf. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. Justification. B. Mitch and Finley on a victory Monday. A victory Monday, frankly, like we've never had.
Yes.
I mean, there hasn't been an NFC title game appearance for Washington since Brian was playing all the way back in '91. I don't know this, but I would assume
we beat that game.
Yeah, Atlanta. I remember it. I remember that whole damn season. I was 9 years old and obsessed. Do you know that I was in 6th grade at Westland Middle School, and my English teacher
In a NFC title game, we beat
Detroit,
and we beat them. How bad?
I want to say it was 42-10.
41-10.
41-10. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said Atlanta there.
Beat them to get to it.
That was the division round. I believe her name was Miss Gerard, if I'm remembering correctly. And we had to turn in English assignments every week. And I just wrote about the Redskins every week. And she told me I was no longer allowed to write about football. Hey, who won that trade, Miss Gerard?
Miss Gerard, you got to let people write what the hell they want to write about. You can't dictate what they write about.
I mean, gosh, what a universe. Shout out to Mark, just dropping off a dank meal just to celebrate, man. And, dude, I don't know. Landfill, you might know this. When I was a kid, I think WJFK 106.7 was like playing music. And then it was like Howard Stern and everything. I think this is the first NFC title game appearance, like probably even for the Junkies as a show, right? They haven't been on 34 years or whatever.
Yeah.
No, they started sometime in the 90s.
The aftermath.
Yeah.
After, right? Yeah. I mean, this is pretty damn special, dude.
Am I the only guy in the station that has covered been involved with a NFC Championship game?
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
Maybe.
Landfill, you better not say nothing.
What was
Earl
Landfill
might say, yeah, you're old as dust.
What was Earl doing in '91?
Earl probably was around.
Earl was probably around.
Yeah.
Hell, Doc.
Yeah, well, Doc covered. Doc covered Jesus in the NFC Championship game.
Our friend Mama Stu is on the line and been waiting. Hello, Mama. I imagine you're fired up.
Man, I'm elated. Good morning, guys. Or good afternoon, guys. Man, I'm trying not to get emotional. The whole reason I'm a Redskin fan is because of my mom. May she rest in peace. We lost her in 2012. She was a diehard fan. She took me to RFK. And when they won that game, I promise you, it took everything in me not to just start crying. I just pointed to the sky and said, Mom, they doing it. They doing it, Mom. It was awesome. I'm trying not to get emotional because I'm just so proud of this team.
Let it flow,
and what
baby.
they've done. Jaden is a unicorn. This team is elevated around him. They all believe in each other. We finally got us a good ownership. Took me back to the Jack K. Cook days. He loved this team, just like Josh Harrison Company loved this team. I'm so fired up. I'm so looking forward to this NFC Championship. We have the awesome opportunity, y'all, to make history again. We did it with Doug being the first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl and MVP. And now we could possibly have the first rookie quarterback to not only go, but win it all. And I'm telling you right now, it's taking everything in me to just stop not to break down crying. But I'm so fired up for us. I'm so proud of this team. I love what they doing. I'm behind them 100% of the way. And let's go, man. Let's go into Philly. I know Saquon a beast. I know they defense. They got the young man from the Georgia Bulldog on the other side. But I'm taking my man Dan Quinn's mantra. Anybody, anywhere, anytime, anywhere, however way it go, I'm rocking with my mob. Let's go. Let's go. Let's take it to them. Let's bring it back to Washington. Let's get the parade. Let's do it.
Mama, I had a feeling your call would not disappoint, and man, it sure did not. Thank you so
Not
much
at
for
all.
calling. We appreciate you.
Good stuff.
Dude, I was honestly like Mama Stu. I kind of wanted to avoid the emotional stuff today outside of just the fun and joy of it all and let folks just talk and celebrate. But I did. So I had to get up butt early yesterday, landed early. I did a hit with Earl Forsey, who did a big, long show in the morning.
Yeah, I just missed it. I just landed.
Yeah. Well, dude, you'll be shocked to know that I messed up. I told him I'd be ready at 9:45, and then I landed at like 9:55, and I had to text him like, yo, I messed that up. I can do 10:20. So, Earl, hopefully I didn't mess up your show.
Yeah.
But as I was on hold kind of coming back from the break, he was talking about how his father raised him a Redskins fan and what this would mean to share it with his father. And then I start thinking about my dad. And then I start thinking about my buddy Tripp's mom, who just passed, who was a massive Skins fan. And like, when you start to get this deep into it, it does become emotional, and it does make you think about your family.
It does. It does. And I'll be honest with you, bro. When I was sitting there watching that game, well, we were doing a pregame thing. And as I talk about things, like what I would want these guys to feel and go into the game with, those are the things that I remember going into our NFC Championship game, things my dad had taught me. You know, my dad had passed away before we get to the Super Bowl, and remembering all of those lessons that it was taught. And you want to make sure that you can pass it on to somebody. You know, my son my son told me at 12 he wasn't playing football anymore because he said, everybody want me to be Brian Mitchell. I want to be an architect. And I pushed that for him. But when I look at a lot of these dudes in this team, my kids are way older than them. So I kind of look at them as like extensions. And you start thinking about all that stuff, the emotions come out of you, dog. And like I said, they brought tears to my eyes because watching this team do what they've done, this run they've been on, man, it feels good. You know, and like there were guys on the team that were fighting to be good in Dan's years, but overall you had too much BS going on.
Totally.
So the people that were doing it, you know, still cool. I always told you, I always respected Santana.
Hell yeah.
So that dude gave you everything every time. Sean Taylor, you respect those guys, but they didn't have an overall team mindset to be doing
The
it. like this
organization
team
wasn't
does.
about winning.
There you go.
And dude, you like covering the NFL for a while, seeing how teams are run. There are organizations that are just not about winning. I think you can argue Dallas isn't. Like there just are other priorities, or they're just so blinded by their own BS that they don't see the path to winning, right? Whatever it is, this organization, these dudes are about winning. And it's so apparent. And you could build a roster up. They've done so many good things. Santana Moss, who you just mentioned, is going to join us tomorrow at noon, which will be awesome.
My dog.
But like, to be this close, man, to be this close, and frankly, with a real opportunity. B, we were talking about this earlier about I think Zach Ertz is going to have something ready on Sunday in Philly. We didn't even mention, and somebody on Twitter just reminded me of this. I should.
Zacchaeus.
Not Zacchaeus. Don't forget, coming off the field, Derek Thompson just tweeted this to me. Coming off the field at Northwest, remember Sirianni tried to bucket Ertz a little bit.
Yeah.
And that just happened. And they all said it's cool. And I'm sure it's cool. But all these factors, man, are going to roll into Sunday at the link. It's going to be fun. Phone lines remain open. We got one more hour to go. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders are moving on to the NFC Championship. They beat the Lions Saturday night 45-31. Jaden Daniels becoming just the second rookie quarterback to knock off the number 1 seed in the conference. Yesterday, the Eagles beat the Rams 28-22, setting up the NFC Championship matchup. Commanders and Eagles round 3 Sunday at 3 o'clock. The Commanders and Eagles split their 2 matchups this season, each winning their game at home. Week 11, Philly won at home 26-18 on Thursday Night Football. Week 16, Washington won at home 36-33. Jaden Daniels hitting Jamison Crowder for a touchdown with just 6 seconds left to go. Now round 3 Sunday. Winner goes to the Super Bowl. Sam Cosmi is going to be out, though, for the rest of the playoffs for the Commanders. He has a torn ACL. The other divisional round matchups in the AFC, the Chiefs beat the Texans 23-14. The Bills beat the Ravens 27-25. The Bills will take on the Chiefs at Arrowhead for the AFC Championship Sunday night. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Kings yesterday 123-100. They're back in action tomorrow against the Lakers in LA. College hoops tonight, Georgetown taking on Villanova at 6 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In baseball, former Orioles outfielder Anthony Santander is going to sign with the Blue Jays pending a physical. And Saturday night in hockey, the Capitals beat the Penguins 4-1. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Bill Clinton right there, B. They got all the old presidents there, I guess.
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock on Monday, January 20th. Today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, celebrating the life and accomplishments of probably our country's greatest civil rights advocate ever. Today is also Inauguration Day. Looks like Capitol Hill is clearing out. Let's hope everything is safe and happy for all those that are celebrating.
I'm just saying, actually, one thing. Everybody wearing regular suits walking outside, right?
Yeah, no coats.
They talking about something they moved in inside. It was going to be some crazy.
The people that are outside look cold, though. Maybe they subscribe to your theory, B. Never wear a coat in the cold because you're not going to be outside that long.
There you go.
Dude, I tried that in Detroit. I didn't really bring a coat. Not the best move. Because
you got outside long.
Well, I couldn't get close enough to the damn stadium that I had to walk like 10, 15 minutes. It was so cold. There's a lot of history today, a lot of things to celebrate. But in our universe, in the universe of the B. Mitch and Finley program, the fact that the Commanders are in the NFC title game for the first time in 34 years is by far the top of the list.
And you know the first time I thought about the college playoff tonight?
10 minutes ago?
When you told me about it. I had totally forgotten about that. I am so engulfed in this team playing so well and doing what they're doing. I totally forgot about that.
Cool, because we got plenty to discuss.
Yes.
Yo, you know what I haven't thought about once?
What?
The first round draft pick.
Nah.
Although I do keep waiting for Doc Walker's mock draft. I don't know why he hasn't sent it yet.
That's KS.
I don't know why he hasn't
That's
sent
KS,
it yet.
man. That's not Doc.
You want to see an awesome text message? So I texted Doc over the weekend. We were in Detroit, and this is me just being a punk. I texted Doc Friday at 10:15. Hey, how's the mock draft coming? He replied Saturday morning, the Raiders are interviewing ex-Commanders and Panthers head coach Ron Rivera for their head coaching duties. Touche, Doc. Touche.
There you go. There you go.
B. Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you. If it ain't Rude, Bri,
it ain't right.
Plus, if you're driving around on Sunday, we're going to be live all damn day for this NFC title game. Coverage starts live on 106.7 The Fan at 9 a.m. You can listen to the game here, Westwood One coverage. Westwood One does a phenomenal job broadcasting NFL games, and we'll have post-game with the DOC.
Yep.
Going to be dope. But as we do.
I went on with Doc before the game.
Okay, Doc did pregame maybe?
I
That was a late
did like
game.
a 3-something hit with him.
Okay. I did.
It was fun.
I did 7:30 with Denton and Linnell from the press box.
I was sitting in the lobby.
All right.
Of the hotel.
We got an Amazon driver in Laurel on line 6. Hello, sir.
What's
or
up,
ma'am.
brother?
How do you do?
Hey, guys. How's everybody today?
Oh, we're good, man. How you doing?
Let me turn this heat down for a second. I'm doing great. First of all, I want to apologize to anybody I delivered to Laurel on Saturday. I was in a little hurry to get back from the game, so packages might not be in an optimal position.
It's cool with me, dude. Just throw them out the truck.
It's all good.
I mean, I slowed down a little bit, you know. But
You know
yeah,
what?
I'm so
I
excited.
think back to my newspaper delivery days. I know what you mean.
There you go, B-Mitch. So
Appreciate
Saturday, I started off, you got to wear your Amazon uniform. Once I got out on the street, I put on my B-Rob jersey. And I tell you what, everybody must listen to this show because I'm riding down the road and people are slowing down, rolling down their windows, yelling out, "Why not us?"
Why not us?
Hell yeah.
You know who texted me, why not us today? Hey,
Rev
thank you,
T,
brother.
God bless you.
Appreciate
Yes,
you.
sir.
Rev T out here motivating the people.
There you go, baby.
You know who texted me, why not us
Who
today?
that?
Our guy Pratha.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
He texted me.
He said the same thing to me.
Good morning. Why not us? 60 minutes away, baby. Drew
yeah.
on line 2. What up, Drew?
I'm just overwhelmed today. So that game yesterday was great. But I was trying to think about how to think about this, and my word for the day is "and." It's we said this early, JP. We can rebuild and win at the same time, but we could also remember the past greatness of this team and look ahead at what's coming. Right? I mean, I can remember going with my dad and mom, but now Alex coming up this Friday, so Jerry and I can go to the Eagles game. So and Saturday was great, awesome win in Detroit. That place was rocking, and we're not done yet, and we still got to go beat the Eagles and get to New Orleans and win that one, and you take all these ands in and it really can fill you up and kind of it's just amazing. So, love you guys, love this show, love this team. This is a historic weekend for us, and we're not done yet. So
I love that.
You guys in Philly and New Orleans, guys.
Keep
Drew,
it going, man. Keep the ands going, baby.
Drew, I'm gonna give you an and. You were in Tampa and Detroit, and because of travel schedules and lots of stuff, I wasn't able to meet up for a drink. Saturday night, I'm going to do a show live from 7 to 8, and assuming I can find you guys after, I'm up for a drink in Philly. Let's
okay, that's a good way to start celebrating Sunday, man. We got to win in Philly, and all the Washington fans that are listening should make that. We got to take over the link.
Ooh, that's
gonna be a hard move right there.
Order, dog. That's like storming the beach in Omaha. Thank you, Drew. Appreciate you, brother.
Okay, JP. I'll see you Saturday.
All right, see you, buddy.
Yeah, you can go to Chicky and Pete's. Go to Chicky and Pete's.
I don't know where we're. It's pretty dope, actually. Channel 4 is all in.
You said at Weston, right?
Yes. Is there a Chicky and Pete's downtown?
No, just come straight up Ball Street. It's only about 3 miles, 2-3 miles.
Well, that's an interesting thing because we're going to do a live all ears Saturday night from 7 to 8. So we're going to have a live hour-long show previewing the game the next day on Channel 4.
It's going to take a whole hour for your ears to finish the show.
It's a lot of ears.
Oh, yeah.
But I think location is still TBD. So we could be down by the stadium, which wouldn't surprise
And
me.
it's right
Chicken
there.
and Pizza's right there. So you might be onto something.
To get you to reach out. If you're going to do it, I'll reach out to Pete early.
Okay, we'll do.
That's the only way you're going to get in on a damn Friday night.
Well, I don't know that they're going to want a whole gang of Burgundy and Gold fans showing up.
Money is green, right?
Money is
Okay,
green.
There we go.
Maybe we could do a show there.
Your lack of your money is still good.
Would they want to do a TV show there?
Never know with Pete.
Okay, that's just something because
I'll give you his number. You call him and talk to him.
You know what I don't necessarily want to do?
What? Be outside?
Be outside for an hour.
You don't want to have to wear that thick jacket. I understand.
Line 3, Drab's favorite caller, Co from the Foe. What up, Co?
What's up, man, on this Victory Monday, man? Woo!
Woo!
Hey, one question, side note, man. I've been on hold for a long time. You guys threw me off. Hey, JP, did they call that show All Ears because of you?
I don't know.
Have you never seen JP's ears?
I don't know how they came up with the name, Co.
Ears, but I'm just saying that the network go ahead and coordinate that with JP. That's all I want to
No,
know. 'Cause what is the wisdom
JP named the show.
If you can't make fun of yourself, who can you make fun of, Co?
Yeah. It is there, man. But look, look, I called it last week, man. I don't know y'all remember my call, B-Mitch, but I told you what had to be done to go in there. We had to go in there and do what? Punch him in the mouth.
There you go.
When
You did say that.
That first handoff, Fowler came around that edge. Ayah! There go, we got that pink chick from Q-Dog. What Lou do? Ayah! Put him on the sideline blue tent. We didn't care nothing about him. It was all clean within them lines. We kept punching them out in about 4 quarters. They was ready to give it up, baby. It's just that simple. Now, I was way confident in Tampa Bay. I was confident in Detroit because Detroit ain't never been nowhere. They never done that. Now, this we going up the street to see our big brothers. We know what it's about up there. We got to take the same mindset, and we go up there and play 4 quarters of hard-nosed football like we be doing the last 8 quarters. I'm all right with the outcome, man. You know, because I'm going to give Philly his credit. What credit is due, that's our big brother. And for real, instead of trying to emulate Detroit, we're really trying to emulate them because Detroit, they ain't going to do nothing. They ain't going nowhere now. Especially we got JD Fowler at NFC. We see we do this year. NFC might be coming through Washington the next couple of years. So we going to see how this play out for us. I'm daggone hyped up, man. I can sit here and talk to y'all forever about this crew. I'm happy to be a fan. Man, I can't wait, man.
Thank you, Co. Appreciate you, buddy. We're going to keep the phone lines going. TJ is in D.C. TJ, what up, man?
Hey, Mitch, what's good, fellas?
Chilling, babe.
Hey, man, I want to give some credit pie to the whole Redskins organization, the true fans, the affiliates, all of it. We deserve this. But I also want to give consolation pies to Ben Johnson for not getting that job and to the Chicago Bears for leaving JD on the table for us. Appreciate you guys for that.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, dude. You know what?
Hey,
This popped up on my Twitter this morning, B. And I want to give him credit because you and I have knocked some of his takes and certainly some of the suit colors he wears. Orlovsky, a video was circulating from about a year ago, mid-February. Orlovsky came out and said, I would take Jaden Daniels number 1.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
well, he was right about that.
He was right about that one. And I'm not ready to count out Caleb. Caleb, if you could figure out Chicago, which I'm not sure is quite doable, but if you can, I'm not saying that's a broken organization, but Jaden is that dude.
Yep.
Let's go to Alex in Rockville, line 5. What up, Alex? How you doing, bud?
Hey, JP, B-Mitch, what a day. Listen, I've been reminiscing about this whole season, right? Been a long-time fan, been in the area since 82. When I compare the season to the Super Bowl runs, the 4 Super Bowl runs, those were dominant teams. They weren't on this roller coaster ride that kept you on the edge of the seat. And the thrilling performance from Jedi 5, it's surreal. I can't get over how poised and good he is. But what stood out to me this weekend, when I was watching the Ravens game yesterday, they have two great running backs, one unbelievable running back, and they wouldn't run the ball. And then when I look at the game that Kingsbury called, man, they were committed to that run. In the fourth quarter, in one of the drives, they ran it 6-7 times down their throats to seal the deal. I think this is just an incredible ensemble of staff, of people who have just come together and made this thing something really, really special. I've never seen it. I'm enjoying it. It's a thrill. I had a gut feeling they would win against Detroit. I have a gut feeling they're going to win against Philadelphia. God knows what happens if they win this week, but we're in a good spot. I'll take my quarterback, our quarterback, against any one of those guys, those 3 other teams, any day of the week. Thank you.
Thanks,
Why
buddy.
not us, baby?
Great call. I will say, well, maybe we look at the other games tomorrow, but that Ravens-Bills game last night was wild. Derrick Henry getting 16 carries, dominated the third quarter, and then they got away from him. But when they went for two, the first time they went for two, not at the end, but the first time, and they motioned Derrick Henry out of the backfield, my wife said to me, why? That one I will not understand. Maybe you go play action. I'm not saying you have to run it right there, but why motion him out of the backfield?
He should be getting the ball.
I think so too, but
or making you think he's going to get the ball.
He definitely shouldn't be motioned out of the backfield. Let's go to Ryan in DC on line 8. Ryan, what up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I got a long history with this team going back. I'm pretty sure Cat Boys used to take care of this team back when I was in the restaurant hospitality, that world. Now I'm watching this one with my 17-year-old son, and B-Mitch, you're talking about emotions. Watching that game Saturday night, my voice was shot. And we were at a sports park and just screaming, him screaming, watching his reaction to what was happening on the TV and on that field will be something I'll always remember it. It's something I've looked forward to since landing in Virginia at the end of 95 when I was 15. I remember D-Mitch and that 91 squad beating the Bills when we were living in California, stationed at the Naval Postgraduate School. It's been a hell of a ride, and like everybody else has said, there's something special about this crew and this team that hasn't been felt in a long time. And I tweeted you, JP, that it feels like that second Gibbs go around. There's that hype about it, but there's something else on top about it. And this run, regardless of what happens on this next game coming up, I'll always remember this run. It's been so fun for us, and I appreciate y'all and what y'all cover and everything y'all do on the radio and JP on the TV, and I appreciate you guys. Y'all have
appreciate
fun
you,
today.
bro. Thank you.
All right, man.
But here's what we're not doing. Everybody should be thankful and appreciative, and this is awesome. But this ain't over, and we're not talking about it in any sort of past tense. It's been an incredible 2 games. There might be 2 left. There's definitely 1 left, and I, for one, just can't. Dude, we haven't had a chance to talk about this yet. I thought Kingsbury was so freaking good Saturday night. The script to come out early, because think about it, they went right down the field both times.
Yeah.
And I know they got stopped on the 4th down. Clearly, there was something funky on that play. I also think the spot sucked, and it was a first down anyway. But Kingsbury, we talked about Joe Witt and them generating turnovers and DQ overseeing all these things. I thought Cliff, in this playoff run, has been fantastic.
He has been.
And the caller right there, I think it was Ryan, said, I remember that Joe Gibbs 2.0 run and how exciting that was, and this one feels different. It feels different because you got a stud quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And in Washington, that hasn't been the case in a very, very long time.
Long time.
It's crazy to think about what is. I'm a huge believer that the notion that opportunity knocks is true and utter BS. Opportunity does not knock. Life is not about the people that wait around and expect life to come to them.
Mm-hmm.
Life is about seeing an opportunity and kicking the MFing door down. And that's what this Washington team is doing.
Hey, the thing about it is, once you're there, you don't have to say, I got to wait the next time. No. If you're already there, become who you want to be.
There were 2 teams on the field in Detroit. One of them was going to win.
There you go.
There was no rule against it being the road team.
Why not you make it?
Why not us?
There you go, man.
Rev T. Why not? Now, if you're looking for something else, if you're looking for more, when it comes to your appliances, you better call the good folks at Better. That's right. They do repairs. They do new installations. They can do anything you want. They fixed my dryer at my house. They fixed my dishwasher. I've since gotten a new dishwasher from them. I got a KitchenAid. They got a million rebates going. They have a showroom open in Kensington, Maryland. listen, Better's been really good to me. CK, the cluster buster at the station, asked me what I thought, and I texted him. He called Better to go help his parents out. Like, this is a really well-run company, Bettar. Now is the time to replace your appliances if they aren't quite working, because there are huge savings, especially on KitchenAid. You can get up to $3,000 in rebates. Plus, their business is going so well, they're trying to hire right now. They need major appliance techs. If you're in the market, hit them up. You might get a new job, make some cash, baby. Better is a family-owned small business specializing in major appliance repairs located in Kensington, Maryland. Call them today just like I did. BetterAppliance.com. That is better, Bettar. You better get better, BetterAppliance.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders go into the NFC Championship after they beat the Lions Saturday night 45-31. Now they'll take on the Philadelphia Eagles for round 3 on the season. That'll kick off Sunday at 3 o'clock. We'll have coverage for you all day right here on the Fan. The Commanders and Eagles 1-1 against each other during the season. Week 11, Philadelphia won at home 26-18 on Thursday Night Football. Week 16, Washington won at home 36-33 with Jaden Daniels finding Jamison Crowder for a touchdown with 6 seconds to go. Sam Cosmi is going to be out for the rest of the playoffs for the Commanders. He has a torn ACL. The other divisional round matchups, the Chiefs beat the Texans 23-14, and the Bills beat the Ravens 27-25. Bills and Chiefs Sunday night for the AFC Championship. College hoops tonight, Georgetown taking on Villanova at 6 o'clock on the road. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In baseball, Anthony Santander agreed to a 5-year deal with the Blue Jays worth $90 million. And in hockey over the weekend, the Capitals beat the Penguins 4-1. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Getting a ton of tweets of people that are watching the show and listening to the show. Appreciate y'all. Obviously, it's a ton of fun right now knowing Washington's going to Philly with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, you get to go play your division rival that you split the series season with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, Brian, as a player, could you ask for much more than that?
Nope.
Just the opportunity, right?
All you want is opportunity. Many people never get that. I think that right there does it for you. If you get the chance to go do it, you can do some amazing things with just an opportunity, because there are those who don't think you're supposed to be there, and you make sure that you prove them wrong. Let them find out.
Totally. F around and find out.
There you go.
We've just been doing phones because, to me, today's just about fans, honestly. Like, there's so much for us to examine as we get into Philly week, and we'll be in Ashburn Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're going to get Philly people on the show all week. We got Darryl Green coming on the show this week, Santana Moss coming on the show this week. It's going to be a huge week. But today, even though the game was Saturday night, is about, they went to Detroit, and nobody thought they'd win, and Vegas had them as the biggest underdog on the board, and they kicked Detroit's
How much money do you
ass.
think Vegas lost on that one?
I think they made a lot. I think everybody bet Detroit.
They did? With that big of a spread?
Because otherwise they would have moved it down. They moved it down late because people started betting the Skins. Let's go to Chris in Occoquan. Chris, you been to every home game this year?
Every home game, 12 rows back from the 45. Got super lucky moving my seat the year Snyder sold. And first and foremost, B. Mitch and Finley, I've been listening. I'm born in 86. You guys are the beginning of this. When Chad Dukes got replaced by you guys, we have the best radio show in all of sports, and that's you two. And all I can say is, guys, I started in Tampa this year. I flew down by myself, went and saw my mom on her birthday, took the L on the chin, didn't stop. My girlfriend, no lie, from Poland. We're planning on going to Bourbon and Beyond Festival. What's Monday? Monday night, Cincinnati. I didn't get to go to RG3 Saints game. My dad and my brother went, and that's all they talked about. I went to the Cincinnati game. That's when I knew. That's when I said 12-5. That's what I said 12-5. Guys, what we are experiencing is Finley, this is what our parents had. And now, oh my God, a chance to go to Philly? That's who we want. We didn't want the Rams. We want Philly. We want their fans to know we want Hurts, and I want Hurts healthy, because you've got to beat Goliath. If we beat Goliath, It's destiny. It's done. It's in the books. We're going to take it. All I can say is this year's been a dream. Last year was an absolute nightmare. I've been going to games since my whole life. My dad worked for Budweiser. I was blessed enough to get to go to 1 million games. I'm blessed enough to be able to do this now. To just go through all that, to go through loss after loss after loss, hopes, nothing. And we get a rookie. We get Josh Harris. We get this buying group. We get Dan Quinn, who comes in with a staff, not just a little playbook. And I'm telling you right now, Cliff ain't going nowhere next year. He loves the kid. This is like the Lions of last year. They're going to stick together for just a little bit because what we are experiencing is magic. And nobody has ever experienced a rookie quarterback who can put a team on his back without a top 5 defense. Roethlisberger and Flacco, they were riding some of the best defenses we've seen in history. And don't get me wrong, this defense is starting to gel. That Lattimore addition, we watched Lattimore get a full week of practice, and what did we see? We saw Lattimore ball out.
Difference,
we were able to see the defense adjust to the run because we don't need to have so many corners on DBs on the field. Saquon's going to get his yards, but, man, they ain't getting tutties. They're going to get field goals. I'm telling you, we're going into Philly, guys. We're winning it. I love you guys. Best sports radio in the freaking world. I love you guys.
Thank you,
Let's
brother.
Freaking go.
Appreciate you, brother, man.
Thank you, man.
That's emotion right
what
there.
What a call
bro.
right there, man.
That listen, bro. That he feeling that, man, and that's something that's been around. He been wanting to talk about that for a while, bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Good
mean,
stuff.
dude, that is real. That is very, very real. And I think he's speaking for a lot of people, man. And hell, we did the thing. When did you know they were legit? For me, it was Cincy.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching, I don't know what it was some like, oh, dude, you know what it was? It was PFT Commenter made his own hype video for the Detroit game. Did you watch that?
Nah, I haven't watched it. I saw somebody had talked about it earlier.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. I think I dropped it in the thread over the weekend, but you were doing it. And he showed the Monday Night Football game, the highlight on Monday Night Football. And that throw to Terry, there have been so many throws this year. Obviously, the Hail Mary, honestly, the throw to Diami in that Detroit game.
That was
so
sweet.
many. The first deep shot they hit to Terry in the Tampa game. There's so many of them, right? But that throw to Terry in that moment on Monday Night Football against the Bengals was so electric that it may be a defining. I mean, honestly, B, and this might sound stupid, but the deep shot I remember in my brain the most, Monday Night Football, or maybe it was Sunday Night Football, against them in the Meadowlands against the Giants when y'all started undefeated, but had really struggled against the Giants, and Rip hit Gary Clark deep for that touchdown off play action. And like that is just permanently ingrained in my brain. That touchdown throw to McLaurin has entered that territory in my brain.
Oh, yeah.
And there's not a lot of territory in my brain that still functions at a high level. So for me to have those two in there is pretty important, man. Yo, this is your day. Phones are open all day. Fred is in Bristow. Fred, what up, man?
Guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm 74 years old. I've been a fan of Washington since 62. And I'll tell you, this just brings back the memories of the Cook years when they owned the team. Back to Theismann and Jurgensen, Kilmer, all those guys. And back then, you always had a feeling that we were going to go somewhere. Every year we had a chance. And I never thought I'd get that feeling again before I died, especially when Snyder took over. And I'll tell you, the change, it's been, this season is like a perfect storm, literally. I mean, everything had to come together to make what's happening happen. And you'd asked, I don't know if it was you or Grant and Danny, whether or not I had high confidence in the win against Detroit. And back then, last week, I said, yes, I do. And you asked, well, what has to happen for them to win? And I said, it's not one player. It has to be every player on that team has to stand up and play mistake-free football. And they did. They did it as a team. They've done it all year as a team. They're clutch as a team. And I have no doubt that they're going to beat Philly and they're going to win the Super Bowl. And we will have the first rookie quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. I think they're destined for that. I literally do. And the feeling that we have right now as a fan that I have is one I never thought I'd have. And all I can say is, "Ow!"
All right, baby.
Appreciate that. That was great.
Good calls today, bro.
Yeah, dude. You and I have maintained, I thought they would win in Tampa. I thought they could win in Detroit. It's Monday, and I don't want to start counting chickens, and I'm not trying to, like, fight with anybody in Philly. I got to do a Philly radio hit, TV hit later on this evening. I think they're going to win.
Yeah.
It's like,
listen, man,
I think they're going to win.
And it's not a stretch, and it's damn sure not just talking trash or being dismissive, but if this team haven't given you confidence over these last, let's just say, from the beginning of the year, yes. But the last 8 games in a row, the way that they played, they closed out 6 in a row in the last play. They went to the playoffs, and they basically have dominated. If you don't think they have a chance, then you're not really a fan. I mean, or you're a fool, one of the two.
Or you're just too nervous, whatever. All right, I don't know what's going on. Line 3 is Bobby in Alexandria. I don't know what the commentary means here. So, Bobby, what's up, man?
What is happening, guys?
What's
Head
up?
to the Commanders, and I am over the moon and have been all season long. But I remember back when you were messing with B. Mitch about the tutu, and I'm just wondering, if we get to the Super Bowl, would you take 1980 style earrings and clip them on your ears and do a segment?
Huh?
You want me to put some hoop earrings on? Or
No, he going to wear a tutu. I had on like sweatpants. He said he going without the sweatpants.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to wear a tutu without the sweatpants?
Yeah, just my drawers.
That'll do, man. That'll do.
I'll wear a leotard.
He said that'll do.
I remember he was ragging on you. B. Mitch, he was ragging the whole time. And then I was like,
Oh, yeah.
maybe he should put on some big, giant 1980s hoop earrings. And then, even the
I'll
score.
get some tights.
But,
there's a ballerina, right? So would I be a ballerino?
I don't know.
I don't even.
I have not taken no ballerina.
Yeah.
Where do I get ballerina tights?
No ballet with me, bro.
Thanks for the call, bud. Landfill, you could Google that wherever I get ballerina tights. Or
no tights.
Ballerino
you go
tights.
the legs out there.
What-
Go with it, baby. Legs.
I think I'd have to do some manscaping before I could just let these legs loose.
We do not care. We know what you said, and we're going to hold you to it.
We got to make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. Great and Danny coming on at 2. Bro, I got at least 3 buddies of mine have sent me screenshots of Super Bowl bets they put in on the skins, and now all the websites, FanDuel, ESPN Bet, DraftKings, they're all offering them cash out offers.
Big ones?
I mean, 4
You know how big
figures.
the deal? Hey, man.
Yo, and to a man, my boy Lee, he's like, I was like, what's the number that you'll listen to? He's like, the full amount. Like, they're letting it ride.
Got Mark. Mark has like 2 or 3 of them down there.
Bro, I also wanted to be sure. I don't remember the name. Landfill, maybe you remember the name. But so many people have responded about the dude that called in and was clearly emotional. Talking about his dad worked for Budweiser.
That was real. That was real emotion there, bro.
I've never heard this, but I got a tweet from Scotty G. He said that caller should go into the Call of Fame.
We got to get that.
That's a Call of Fame call right there, man.
Landfill, we got to get that and when you bring it like this, you could get into this select group.
Do you know, Landfill, do you remember what that dude's name was? I think Ryan. Maybe not. Okay. We got one last caller on the line. That was Chris. Okay. Chris, you're in the Call of Fame, bro. We need to hear from you next week. Last call of the day. Ray is in Northeast DC. What up, Ray?
What up, Ray?
What up, fellas? Look, oh, man, I waited. I'm glad I got through. Look, I know Inauguration Day is the day, but ours was last year when we got that new staff in here. That was our real Inauguration Day, where we got a brand new regime and got out that awful regime we had before. But real quick, had y'all thought about this? I don't know why it hit me at like 4 a.m, but it did. This is eerily, and I just tweeted it to you, JP, but this is eerily similar to that Aaron Rodgers run that he had in his second year, except for it's Jaden's first year. First game, they won it. The second game was on the road, and they blew out a high-seeded team. The third game, they're going to a division rival against an injured quarterback, right, and a young guy. And then if they do that, they go on and win the Super Bowl. It looks almost exactly like that, and I'm hoping history plays out that way because Jaden's doing it a year earlier because I think he's better. He's a better person, a better leader, but I think we got a shot, fellas. I just wanted to say that. Thanks,
right, bro.
Hey, keep the show going. The show is amazing.
Thanks,
you, man.
buddy. Dude, hell yeah, they have a shot.
Hell yeah.
Like, there's nothing they have more than a shot.
No need, if we didn't believe they had a shot, I don't think I'd be sitting there talking and feeling like I'm feeling because they
only
have
2 teams playing.
I believed early, but they have made me even more of a believer.
I got something for you, B.
What you got?
Adam Peters, general manager of the Washington Commanders, has been in 5 of the last 6 NFC Championship games.
Damn.
How about a fella by the name of Nick Allegretti? It was a 7th round pick in 2019. In his entire NFL career, he's only been in conference championship games.
Wait, he was with
Kansas City. Some of that stuff matters, man.
And Nick played.
Yo,
he played on a Saturday night, bro.
Tough as nails, dude.
Yep.
Tough as nails. We got a college football title game tonight. Let's make some bets.
Do we?
Yes. All right.
Gather around.
All righty. It's a new week. New week, new us.
Totally.
No Jeff. Jeff's 0-1. Should we give Jeff a break because he's actually sick this time?
Nope. 0-1. That's the rule. You're not here. I won't care. We'll make no excuses.
All right. Sorry, Jeff.
Some people play injured.
Yeah, that's right. Some people play hurt.
And, some people don't.
All right. White Brian, lead us off, buddy.
Bravion Henderson to score a touchdown.
That's the Buckeyes running back, right?
Yep.
Okay. Landini.
Do they have the receiver to score a touchdown?
What's his name? Smith?
Yeah.
I'm sure they
Number
do.
4. That's his number, right? 4?
Yeah, Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah Smith. I'm going to take him. And what's the point spread?
8.5.
Give me Notre Dame.
Ooh, you like the Irish tonight.
I'm taking the plus 8.5.
Are you at all? Do you remember that Notre Dame Bama title game?
Yeah.
Back when Saban had that cooking?
That.
I took Notre Dame in that game, and Bama beat the hell out of them.
I also remember Ohio State playing Michigan earlier this year.
That's true. That's true. Landini, what do you like?
Ohio State.
Me and
minus 8.5. Landfill, are you taking money line?
Nah, you can't take the money line. The
Oh,
money line's probably
good.
minus
Minus
350.
-8.5. Okay, good.
Whenever
you're going against me, you're gonna lose.
Well, then I am too. Me and the professor
Y'all
both
both
taking the
gonna lose.
Buckeyes tonight. B taking Notre Dame. White Brian.
I'm talking to Sister Ann down in the French quarters.
Listen, if my priest is listening, I took Notre Dame, but the real people listening, I will say this, and this should make you nervous. Jeff's been betting on Notre Dame every step of the way.
But he's not here this week. Today. He did me a favor by staying on.
Yo, absolutely awesome day. Thank you to all the callers, man. B and I talked about it this morning. Like, we just wanted this to be a day to celebrate. Tomorrow, all eyes on Philly. Thank you to Charlie Batch for joining us. Sunday's going to be wild, man. Me and B will be on in and out on these pregame shows. I just think it's a testament to what this station recognizes what football means in this city. The game's at 3, and we're on the air at 9.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's it, baby.
I love it. Thank you to all the callers. Thank you to Charlie Batch. Tremendous conversation with Charlie Batch. We got a packed show tomorrow. It's my understanding we were able to book Chris Russell. Grant and Danny coming your way.
I hope he's back, man.
I hope so, too. I think he's on a bus in Toledo. Grant and Danny coming your way. Next, you made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Commanders are moving on to the NFC Championship game. They beat the Lions on Saturday night 45-31. Jaden Daniels becoming just the second rookie quarterback to take down the number 1 seed in the conference. Now the Commanders go on the road to take on Philadelphia for the third time this season in the NFC Championship game. First time in the NFC Championship since the 1991 season. It'll kick off Sunday at 3 o'clock. We'll have coverage for you all day. The Commanders and Eagles split their pair of matchups this season. The Eagles won in Week 11 at home, 26-18 on Thursday Night Football. The Commanders returned the favor in Week 16 with a 36-33 win in Washington. Sam Cosmi, he's going to be out for the rest of the playoffs for Washington. He tore his ACL in the game Saturday night, and the AFC Championship is going to be the Bills at the Chiefs on Sunday night. College football national championship tonight. Ohio State taking on Notre Dame. That's going to kick off at 7:30. College hoops, Georgetown in action against Villanova. That'll be a 6 p.m. tip-off on the road. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In baseball, Anthony Santander is signing a 5-year deal with the Blue Jays worth $90 million. And over the weekend in hockey, the Capitals beat the Penguins 4-1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
A very pleasant, good Monday afternoon from your pals, Grant and Danny. Here to do a show I wasn't sure we'd ever get to do. I didn't know if anyone would ever get to do it. I knew you and I wouldn't.
Not us.
Our show wouldn't last
No.
long. Not until the 2030s, the 2040s. Who are we, the junkies? Just going to be doing shows for 30, 40 years? Someone might get to do this show. It wasn't going to be us. The Washington Commanders are headed to the NFC Championship game. If you hear me smiling, it's because my lips are filled with smiles.
That's the reason.
Danny, when I say that, I just laugh.
That's all I could do was laugh. I was laughing.
This is amazing. This is awesome. It's also hilarious.
Check.
This is the best. They went to Detroit and whooped the Lions. Whooped them. 2-touchdown win as a 10-point dog. Got an amazing show planned for you today. Redskins legend Joe Theismann at 3. He was tweeting like we were. He was just going nuts. Wanted to get him on. He stops by in an hour. Tress Way, the longest tenured member of the organization. He has been through some stuff. He's seen some stuff.
Yeah.
He will be on the show today at 3:30. Jay Gruden will stop by to analyze Jaden Daniels and the offensive output. I could just cut to the chase on that one. Pretty darn good.
Good.
That's at 5. And Todd Jacob at 6, who's done some deep dives and some digging into this VR thing that Jaden Daniels uses, that every young quarterback ever should use. And if teams haven't already planned on
then
getting
you're
that
behind.
Added to their building right here and right now, what are you doing? That's Jaden Daniels says what has made his season possible. So we'll talk to Todd at 6 o'clock. But man, oh man, Danny, let's party.
Hello, NFC Championship game. Yeah, I'd like to make a reservation, please, for next weekend. How many in your party? 1, 2, 3, 53. Great, we'll see you then. Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? I understand. We're going to talk about the Detroit game. We're talking about the fact that they got to play, one of their nemesis in Philadelphia who I hate so much. The way that they never let any of the nonsense, any of the adversity that was striking in real time slow them down. That ridiculous face mask call that was not a face mask. A system designed to prevent those things from happening goes, well, we're pretty much helpless there. Sorry. Detroit walks down for a touchdown. The place is going crazy.
It's fine, man. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We'll be fine. Watch this. They haven't run the ball for what, 2 months? Watch this. We'll slam it right down your fat faces. We'll slam it right down your throat. Your offseason just opened up, Detroit. You got plenty of time to interview with the Raiders. Benny, call another trick play. He's an offensive genius, by the way. Their offense is great, but I'm rolling. Go be weird somewhere else and cancel interviews at the 11th hour, you squirrely weirdo. The basketball guys taxed that butt is what we did. Sorry about it. They went to Detroit and were the better football team. Detroit walked down and scored first drive. Doesn't matter. There is no panic. There is no reason this is happening other than Jaden Daniels and Pixie Dust. Whatever you want to call it, it's happening. It's happening.
They beat the Lions at their own game.
Yes, they outlines them.
If you told me they're going to Detroit and 76 points are getting scored, I'd have said, oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
All right, well, fun while it lasted. Yeah. Washington scoring 30, I had that one. That one was easy. The Lions' defense has stunk most of the year. They've got a million injuries. And by the way, Detroit had 3 DBs go down in the game. That's unfortunate for them. I'm going to take that break, and I'm going to make the most of it. Jaden Daniels has been playing at an exceptional level, really most of, if not the entire season, save for a couple of weeks. But in the playoffs, nobody's been better than this guy. So, again, scoring 30 points, no problem. It was the how on earth are you ever going to stop the Lions question that I couldn't answer. Because I thought Jahmyr Gibbs could get whatever he wanted whenever he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And he did. He averaged 7.5 yards per carry like he was playing at Baylor in the Big 12, taking on Texas A&M or something. 14 attempts for 105 yards for him. Should have been probably more than 14 attempts. They turned the Lions over 5 times. That's the thing that's so amazing about this run is that their flaws haven't proven fatal.
Mm-hmm.
That the things that they either don't do well or can't do at all have not cost them dearly. Defensively, they gave up 521 yards. 521.
Yeah.
The Lions averaged 7.7 per play, and they're at home now. They can book their flights and their vacations, and they can get their golf clubs shined up and ready to go because despite 68 plays at 7.7 a pop and 521 overall. That's top offensive performance in a 5-10 year span.
Upper percentile. Yep.
I mean, there might not be a better playoff performance in terms of efficiency offensively for the next 5 years. Didn't matter because you picked off Jared Goff not once, not twice, but 3 times. And you picked off a wide receiver who made an ill-advised decision along the way. They're +6 in turnover margin. The number one reason they're still playing, Jaden Daniels. The number 2 reason, they're +6 in turnover margin.
That's the story. That's the story. Because I don't know how to say this better, because turnovers are stops, right? That's it. You get credit for the turnover. That the sack fumble from Dorrance Armstrong, unheralded, made a play, right? When the interception, when Jared Goff throws an ill-advised pass when he has a guy open far shorter, that falls into your arms, Quan Martin, you return it for a touchdown. That's the stop that's making a play. But put that aside for a second.
How about Quan Martin, by the way?
You have a day. Enjoy yourself.
Have
Appreciate
a season.
You. Yeah, that's true.
Quietly, just an unsung, outstanding player in the secondary.
And good for him, too, because remember, his first few weeks, he was unplayable. Remember? When they trotted him out there? And
they literally didn't play him, but he never really struggled immensely. He just didn't get on the field. The guy that couldn't play is no longer here. That's Emmanuel Ford.
He couldn't play more.
Yeah.
But, then, of course, Sanders still has a day, too. But you get credit for those things. But down in, down out, they did not stop Detroit. Detroit's not stoppable. I mean, you look at the yardage totals. You look at the average per carry per reception. Gaudy. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 8 for $137. Jahmyr Gibbs, 6 for 70. Sam Laporta, 6 for 51. With one of the great plays I've ever seen in my life. Just Spider-Man style, sticky fingers, that one-handed touchdown. You go, how do you beat this team?
That ball was past him.
Yeah, here's how.
That ball, he caught that ball when it was in the first row.
Yeah.
I still don't, he like a guy with a popcorn bucket in one hand and a beer in the other, had the ball hit him in the chest, and Laporta reached over the wall and said, I got this, and brought it back.
It was like a dude perfect catch with a secret guy in a green suit that they edited out later in post, somehow put it in his hand. Remarkable. Lost by double digits. Shut it. Go away. Unbelievable, man. unbelievable. Every fourth down, no problem, no problem, no problem. You can't do anything to them. They are on that magic ride. And who knows if they win this weekend or not. I'll take my chances, though. They're underdogs, and they probably should be. Let's go get in another fight and see what happens.
I absolutely think they'll win this weekend. They may not. The Eagles are really, really good. The Eagles are better than them.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, the same way the Astros are better than the Nationals.
Right.
The same way the Dodgers are better than the Nationals.
Same way the Bucks were better than the Commanders.
Yeah.
Same way the Lions were definitely better than the Commanders. Number one, you got Jaden Daniels. So that's the initial antidote, is that the way he's playing at this moment, nothing else really matters at all.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the better coach? Do you have the better team? Do you have the better... Stop talking. Do you have Jaden Daniels or not?
Well, yes, I do. Look at that.
And if he's playing at the level this weekend that he has the last two games, then he is whiteout. He is the eraser. He makes everything else okay. But what's happening is, to me, reminiscent. I'm glad you mentioned the Nats of 2019 with the baseball team, or 2018 with the Caps. This is the magical carpet ride. This is the, you got to be kidding me. How many times during the game, and I don't know where you guys watched from, so you'll have to do your own exercise from where you were with your buddies. But did you look at the person next to you, and for me, it was my wife in our basement, and say, oh my God, what is this? Like, is this real? What team is this? Or the best was we would just look at each other and just crack up.
I laughed to the point my face hurt.
Yeah.
All night.
Just laughing.
My 11-year-old was watching with me, which is awesome. It was like, what's so funny? I was like, you don't understand. Like, this is not normal. This is not a thing. Like, if this was a movie, you'd go, that's too cheesy. That's unrealistic. Turn it off. It's hokey. This is not a Lifetime, Hallmark movie or whatever the hell. This is impossible. And here they are.
Well, I think this is one of the most unlikely runs in sports history, if they pull it off, if they can finish it. 2 playoff wins, as amazing as it is, maybe doesn't get you that status on the podium. But if they were to go to Philly, and I'm not a quarterback wins-losses guy, so I hate saying what I'm about to say, but I'm going to do it for this example. And Daniels goes through the gauntlet of Bulls defense in Tampa, the Lions having to win a shootout in the hardest environment to play in the NFL, the 1 seed and the best team in the conference, circuit to circuit, and maybe in the NFL this year, in 15-win Detroit. And then you go back to the place where you had your worst game of the season by far and win in another awful environment to play in, outdoors, in the elements, in the winter, against the 2 seed in the conference. So now you will have beaten 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
On the road, in succession, week after week. A year after, 1 year ago, 4 wins, second worst team in the NFL, outscored by 190 points, drafted another first rounder who couldn't play dead in a Western, front office, completely amateur, coaching staff, blundering, directionless, rudderless outfit, culture of mediocrity, one of the craziest sports renaissances ever.
And it's not as if it's a whole bunch of high-priced superstars in free agency that are here for the long term. I mean, it's got like the quality of Major League to it, honestly. You know what I mean? Where it's like a couple of guys on their last ride, a Jake Taylor here and there, right? Whether it's special teams aces or a couple of receivers that nobody wanted. I mean, there is. I wish I had other terms for it because it's cliche, it's eye rolling type stuff. But we're past that now. There's some special sauce. There's some magic to it, right? And it comes from leadership. It comes from giving the guys that making them empowered, give them ownership of things, where you've got a cultural turning point that everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction. You see how powerful that is. There is no way that Washington is as talented as Philadelphia, as Detroit, probably not even as Tampa Bay. Those other teams are home, and Washington's going to the NFC title game for the first time since 1991. There is no proper explanation for it. As great as Jaden Daniels is and has been, he's the rookie of the year. CJ Stroud said it himself. That's the best rookie year ever. Probably right. Probably. You still don't get to go to the conference title game with the greatest rookie season ever. You go, that's a new great season. The future's bright. They won 10 games this year, or they made some noise in the playoffs. How about there are 4 teams standing? Some 1 seeds and 2 seeds and them. It defies anything. And I don't care about explaining it anymore, to be honest with you. I'm on a ride. Everybody's welcome. Jump in, because we're going to go again, getting one more fight to see if you can go beat the final boss.
You're going
I can't
full
wait.
Dan Quinn.
I love it.
One more fight.
That's what this is.
Anybody, anytime, anywhere.
That's what they're doing.
Daniels on Saturday night was masterful.
Mm-hmm.
His performance on Saturday night was otherworldly. The throw he made to De'Ami Brown, which, by the way, are you kidding me? We said, who's going to be De'Ami this week? De'Ami. Last week it was De'Ami. Who's it going to be this week? Well, De'Ami's going to be De'Ami again. He had never, hear me again, never caught 5 passes in a game in 4 years with the team. 4 seasons, never once. And then the last 2 weeks in the playoffs, 5 and 6 catches back to back, right around 95 yards average with a touchdown.
And he started off on that 3rd and long when Daniels hit him perfect in stride. And he's like, no, I don't want this football. Smacked it down. And so I'm going.
The ball got knocked away by a defender. It was a hell of a pass breakup.
Catch the ball. So important. Catch the ball. NFL receiver, catch the ball. So I'm going, cursing his name. I'm so sick of this. Unbelievable. And Daniel said, no, that's fine, man. He'll make the next play, blindfolded somehow, with a receiver's hand draped over his face mask, maybe poking him in the eye like it's the Three Stooges. But Daniels froze time like Zach Morris, and from sort of kind of throwing it sideways without his full Dak Prescott hip situation into it, drops it in the bucket 40-some yards down the field.
We'll disagree on the first one, because a DB literally swatted the ball out of his hands for a PBU. But the catch he made downfield on what was one of the most ridiculous throws I've ever seen. Daniels, with a defender about to hit him, kind of off platform without his legs. It was I can't describe it, but he basically, without using his legs to push off,
because he was facing kind of to his left, right? Sort of, he was looking a safety off or whatever. Doesn't have the full.
He didn't have the time to
close stance, right?
And replant, right? So he just kind of drops down to about 3/4 and throws the ball. But I couldn't have walked it to De'Ami Brown any better. And then, lo and behold, as you see the replay, he shouldn't have caught it. That should have been a drop. That should have hit the ground. And the reason is because there's a hand over his eyes. It was a blindfolded, amazing catch on a better throw. But Daniels against the blitz, 12 of 16 for 191 yards and a touchdown. Completed 7% more than expectation. Daniels went under pressure. Oh, no, they got to him. 7 of 9 for 109 yards. 18% completed over expected. He was sacked 0 times. In fact, he has more touchdowns in these playoffs than he has been sacked or thrown interceptions or fumbled. There are no negative plays. It shouldn't look like this. It is absolutely remarkable to see a player who should be feeling some nerves and some anxiety. Danny, he should just, because of the moment, be a tick less than normal at some point. And he hasn't been for a second.
He's been better than that. Like, human beings get affected by things.
He's playing his best ball.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, again, you level up in difficulty. They haven't faced a defense this good. Tampa's is fine. It was actually playing pretty well down the stretch. Detroit's is frankly terrible. Yeah. Now, rephrase here. I don't care about them. I have no sympathy for some of the fans. I do. But Detroit's defense, if they had everybody, if they had Hutchinson and some of the guys that were injured, might have been a different test. But as they currently are,
good.
They're terrible, right?
Hey, say it with me. Magical carpet ride.
Yeah.
Oh, is that another player that just got hurt for the Lions? And I feel terrible that happens. I mean, that's awful. But their best corner on like the second play of the game suffered what was pretty clearly a terrible arm injury.
Yeah.
That guy might not even have been able to cover Terry McLaurin. But they didn't have anyone to lose. They lost 3 DBs in the game.
So again, as you said, magical carpet ride. They're now going against maybe the best defense in the sport. If they're not 1, they're 2 or 3. Philadelphia's really, really good. I've already seen what happens. I've seen them dominate this Washington team for a game and a half or a game and maybe 60%, a game and 3/5, and then they couldn't. Right now, I'll take my chances with this group, this quarterback, this staff against anybody.
How
and we get to.
happy were you for Terry to have his big moment?
Wasn't that nice?
Because otherwise, it was a pretty quiet game in terms of like Terry involvement, but the 58-yard catch and run on the screen.
When he did that little get small between the two guys and burst through, come on.
You're going to get Terry to the ground playing 2-on-3. Good luck.
How about now?
Perfectly blocked, by the way.
Yes,
hat tip, Alabane Zacchaeus, hat tip. The aforementioned
I think it was
De'Ami
De'Ami Brown
Brown
on that side, right? Yeah.
And Terry McLaurin goes, ha, ha, ha. There's no one that's getting me on the ground. You guys didn't bring help? Touchdown, 58 yards. Awesome. Brian Robinson was back. B-Rob ran like he got shot out of a cannon. He looked healthy and physical and twitchy and like he had a burst. I now think maybe he was hurt. I don't know. That was by far, I'm not saying the result is not what I'm working back from, although it was great. He averaged 5.1 a carry and 77 yards on 15 attempts. But I mean, Danny, the way he ran, like the catapulting into the line of scrimmage, the speed with which he got through the
eye
first
test
level.
for me. It's the burst. You know, like the times what we've seen here of late, if he's got to chop his feet, he might as well just start laying down. You know what I mean? Like this time when the hole isn't there, he can maybe kind of bounce it or do a little bit of contact, shrug it off, still going forward. He looked like Brian Robinson from 3 months ago. Like looked like the guy again.
15 and 14-yard carries to start the game, 3 for 34 in the first quarter for him on the ground. The offensive line overcame the Sam Cosmi injury. These are the types of things that happen. And you guys know if you were in 18 with the Caps or 19 with the Nats runs, you were locked in. Like you have these injuries that should be the end. Nicholas Backstrom goes down in the series against the Penguins, or you have to deal with a Tom Wilson suspension. It just doesn't end up mattering. You look back at the end and you go, remember when we had to play without that guy and do it without that guy?
Yeah, the guy that only played like 3 games for him this year scores a huge goal against Pittsburgh. You know, like it's crazy.
Sam Cosmi not being out there is going to hurt a ton against the Eagles, especially the matchup with D tackles and Jalen Carter. We can diagnose that throughout the week. But for Trent Scott to just come in, a tackle who has played poorly at tackle, and play out of position at guard, and just seamlessly fill in like there's no issue. Number one, good on Biotish for getting everything squared away at center, and kudos to the kid, that kid Jaden, who, again, made him right. But Scott was really, really good. O-line overcame what could have been a devastating injury. Zach Ertz came up massive again. 4th down conversion where he got nearly concussed. He looked super woozy, came back into the game, scored a touchdown later. All that guy does is make big plays. Has done it all year long. And then who was it with the onside kick where it was like the best onside kick that's ever been kicked?
That was so good.
And Ertz, who has no speed, makes a diving snag to get the football.
That was not an easy play, by the way. The way it was bouncing, like it's, you're sort of half reaching down, half running because there's a guy breathing down your neck. That was a massive play.
Adam Peters must have had a good time in the booth.
You think so?
As he's watching Eckler not being tackled. He's on the show, by the way, tomorrow at 5, so we'll tell him how amazing he is for 15 minutes. I mean, he couldn't be tackled.
He couldn't be tackled.
Like, that was his best game in the open field.
Oh, yeah.
He looked like Austin Eckler from 4 years ago. He literally couldn't be tackled.
Sorry about it. This is playoff Austin Eckler. It's why you limit the reps all year long.
One free agent after another. Armstrong with 2 sacks and Ertz with the touchdown. And Adam Peters every step of the way just shucking and jiving and double gun pointing as Olin Oates is playing in his head.
I'd have been so annoying. Be like, hey, you guys, who drafted Mikey Sanders still? Oh, I did.
2 interceptions.
I did.
They had 4 as a team. They couldn't pick off passes all year long.
All year.
They just don't get interceptions. They waited until the Detroit to get them all.
This is what I did all weekend. All Saturday night into Sunday. Every time I think about it, I just cackle.
Marshawn Lattimore, suddenly good again.
Just laughing.
John Allen balled out.
His best game of the year. I mean, obviously, didn't play a ton, but he was impactful. He was great. Again, you're going to need another one of these if you're going to beat Philadelphia. Seriously, you do. You need to hey, you know what his best game? This guy played great. They're awesome. Again, I don't care. I don't care how good they are. They're very, very good. As we talked about, if you gave them, I said this on Twitter. I'm at Funny Danny Grant at Grant H. Paulson. If you gave them the exact same 17 game schedule, home dates, neutral site dates, everything else, you turn in your report card at the end of the year, Philadelphia would win more games. They're great. They're super talented. I don't give a damn.
Doesn't matter.
I don't care.
So with the Lions.
Yeah, exactly.
How'd that work out?
Great for us.
There is something special brewing here, people. Got a little bit of that magic dust left over from 18 and 19, it feels like. Let's touch you guys next. 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067. How you feeling after the upset that nobody saw coming, unless you were in that locker room? G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for Window Nation. Those heating costs are getting out of control, and it's going to be freezing all week long. It's going to be a brutal winter. Experts say it's going to get even worse before the springtime. And if you want to save money, replace those old, cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation, just like Grant and I have done. Go to windownation.com now and save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get zero interest with no payments for 2 years.
Love Window Nation because they've taken care of me and my home. You and your home, Danny, both of us, a couple of times over the years now. Look, they have the best team. They come out, they get everything done in one day. They don't leave a screw on the floor. Their windows, lifetime warranty. They can be installed in that one day, and they can go room to room in your house so that you're not interrupted. A-plus rating, Better Business Bureau, for a reason. You got to take advantage of a great offer Danny just told you about by January 31st.
Don't miss your chance to save 50% off all window styles, zero interest, and zero payments for 2 years. Schedule your free and-home consultation right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders will take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game on Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Washington getting to the NFC Championship for the first time since the 1991 season. The Commanders and the Eagles split their two matchups this season. The Eagles won at home in Week 11, 26-18 on Thursday Night Football. The Commanders returned the favor in Week 16 at home, 36-33 with a win. Jaden Daniels finding Jamison Crowder in the back of the end zone for a touchdown with just 6 seconds to go. The Commanders, though, are going to be without their right guard, Sam Cosmi, for the rest of the playoffs. He tore his ACL in the game Saturday night against Detroit. And for the AFC Championship, the Bills will be at Arrowhead to take on the Chiefs. Tonight, College Football Playoff National Championship game. Ohio State going to take on Notre Dame. 7:30 kickoff for that one. College hoops, Georgetown in action tonight against Villanova on the road. 6 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And in baseball, Anthony Santander signed a 5-year deal with the Blue Jays worth $90 million. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Kevin Burkhardt on the call on Fox. What a night in Detroit on Saturday. Just an amazing team effort. Complimentary football. Yeah, the defense got shredded for yardage. Some points. Who cares? They turned Detroit over 5 times. And that was the plan going in, I think, was we're going to got. There is no stopping this juggernaut offensively, but you have to make a few plays. You've got to turn them over. The Lions couldn't do it to the rookie quarterback, Jaden Daniels. Couldn't trick him. Couldn't make him make a mistake. Washington did it to Goff over and over and over again all night long.
It's one of those, you're gonna give up a lot of territory, right? You're gonna get beat in a number of areas. I mean, as soon as that ball was flipped to Jameson Williams, I said, he's gone. Even though there was still several seconds left to be played on that possession.
Teddy Bridgewater flipped him the ball. By the way, I'm sorry, did you just say Teddy Bridgewater?
Teddy B was in the game.
Teddy Bridgewater? Oh, that's funny. He has the same name as Teddy Bridgewater.
The old quarterback. Remember Teddy Bridgewater?
Remember, the guy from Louisville?
They did a fun story about it. He was a high school football coach. Yeah. But as soon as that ball gets flipped to him, he's gone. I saw, 7-8 guys that over pursued, that went big and, were aggressive, trying to, find a way to make a negative play. And he had a head full of steam, and that was it. That was all she wrote. You were going to give those things up to Amon-Ra St. Brown, to Sam Laporta, to Jamison Williams, to Jahmyr Gibbs. You're not going to stop them. But it's one of those you keep, you try to guess right. You try to do the thing that, you confuse him one time, or you put a little trash at Goff's feet. The praying mantis reared his ugly head and did what he does when you bother him. And that's what happened. And he made some plays. I mean, that throw to Sam Laporta for a touchdown was an incredible play by Goff, where he's almost to the ground. You don't associate him with escaping or doing anything positive when there's any kind of pass rush around. But he made a play off schedule and flipped it to the end zone for a touchdown. Incredible stuff. Didn't matter. You got him enough times.
The Commanders are 60 minutes away from the Super Bowl. They are 60 good minutes away from playing in the Super Bowl. This year. Like this coming Super Bowl, the one that's in a few weeks. What in the hell is happening? Someone said, if I would have told you at the beginning of the year the Commanders were going to go to the Super Bowl, what would you have said? I said, hey, Goose, if you would have told me that they were going to the Super Bowl 3 weeks ago, I would have told you there was no chance.
Yeah, I'd have told you that each team gets an allotment of tickets they can use as they see fit.
This run does not happen.
No.
They have so many disqualifiers. A rookie quarterback is not allowed to go to the Super Bowl. It's never happened. They've gotten to the NFC Championship game 5 times, always led by their defense, by the way. This is not that. And they were 0-5 in that round. Their defensive quality overall, like the inability to run the ball, the fact that they cannot stop the run even a little bit. Any of these things should be their undoing at some point, and they aren't. They just keep chopping wood. Doesn't happen. They don't allow their flaws to catch up to them. And Danny Rouillet, the rebuilding Washington Commanders in their second year in existence with this new name since 2222. Year one of a GM, head coach, and quarterback are on the brink of the Super Bowl. Dumb.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hilarious. Pick your word.
So joyous.
Doesn't matter. This is real. And by the way, it's not like, oh, well, they really got a fluky, lucky thing here. Are they getting some good fortune? Of course.
Yeah.
They also went to Tampa and had to make plays constantly and won the game. And then how many things had to go their way in the Detroit game? How many plays had to be made to finish them off?
Yeah, it's not one of those, again, where there were upsets and lower seeds and beat the 1 seed before they got there.
That's a good way to
beat
put
the
it.
2 seed, and then they got the worst of the worst. They beat seeds 5 and 7 to get to the conference.
The
1 and 2.
Eagles got to the Super Bowl because they got to play Christian McCaffrey moonlighting as a quarterback in the NFC Championship game a couple years ago. That's one of those things where you kind of go, you got lucky. And maybe that's this weekend for Washington, depending on what's going to happen with Jalen Hurts. I don't know how much of the game you watched yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He could barely move. He looks hurt. I mean, I feel like time's a flat circle with him. 2 years of the same press conference where everyone asks him if he's hurt, and he just mumbles that he
And
isn't.
his answer was very odd. It didn't sound like someone that was 5 by 5.
But he's done the same thing for 2 years.
Well, that's true.
I mean, that's like the kind of the bit. And I don't think he is healthy, by the way, to be completely honest. But that might be the break, is that maybe you get 60% of Jalen Hurts this weekend in Philly. But 100% of them, whatever, bring it on. This team is going to give you their best shot. And they got Jaden Daniels. And right now, they got the horseshoe, man.
Yeah.
It's the magical carpet ride. We did this twice. We know what it looks like. I remember I sat in this seat and I looked over there and I said, hey, Danny. And you said, hey, Grant. And remember we had our toy. And
Oh, sure. Yeah, a little toy. Yeah.
It's happening. It feels like it's happening.
Yeah, they're down. The Caps are down 2 games to none to Columbus, or they're down 3 games to 2 to Tampa, or the Nats are down to the Dodgers. You just probably shouldn't happen, and then
Bobby Wagner's Lars Eller scoring the game winner against Columbus.
It
was the Bobby Wagner fumble recovery. Baker Mayfield, inexplicably, just running into his receiver. Whoopsie
daisy.
Oh no!
Sorry, guys.
Shouldn't have done that.
I made a T-type for us.
Remember when the center for the Bucks accidentally snapped the ball at the wrong time?
I sure do.
And cost them their chance to go up instead of tying the game there with a field goal?
Yeah.
Maybe they're the buzzsaw, to quote Steven Strasburg. You let them get going. Don't let them into the dance. Don't let them get going here. They went to Detroit and pummeled the Lions.
Put 45 points in Detroit, man.
They almost scored 50. Second highest scoring playoff game they've ever had.
His then makes a field goal. It's 48 points.
Second most yards in a playoff game. Joe Gibbs was there.
Yeah.
I saw him.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Gibbs was there.
Yep. Kevin Durant was there hanging out with people.
Yeah. A lot of celebrities coming out of the woodwork.
Uh-huh.
Jeffrey Wright hanging out, the great actor with Josh Harris, one of my favorite actors, St. Albans
School, Jeffrey Wright, thank you.
He was there. Kevin Durant was there. People just like the Commanders now.
Yeah.
I saw one of those map graphs that shows like who do people want to get to the Super Bowl, and it was just a big map of the Commanders logo and the Bills logo.
Just a big slot
nobody
of
wants to see the Chiefs again. And let's face it, respectfully to the Eagles, there's not a single storyline that's interesting there. Like you could talk me into the first ever three-peat with the Chiefs, people caring about the Bills.
Something we'll remember historically.
I don't need to tell you.
Sure.
Lovable losers, never done it. Washington, Jaden Daniels, cool kids club.
And I think everyone's good on that green. Everyone's good on. There's some dramatics with the Eagles. Then calling Nick Sirianni, like enough. Saquon Barkley's great, but enough.
Joe Theismann, top of the hour at 3. Tress Way at 3:30 on Grant and Danny next hour. We're gonna hit some calls next. We will get to them as they come in today. Do you believe what's happening, and why is this happening? You know what? Don't answer that. Doesn't matter why it's happening. Do you believe it is the question. G&D on the Fan.
He just has a different poise about him than most, and he's a rare competitor. There's no doubt about that. But in those moments, if he was a basketball player, he'd want the last shot. As a ball player, he wants the ball in his hands to make the difference, and he makes great decisions with the football, and that takes real mindfulness. Sometimes the best play may be, hey, I got to throw this away. He uses his legs, but he is a rare competitor for us. But his poise in these tight moments really stands out to us.
There's no such thing in the NFL playoffs as the Conn Smythe Award that goes to the player who's like the best in the postseason run. But Jaden Daniels would be the front runner for that in the National Football League right now. He has been immaculate over these 2 games for Washington, specifically here, just going back to Saturday night, utterly dynamite in a win when they needed him to be perfect. He was against the Detroit Lions. As we welcome you back to Grant and Danny, let's touch the people. How you guys feeling? Can you believe that the thing that we've seen happen for other teams once every 10, 15, 20 years is now happening for Washington? Pierce in Chicago on the Odyssey app. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Great, buddy.
Doing well.
Good, man. I'm ecstatic, joyful, everything, man. Happy MLK Day. Happy Victory Monday. Woo! This is crazy. This is nuts. That was a great game. So happy for Terry and the boys. Been through hell and back. I was talking with one of my boys, Brandon, yesterday. $100 million in cap space. Destination for free agents that want to be here. So no matter how the season ends this season, the future's bright. And I don't think I've been able to say that in my 27 years on this planet about this franchise.
So bright.
Such an important backdrop to this whole thing.
So
now,
bright.
Again, there's no guarantee you can recreate this magic. Your schedule's tough next year. You could not win the game where you got a Hail Mary. You could not win a game where you caught a fortunate break, where Devontae Smith catches a pass that he's caught 1,000 times out of 1,000, and you lose the second game to Philadelphia. Point is, breaks could not go your way, even with better personnel and players. But the point is, there's a point. It's not just 4 games with your hair on fire with Todd Collins. Nothing sustainable about it. It's not just 7 games, to end the season with a bunch of guys that aren't going to be on rosters the following year. This is the beginning of a sustainable build where you have a window now. You can be like the Ravens, the Bills, God willing, the Chiefs. But some of these teams where you're penciled in every year. Oh, they'll win double-digit games. Do they have home field throughout the postseason or not? That's the conversation you get to have now.
And ideally, you'll be able to have every year for many, many years moving forward, is that you got the elite quarterback, so you're going to probably win most times that you play.
Mm-hmm.
They've been searching for 30-plus years. I also love the idea of, he's right, this becomes a destination. People want to come here. Washington's been a part of the 2 best playoff games that have been played in terms of entertainment value.
Yep.
They're going to be on prime time at least 5, if not 6 or 7 times probably next year. They're going to live in the national TV 4 o'clock window, the prime time window. That is going to happen. So if you like 1 p.m. Sunday games, sorry about your luck. They are the it team that everybody wants to get their hands on right now. That's great for business for the Harris ownership group.
Yes, it is.
It's great for business for the NFL. But it also means players are going to want to come here, and we got to get ready to start watching a lot of night games against good
Adjust your
opponents
schedules accordingly, yeah.
Next year. 800-636-1067. We're going to be weaving in and out of the calls. Joe Theismann, Super Bowl champion, Redskins legend, going to join the party in a moment. Tress Way is stopping by at 3:30. We are just jacked up for the locals. Danny, just like you and I predicted.
As we called.
We've been saying it all year long. NFC Championship game or bust.
And we ain't busting.
I think when we looked at the roster, what we said was, how could these guys not get to the NFC Championship game? Alameda Zaccheaus, Championship. There's probably actually audio somewhere of you saying that after I announced that they signed him in free agency.
And it wasn't sarcastic. Just read the transcript.
No, yeah. The
transcript plays well.
Tells the story. Percy Butler? Cleveland Farrell? See you in Philly on January 26th. It is happening. It is real. This is not a mirage. Let's talk to Joe Theismann next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. For the first time since the 1991 season, Washington is headed to the NFC Championship game after Jaden Daniels became just the second rookie quarterback to knock off the 1 seed in the playoffs as the Commanders beat the Lions 45-31 on Saturday night. They'll take on the Eagles for the third time this season, the NFC Championship game Sunday at 3 o'clock. The Eagles and the Commanders split their two matchups earlier this season, Week 11 in Philadelphia. The Commanders lost 26-18 on Thursday Night Football. They won, though, in Week 16 at home at Northwest Stadium, 36-33, with Jaden Daniels finding Jamison Crowder in the back of the end zone with 6 seconds left. The Commanders, though, going to be without their right guard, Sam Cosmi, for the rest of the playoffs. He tore his ACL. For the AFC Championship, the Bills are going to go on the road to Arrowhead to take on the Chiefs Sunday night. College football playoff national championship tonight. Ohio State going to take on Notre Dame. That's going to kick off at 7:30. In college hoops, Georgetown in action tonight on the road against Villanova. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, Anthony Santander is signing a 5-year deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Second down, they blitz again. Daniels, though, has some time. Lets it rip, floating it deep down the field, going for Brown. He's got it! A perfect throw to De'Ami Brown!
Kevin Burkhardt on the call on Fox. Commanders, 45 points in Detroit. They are on to the NFC Championship game. What's good, and welcome back in. We're Grant and Danny. You are locked into The Fan, 6 days away from Washington making the trip to Philly. You and I made a trip to Philly earlier this year with our buddies, the law firm Kondori and Murad, to watch the Commanders and the Eagles. We joked as we were checking out of our hotel. We joked in the morning on Tuesday as we left. Or I guess it was a Friday. That was
Friday morning. Yeah.
Thursday Night Football. We said, we'll be back here for the NFC Championship game.
And we laughed about it later.
No longer a joke, Danny.
Yeah, we will. As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's an exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Kondori and Murad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Friday's field trip's going to be in Bethesda, Maryland. We are coming back across the river to Maryland, and we are going to broadcast from Caddy's.
The house the Riggleman built. Can't wait.
In Bethesda. Legendary. Bethesda! Very good spot downtown. So Caddy's on Cordell.
On Cordell, yep.
Going to be a really, really good scene, I think. That'll be 2 days ahead of an NFC Championship game that Washington was never supposed to be in. And now they got house money, and all of a sudden, people are feeling like, as an underdog, Washington's going to be frisky. They just played the team that they're playing to get to the Super Bowl and beat them a few weeks ago. But speaking of Super Bowls in this town, nobody we'd rather talk to about this run and about important football in January than Joe Theismann, who joins us on the guest hotline. Joe, thank you so much for the time, buddy. It is good to have you on the show. How about these Commanders?
How about them, huh? Wow, what a run. What a magical season, guys. And, when they say 33 years since the last time we've been in a championship game, that doesn't sound as long as 3 decades. Three decades has a ring to it, like it has been forever. But this football team is just so special in so many different ways. And the fans have just, they've come out in droves to embrace what this football team has been able to do. And, we used to talk about optimism and hopefully it will work well and the season would start well. And This has been an unbelievable run by an entire football team. We've had 6 kickers. I mean, Jaden has been, I don't know why he isn't in consideration or wasn't in consideration for an MVP of the league as well as Rookie of the Year, runaway Rookie of the Year. The defense is playing well. The offensive line has stepped up. I mean, it's been one total team effort that's been so much fun to watch.
So, Joe, through your eyes, someone who did it pretty damn well in his own right during your playing career at that position, what makes Daniels so special, so different?
I think it's his temperament, his composure. I think that's where it starts. The game was never too big. In the beginning of the year, I don't know whether we had this conversation when somebody said, well, how's he going to handle all the pressure? I said, he's the Heisman Trophy winner. He's been under the microscope and people looking at him all of last year in college. Just stepping into this role, if you have the talent like he has, stepping into this role is not difficult. It's being able to understand and compute basically in your mind what Cliff Kingsbury wants to do with the offense. And he deserves a lot of credit for the way that he calls games as well. I remember Tom Moore, who coached Peyton Manning in Indianapolis, told me once, when Peyton was a rookie, he said, I want to do 2 things with him. I don't want to get him beat up physically, and I don't want to get him beat up mentally. And I think what Cliff has done with Jaden is wonderful because even though he runs a lot, people might say, well, he's going to get beat up running. No, he's smart. He's a smart runner. He gets himself out of harm's way, and he very, very seldom ever takes that hit that sort of sets you down on the bench for a little while. But he throws the ball down the field. We haven't had somebody throw the ball down the field this well in decades, to be honest with you. He's accurate. He's cool under pressure. And it's a very interesting study for me because when you have quarterbacks that have athleticism like he does, the tendency is to, I call it seeing ghosts. It's feeling pressure, but it's really not there, and then trying to escape somewhere. Jaden has tremendous focus down the field where he can stay with the targets. Even though you got free runners coming at him, he still makes the throw, makes the delivery. And then he has that sense of when to get out and make plays and do things that he needs to do. And he's an uncanny runner. I mean, really, guys, he makes people miss in so many different ways. You could put a list of 10 things that you really want to see in a quarterback. Forget about the rookie stuff. I'm talking about a flat-out quarterback. He checks every box, mentally and physically. He has great football intellect. And what I mean by that is he has the ability to understand down and distance. Where am I on the field? I can't take a sack. Can't throw an interception on a first down. That's football intellect to me.
Joe Theismann on G&D. Joe, it's one thing to have finally solved quarterback. It's the whole thing, frankly, in football. But even larger than that, before they found Jaden Daniels and decided he was their guy, this new ownership group took over. It has taken them, this is their first legitimate season running the team. This is their second year, but they took over so late. This was their first offseason. It's basically taken them 1 year in control to have the correct structure, which was not the case here since Charlie Casserly, who was summarily dismissed as an executive of the year back in 2000. They haven't tried it since. GM hires coach picks quarterback. And you look at the results. Now, this is a little bit more, I would say, impressive than anyone could have imagined. But how about the Harris ownership group and Adam Peters setting this whole thing up?
I think it starts right there. It always starts at the top. And I think in Adam's case, he's done a fantastic job putting this team together with Dan. Josh, when he took over the football team and his ownership group, he did a wonderful thing. I think he stepped back like any great executive. But when you take over a company, you want to take a look at what you have first. You can't make rash decisions, even if it's your vision right away. You want to step back and say, let's evaluate what we have. Let's evaluate who is on the team. And then we'll make adjustments accordingly. It's a great blend, this football team, of veterans and young guys. And really, if you go all the way back to the beginning of the season, when this football team had about 60% of the starting units that had never worn Commander uniforms, your coaching staff was all new. Your offense was all new. Most of your defense was all new. We still went, through the trials and tribulations of the kicking game and managed to be able to come out on top with that now, it seems. So as you look at this football team, there's so much newness. And I was saying it reminds me of 1981 when Joe Gibbs came here. we were a bunch of guys that got put together, had to learn a new system, had a new coaching staff to deal with, a lot of newness. We had veterans, and then we had a lot of young guys come in. And we started that season 0-5, and we finished 8-3. We finished very strong. This team has finished very strong with a lot of newness around it. And to me, it's just been fun to watch them play. They're killing me as far as cardiac arrest goes. I mean, my gosh,
yeah.
I'm glad I don't have a monitor on me. You know, my wife and I, Robin and I, were watching it the other day, and the last game, and it's like, you wait for that moment when you're going to jump out of your chair and go, yes. And we've had a lot of them lately.
Joe, I want you referenced this, but I want you to go back. Can you remember? I know you guys, when you're together, you had that strong finish to the 81 season, and then 82. You guys are playing. You're playing good football. When did it go from we can do something here to we're going to do something? Like, when did you turn it from optimism, hopefulness, and the like to straight up belief that it was going to happen, which of course it eventually did?
I think the latter part of 81 is when we really started. I think not only us, but our coaching staff sort of had an idea of what we were, what we needed to be able to do. And Joe continued to challenge us. He always challenged us offensively. There's always something new coming in. We weren't going to sit down and just go with what we had, or we weren't satisfied with what we were doing. It was always an effort to strive to be better and better and better. And we challenged each other in practice. I think that's really where you get better, is you just don't go through the motions in practice. You try and score on the defense. They try and stop you. And it gets you ready for when you step into the arena. And that has to happen. And so I think the latter part of 81 is what really set the foundation for what we became for over a decade.
Joe, I said to someone last night that this locker room and this group of guys, they call it their brotherhood, is the tightest I've seen since 07 after the tragedy to Sean Taylor in the Gibbs locker room. And I would say 05 at the end of the year was similar to that. And even though those teams didn't go on deep runs, I'd remembered my whole life, my mom, my dad, people saying, oh, Joe Gibbs would do this, or it was so amazing. And I kind of understood it. Like, even though they weren't Super Bowl contenders, I said, man, this is unique. I haven't felt this. I get it. These guys all love each other. They love the staff. We've got that in this town right now. Number one, how is that built? And specific to Quinn, why has he made that work so quickly? How has he done it?
Well, I think first of all, I think these guys really respect one another. I mean, Dan's a player's coach. Now, people misinterpret what that means. They think that that's a coach that lets the players do what they want. No. What it is it's a coach that sets a standard, creates an environment and a culture, and then the players execute that environment and that culture. And there's expectations. There were expectations for this football team. Certainly, to say we're going to be an NFC Championship game. If anybody ever told you that, they were sort of dreaming a little bit in the beginning of the year. But as this football team came together, you almost look at it, it's a team of destiny. You don't get years like this. This is a very unique experience for every member of that football team, every member of the coaching staff, and for every one of us that are fans in this city and all over the country that are listening. This is that opportunity that comes along almost, once in a lifetime. How many teams have never gone back to Super Bowls? How many guys have never had a chance after they've been there once, has never seen it again? So what we're experiencing right now is this almost once in a lifetime opportunity. I really feel like, and I felt this way when I was broadcasting. When I traveled around the country and I could walk in a locker room, I could sense whether that team had a real chance to be able to win by the brotherhood that's created, by the banter that you hear, by the interaction that you see. They're a group of guys that really care about one another, and they're going to push each other in practice to get better. That's the way Darryl Green was with me. Darryl was one of the toughest guys I worked against, and he was on my own team, and he made it tough for me in practice. I had to get the ball out on time. If I didn't, he was going to, he didn't really catch much because he probably had about 20 more interceptions, but God bless him. He'd be right there. I kid him all the time about that. But I mean, he made me, and I think that's what this team has done. But you look at the leadership, Terry on the offensive side, Bobby on the defensive side, Jerron and Jonathan and the guys that have been there and experienced this. That's the other thing. Guys that have gone through the tough times get a chance to talk to the guys that are new there, plus other guys like Bobby. You come from a team that's experienced success, and you share that with the young guys. And then the young guys are held accountable. Coach Gibbs, in the 6 years I played for him, I saw him walk through our locker room 5 times. The locker room belonged to the players. It's our locker room. It was ours to be able to take care and manage. It was our house. And Coach respected it enough so that he let us do our job together as a team. And then he led us in the direction we needed to go. And I think Dan's done exactly the same thing. He has a great understanding. Plus, I mean, it's historic what we're seeing in professional football today, not only with Dan Campbell, but Dan Quinn and around the league. Everybody going for it on 4th down. We never really talked much about 4th down when I was playing. We had 3rd and short and maybe a 4th 1 or 2, but now, your 3rd and shorts and your 4th and 4s are exactly the same thing. You have to find that play that you can execute. And Jaden, the thing that we've twice in the last 2 games, critical moments, he's got the ball in his hand and he picks up, he needs 4, he gets 5. He needs 3, he needs 3, he gets 4. They trust him completely. And what I was really pleased with against Detroit was our running game came about. And he wasn't just the runner. B-Rob was really running hard and running well. And of course, Austin's, speaks for himself as far as his abilities go, making plays. I mean, everybody's contributing to this football team. Whether you're in for one player, you're playing for 30, doesn't matter. Everybody's contributing.
By the way, 27 of 33 on 4th down this year. 81%. Yeah. Absolutely astounding.
Doesn't include that 12 men on the field against Detroit, by the way.
That's true.
No, one more conversion, yeah.
5 of 7 touchdowns in the playoffs so far for this offense after they converted a 4th down, just to kind of give you an idea of how massive those decisions by Quinn and the execution by the players have been. Joe Theismann, the legendary former MVP and Super Bowl champ, is with us on G&D. Joe, I want to double click on something you said. You talked about this, it just doesn't happen, this kind of run, which is so true and poetic. But I want you to, if you would, speak to this. We've had a couple of people already call in. I've seen people on social media saying, whatever happens, they'll be back here next year. It's just the beginning. Daniels is getting better. They're going to spend $100 million. And my point is, whoa. Nothing's given after this. Seize the day here. Go get this thing.
Absolutely, 100%. And let's use the San Francisco 49ers as an example. They've been to how many Super Bowls in the last couple of years? Very talented football team. But now all of a sudden you lose Christian McCaffrey. You lose an offensive lineman. Trent Williams goes down for a while. The biggest thing in our game is how healthy are you when you get to crunch time? And we've been very blessed and lucky at this point. We've had a lot of guys start. We've had guys step up, but they've been able to practice so that they can put in different types of offense and defense, and they've been able to play and execute. I think, call it luck, call it whatever you want. That's one of the things that I think has contributed to our success is we've had the guys on the field to be able to execute and do the things that they need to do. And so to me, that's as big a part of anything is if we stay healthy, if we can stay healthy through another year and, key guys can continue to play, then yeah, we have a chance to be extremely competitive. But we've seen it too often in this division and in other divisions. You can go from last to first in a heartbeat. All somebody has to do is you get key injuries, and all of a sudden it changes your dynamic for your football team and what you're able to accomplish.
Joe, this is a treat. It's fun to talk about a team going to the NFC Championship game with you. This is always a blast, man. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Can I say one thing? Go Irish. Go Irish.
Oh, that's right.
Tonight is. I got that. We're in Atlanta.
You're double dipping.
My wife and I are getting ready to go to the game here this evening. Notre Dame, Ohio State. Notre Dame wins. I will have had myself one heck of a week. I got to tell you.
Are you? What are your plans? You got to be on the sideline pregame or something. You're doing the. Are you just a fan or are you a dignitary?
I am a fan. I am a fan and a very proud fan of a lot of people that are here to cheer on the Irish.
Well, that's a college football Hall of Famer, Danny.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Put some respect on that man's name. Mm-hmm. Good luck to you. We all, well, I shouldn't say we. I don't know what Danny's doing. I am rooting for you tonight, Joe. I will say that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't need Ohio
Danny,
State beating Notre
have I
Dame.
got a commitment from you?
Oh,
Have I got a
100%.
commitment from you, Danny?
I've had enough of Ohio State, man. You can just Notre Dame can just pretend they're Michigan, and then they'll have a great shot.
I also think Marcus Freeman is one of the coolest dudes on
Easy
the planet.
to root for sure.
Like if I could play golf with 3 people right now, form a foursome, he might make the cut. I love that guy.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I'll tell him.
Please do. Joe
Thanks,
Theismann
guys.
Thank
on
you, Joe.
G&D here on the Fan. Our guy and a legend.
Yeah, pretty good January for Joe Theismann, by the way.
Right.
How about that?
How about his couple of days?
Alma Mater going for a natty? Yeah.
Not bad. Tress Way joins us next, the longest tenured member of that locker room. I texted Tress after the game. I said, "Holy S." He responded. He texted me back, "Holy S." And then I texted him back, "Dude, you're going to not get to punt in an NFC Championship game," which I thought was funny.
That's a good thing.
And he just laughed. But he will get to hold in an NFC Championship game.
He's a holder.
Commanders holder Tress Way next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Washington is headed to the NFC Championship game for the first time since the 1991 season. They'll meet the Philadelphia Eagles there for the third time this year. They split their first two matchups, Philadelphia getting the better of Washington in Week 11 on Thursday Night Football, 26-18. Week 16, Washington got their revenge, winning 36-33 in Washington. Jaden Daniels finding Jamison Crowder for a touchdown with 6 seconds to go. The Commanders are going to be without their right guard, Sam Cosmi, for the rest of the playoffs. He has a torn ACL. On the other side of the bracket, AFC Championship game, Bills and Chiefs. That'll kick off after the NFC Championship. College Football Playoff National Championship tonight. Ohio State going to take on Notre Dame. That'll kick off at 7:30. College Hoops, Georgetown on the road taking on Villanova tonight. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Here's Tressway, who hasn't punted in 2 games, basically. Gets off a boomer inside the 5. Oh, look at this bounce. Back inside the 10 where it's down there. And the Lions will take over.
A punting highlight. Dad.
Go deep in the archives for that one.
Look at you. By the way, he had to search for 3 hours. He had to go back 2 seasons.
Is that from 2018?
That's the last time the holder punted.
That was tough to find. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
That was a lot of work I had to put in for you, Tress.
Needle in a haystack over there. First punt highlight in show history. How do you like that, NFC Championship game week?
When you're that on top of the world, you play punting highlights. See what I'm saying? Like, that's how good it is. We're out of regular highlights. We'll play punting one.
The Commanders, the only team in the league that just uses their holder to punt because they don't want to carry a punter because it would be a waste of a roster spot. So they just have their holder every now and then punt. And look what the guy did. The athlete stepped up in a pinch, looked like a punter, looked like a real punter. Except he used his left foot, but he looked like a punter. By the way, the NFC Championship game is going to air right here on 106.7 The Fan. How awesome is that?
That is cool, my friend.
Ian Eagle on the call.
Sorry about it.
Kurt Warner
Sorry about
in the booth. Little Westwood One broadcast. Ross Tucker on the sideline. Let's welcome on to the show.
Sports on the sports station.
On the root guest. Hotline. That's what I'm looking for.
Tressler.
Way, friends.
That's Tressway's music.
The People's Holder. The People's Holder. The longest tenured member of the Commanders organization. Hello, Tressler.
What's up, guys? I appreciate that, man. What an intro. I've never actually listened to a punt highlight. I don't mean to brag, but I've watched a couple of my own, but I've never listened to my own. So that was tasty. I appreciate that.
That was a bomb, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead and kick a bomb, buddy.
I guess when you only punt once every few
leg
weeks,
is fresh.
You get rested.
Yeah, Cliff came up to me after the game. We're all celebrating in the locker room, and he apologized that I did have to go out and punt. That's a true story. He came up and apologized to me. I told him it's okay. Like I'm still ready in case it happens. But that apology goes a long way, so no big deal.
You know what I was thinking about a couple nights ago? Might have been right after Washington beat Detroit in the divisional round, which was pretty cool.
It was neat, yeah.
I was thinking about how funny it would be, Tress, right now, knowing what we know, seeing what we've seen, if Jaden Daniels was wearing like number 11 or something, and you were standing in there in the locker room, and you're like in the back of your mind, like, oh my God, I should have given this guy 5. Like this is the guy, I didn't give him 5. And like, we're all like, oh my God, Tress.
Don't you remember that?
You did, like, he wanted 5 and you didn't give it to him. That guy. How funny would that be?
Yeah, I think obviously this dude's pretty special, and I don't know if you could technically do this within the organization, but there's a chance, after as little as we have punted and how great he is, I just might have been removed from number 5, and it would have been like a public apology, and
right.
So yeah, I'm glad it all went down the way it did.
What would it take? Legit question here, for you to walk up to him and go, "Hey, can I get that number back?"
Ooh, I like
Like,
that.
what would it take?
All right, over the years, I mean, do you not think I would do that for just like a crisp high five or a nice $20 bill with your autograph on it? I'll do it tomorrow.
If for like a good bid, I think you would do it.
Make sure
I'll be
someone
like, hey man,
films
here's
it.
the deal. After we finish the Super Bowl run, I mean, this is just awesome. Let's go ahead and get our rings. But then, start next year. I hate to be that guy, but I'm going to need to get 5 back.
I might need to get that back.
Seriously, you have to film this because it'd be hysterical, and do it candid camera style and just see, because I've never even seen him phased in any way. Like, I think he's the kind of guy that if he's like walking into the grocery store and you almost run over him, instead of like what I would do or a normal person would be like, what the hell? And like throw their hands up, he would like kind of cock his head to the side and be like, really, man? I'm walking here. And then he would like keep
that
walking.
Or he'd do like a 6-spin move. He'd do like a 6-spin move, or maybe jump over him at the last second. He would do. I'm not saying that you guys are completely different athletes, GP, but I think he'd do something a little bit more. Yeah, he would do something a little more special.
But think about this. I wouldn't have gotten all bent up and discombobulated at the end of that 46-yard run against the Panthers, because I wouldn't have made it to 46 yards.
You see, it's a chicken or the egg thing.
No, I got you. I think that logic's airtight, but still, I think there's a little bit of difference in athleticism. That's all. That's just we can argue that, but yeah, he's a special human, special football player.
Tress, you're gonna get to not punt in the NFC Championship game. The NFC Championship game.
I was wanting to ask you. I understand you got a whole groove, and I mean the season is rolling. But I think one of the things that was cracking me up today when you were texting me is that any response I had, you would just respond with one word, and the one word was sexy. And I was like, "Are you bringing sexy back?" Like I haven't.
Did I
don't
say
think
sexy?
I've gotten,
I think you did.
Everything. I was just like, "Yeah, man, sounds good, sexy." Hey, we're gonna hop on maybe 3:30. Will that work? Yeah, that's cool.
Sexy.
I was like, all right, well, sweet. I'm feeling it. Let's do it.
I did say that.
Yeah.
That is weird.
Anyways, I say that to say you got a chuckle out of me, whatever you said. Are you ready to, parentheses, not punt in the NFC Championship game? And so that was, I got a good kick out of that.
Well, thank you. So I think this is what happened, Danny. So I have this thing sometimes where, like, when Danny or someone will say something that's great or awesome, I'll say, like, oh, sexual. Or so you're just whatever.
But not in a harassing kind of way. For everybody,
in a way where anyone should report it to HR or I should be canceled. So I thought it would be super weird if you were like, gonna be good, dude. And then I said sexual. So I changed it to sexy. But you're not in on the lingo, the whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
I understand why it would be tough. But the point of the dude's story is Tress, NFC Championship.
NFC Championship game, dude.
I mean, dude. So we go play Tampa. We win the Tampa game. And I just had some family there, had some close buddies there, and I'm just standing at the middle of the field. I'm just like, we're not done playing ball. Like, all right, we're gonna come back and go play another week. And then we go into Detroit, and then that fourth quarter and freaking Mikey and the picks and all this stuff. And then in the fourth quarter, we're sitting there up 2 scores, 5 minutes left in the game. And I'm just sitting there and going, holy crap, here we go. We're going to play some more ball. Like, this is just, dude, this is the bomb. Like, this is just, yep, we got another week. Let's just go play ball.
So, Tress, like, you've got you've got more time to think than everybody else, pretty much, right? Like, everybody else is like, it's going so fast, and it's like when you're called upon, you go to your gig. So you got time to let your mind wander. Has it wandered at all to some of the bad times? You know what I mean? Where you're going, like, look at this, look at where we are, look at where we're headed, look at what's happening, and then do you ever think back to when it wasn't? Do you know what I mean? Like, you'd be forgiven to think that way, right?
That is a fair question, and to be honest with you, like from the outside looking in, and especially just being in the area, and with like getting to know the fan base more and more over the years, I completely understand. And even the times that we have not had great seasons, and it's kind of been a mess here and there, I've had awesome teammates. I've had great memories. I've loved being a part of this franchise and getting to know the fans, and like I've just enjoyed every aspect, and like the buddies that I've made for a lifetime, the memories we had on and off the field. The coolest thing to me, Danny, has been, and for me, it really hit home at halftime of the Atlanta game. Mm-hmm. And we were losing at halftime of the Atlanta game.
and our fans were like cheering us on. I mean, like that, like the fan base was like clapping, yelling, like in like an uplifting way. And I'm getting chills thinking about it right now. And now obviously seeing what has transpired since that Atlanta game, but it's so powerful, and it may be like a little bit of a bold statement, but it's just so cool to feel like we have won back over the city. And it's been such a special time. Like Mr. Harris, when he bought the team, had a bunch of the veterans up for lunch, and he said, I'm going to get the people in place that we need. You know, I've done this before. I'm passionate about this franchise. I'm a part of this fan base. I have been for years. He said the catalyst is going to be you guys going and winning. And he goes, and we can win this city back. And I am so happy and thankful to have witnessed that. And it is just, dude, it's so cool. Holy smokes.
I love the win the city back is a really cool thing to hear, because that's not how I've phrased it or thought of it, but it's definitely what's happening. I want to hear more about that lunch. I mean, you don't have to go into the nitty gritty, but like that's kind of cool. So he had players sit there. Was it just him or other members of his ownership group? What was that about?
Yeah, it was him and Mr. Rails. They had us in, and it was all personal things. Like they just he wanted to get to know us, wanted to hear a little bit about our families, and then he wanted to talk about really kind of his, hey, these are my next 24, 36 months. This is what I'm kind of eyeballing. This is the things that I'm going to handle off of the field, and I'm going to get the people in place so that you guys can just be all gas and lean into the field. And he's just so humble, so approachable. Reminded us at the end of the lunch that his door's always open if we have a question of anything with the franchise, with ownership. If he wants he's like a lot of the younger guys coming out of college, or even the older guys, if you guys have a question on finance, or people that if you're doing business stuff. I mean, he was just so approachable, and it was that's really special. Like, that's just cool. And too, like, whenever he had mentioned like winning that city back, that is not to discredit so many fans that have just been loyal for so long. But I think just the sheer excitement, like bringing the fire back to the city of like everybody being really excited.
So Tress, you've obviously, again, you've been here since 2014, and there have been some good people in the building. There have been some good people, whether it was in charge, position coaches, head coaches, and everybody in between. This is different. It's obvious. Not just the fact that you guys are going to the conference title game. That's duh. Anybody can point that out. But the rhetoric, the stuff coming out from you guys since kind of this group was put together all the way back in the early winter of last year, springtime, etc. It felt different then, and we know it's different now because the proof is in the pudding. What's so different about this regime, this staff, this group of you guys together versus previous years where, again, not saying anyone's bad, anyone was wrong, but this is just different. Why?
Yeah, I think everything is so incredibly intentional. There was actually one day I was driving in the facility or driving home from the facility, and I was listening to you guys, and it was either you or GP had said, since AP came in, since Adam Peters came in, and the free agents and the draft picks and everything like that, everything at minimum has been a base hit. And it's been like there's been some home runs out there. You've got your doubles, your triples, but everything has been a hit. And I think the intentionality and how purposeful, I'm obviously one of the old dudes in the locker room, and I have a locker at the end of the locker room, and you look out and you have the franchise quarterback who is unfreaking believable to watch play the game of football. And he, around him, DQ and AP have just built around these guys where he doesn't have to go do anything other than be him. He's still like watching him and Bobby Wagner argue over who the best NBA players are, and like everybody, teasing him because he's young and he's got this opinions on music, and like then you got Zach Ertz and Eckler and myself and Terry. Like it is just this inclusive, fun environment, and I cannot speak enough about how special DQ is at bringing grown men together and giving them a clear picture of what it's going to be like. Dude, we went into Detroit, okay, and nobody and I hope this gives you guys peace. No, nobody cares what the freaking spread is. We're pro athletes, they're pro athletes. Go ahead, do your whole thing for the bet and sports books. at the end of the day, you got to line up and play ball. And I'll take our guys. I'm sure those guys will take their guys. Whatever. We're just going to go play ball. His ability to, hey, it's not a, hey, we're going to go out there and we're going to whoop these guys. Boom, boom, boom. It's, we're going to go out and we're going to fight. We're going to take some punches. We're going to throw some punches. And I don't care if it's 4 quarters, overtime, into the parking lot. We're going to fight and we're going to win the game. And there's just this attitude of, let's just go. Let's play. Let's just play it out, keep playing. And it's a very special group, guys.
Perhaps the 11th year of the charm for Tress Way here, as he gets an opportunity to hold. He will not be punting, but he will hold.
You got to hold for those extra points
in the NFC Championship game. Tress, we are behind you, sir. You go out there, you get down on one knee, you put that finger on the ground, you turn back to Zane Gonzalez, and you say, if you doink it, that doink better go in.
In or doink?
Yeah. Doinks are fine as long as they go in and hit that net. By the way,
no doubt.
When that ball was sailing toward that upright, how was old Tress Way feeling?
Oh, I had full body lean going. Yeah. I was just
you Carlton Fiske.
Oh man, I was just, I mean, I might have, somebody might think I have some scoliosis or something, but I was hunched all the way over leaning. I'm like, oh my God, go. And just gave it a little kiss. So that's, they make their uprights a little wider down in Florida. The pole's a little bit bigger. So it just kissed it and knocked in. That's all.
Best doink ever.
Best doink ever.
My favorite doink. Tress, go get him.
So happy for you, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Good talking with you.
We appreciate you. By the way, we got to get you one of our no punts offense shirts so you can rock it.
Okay.
In the locker room.
I'm in for that. I'm definitely down for that.
It's too cold in Philly, but maybe if you guys beat Philly, my people will talk to your people. Maybe we could get the video on like the pregame show like 3 hours early of Tress out on the field in the no punts offense shirt that we've got.
I would love the crap out of that. Sign me up, man.
All right, let's do this.
My man. Love it, dude.
Go get him, Tress. Thank you, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
That's our pal, Tress Way. Nobody better than him. Love that guy. And I'm so happy for him.
Again, we've talked about this a million times. Every once in a while in sports, like the local guys that are part of the fabric, I go out of my own selfishness as a fan, and I actually get happy for people. Happy for that dude.
Yeah, so happy. Ben Johnson just picked a home. It's not where you think he's headed. He's going to be a head coach. Where and what does it mean for Cliff Kingsbury possibly staying? That's next on Grant and Danny. According to Adam Schefter of ESPN, Ben Johnson is leaving the Detroit Lions. Their revered offensive coordinator has taken a head coaching job with the Chicago Bears. He has agreed to become the next head coach in Chicago of the Bears to work with Caleb Williams. So Ben Johnson, after 2 off seasons where he didn't leave Detroit, and now his 3rd off season as the hottest name in the head coaching cycle, has finally left Detroit for a division rival, the Chicago Bears. Well, he will be head coach this season. So this is fascinating for 2 reasons. One, obviously he chose not to come to Washington. Well, that's not the end-all, be-all, but he did make the choice last year that he wasn't going to continue to negotiate an interview with the Commanders. He did so while they were flying out to Detroit to interview him for a second time. That's been well documented. Then word got out via someone in his camp that he felt like the basketball guys that ran the team knew a little too much for him and didn't love the process. Led to some of the storylines that went into the bad blood between Johnson and the Commanders, at least publicly. Well, I didn't hear any ownership members tell me that was the case, but that's certainly the perception on the outside going into Saturday night. So that's interesting from that perspective, is now we see, okay, well, you didn't think Washington was a good enough job. What do you end up with? The Bears and Caleb Williams, who went 1, instead of Washington and Jaden Daniels, who had a much better rookie year, still alive as a rookie, and went 2. But the other reason this is huge, Danny, that was a potential landing spot for Cliff Kingsbury.
It's one of the couple places where you would go, this might be tempting for Kingsbury. Now, who knows what he privately thinks of Caleb Williams? I have no idea. You'd assume they got along really well after working together, and he sees the talent, was, helpful in Williams, kind of holding on to that number 1 overall spot in terms of his pedigree in the draft. But it's a place with a ton of cap space, a pretty decent roster. And, I understand the big picture. They haven't won in a long time, and their ownership isn't particularly great, et cetera. But again, they are in that's a pretty good starter kit there. Quarterback on a rookie deal that showed some things, has some talent, good roster. I think 5th or 6th most cap space in the sport. That's a good landing spot for somebody.
It's a really good job. I don't know how much Keenan Allen has left in the tank. He was better in the second half of the year than the first half. But you have DJ Moore, Roma Dunze. If Allen still got some,
as a 3rd possession
juice,
receiver, fine.
Exactly. And then in the backfield, where obviously he wants to run the ball, see Detroit, you've got DeAndre Swift, Rashawn Johnson, Travis Homer, pretty loaded up backfield situation. So, yeah, there's weapons there for him. By the way, he already had his staff at least partially figured out. His defensive coordinator, Dennis Allen's coming with him, the former New Orleans Saints head coach. So he's a first-time head coach. You got a long-time head coach as your DC, who's also a really good coordinator. That's a strong secondary member of his staff. So that's a good start for Ben Johnson. But back to Cliff Kingsbury, that was one of the only jobs, Danny, that I thought he would leave for potentially. I thought if New England came open and was still available when he was done coaching, they obviously wanted Vrabel, and I understand that. You bring home your beloved son. But because of Drake May and because of Caleb Williams, those are 2 really interesting jobs. The Raiders one never made sense to me. That was the big rumor the last 48 hours, was that he was definitely going to Vegas. They have no quarterback. They're in a division with Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. There's 3 10-win teams that made the playoffs in the West that you're playing twice a year. I thought that was a terrible job, but he sides with Chicago. And I would think Cliff Kingsbury, who's been linked to the Raiders, would probably have some of the same issues with that gig. So is there anything that's available that Kingsbury could potentially consider worth leaving Washington for? Remember, he's still getting paid by the Cardinals for 3 more years after this one. 3 more full seasons after this, he's getting paid a head coaching salary from the Cardinals, and you've got a chance if you come back. Let's say you don't win a Super Bowl, either win one or, this is a hilarious thing to say, maybe go back-to-back next year, right? If you're Cliff Kingsbury, it's going to be hard to leave Jaden Daniels.
Again, you never know somebody's mind. You never know where you and I could look objectively from the outside and go, Dallas is not a good job. It's not. Now, you're going to get paid a ton. You're going to be as high profile as they come. And Jerry Jones is there just Jerry Jonesing all over the place. You punt on 1 4th down, and he's on the radio the next day going, I disagree with that decision. There's going to be a conversation there. Like, you're getting undermined all the time. But he's from Texas. Maybe he loves that. I have no idea. right? So on paper, there's nowhere where I would go, ooh, that's tempting, mostly because you already said it. He's still getting paid like he's a head coach from Arizona for a couple more years. Does he love Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville? I don't know the answer to that, right? So to me, there's nothing on paper. It was, to me, Chicago or New England, who has, again, similar situation, young quarterback, all the cap space and kind of a blank slate that you could sort of write in your own image. That might be tempting. Now that those are off the board, I certainly wouldn't be tempted by those other gigs.
Beltway Blitz time at the top of the hour. We've got some Caps tickets we're giving away at 6 o'clock tonight on the show. Jay Gruden stops by at 5. We're going to be hitting the phones pretty hard next hour as well. All coming up on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Some coaching news in the NFL. Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, he is leaving for his new home in Chicago to become the Bears' new head coach. He's going to work alongside number 1 pick Caleb Williams. Also in coaching news, the Colts are hiring former Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo as their defensive coordinator. For the Commanders, they've still got playoff football ahead because they're still rolling. They'll take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game Sunday at 3 o'clock. The Eagles and the Commanders split their 2 matchups this season. In Week 11, Philly won at home 26-18 on Thursday Night Football. Washington got their revenge in Week 16, beating the Eagles 36-33 on a last-second touchdown from Jaden Daniels to Jamison Crowder. Washington going to be in the NFC Championship game for the first time since the 1991 season with a 45-31 win over the Lions on Saturday night. Jaden Daniels became just the second rookie quarterback to upset the number 1 seed in the conference in his rookie season. For the AFC Championship, Buffalo going to go on the road to Arrowhead to take on the Kansas City Chiefs. That'll follow the NFC Championship. College Football Playoff National Championship tonight. Ohio State taking on Notre Dame. That's going to kick off at 7:30. College hoops, Georgetown taking on Villanova on the road tonight. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And in baseball, Anthony Santander is signing a 5-year deal with the Toronto Blue Jays worth $90+ million. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll go blitzing. It's going to be Commanders and football centric. Moments away on The Fan. Washington is headed to the NFC Championship game, and the game's in Philly, where we were earlier this year, watching them give the Eagles all they could handle.
For 3 quarters plus, that was the case. So a 4th down botch where either the snap was at the wrong time or the signal was at the wrong time, who knows what, but they were right there in a game that we now kind of look at differently. As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad, can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Jay Gruden joins the show at 5. We got Caps tickets we're giving away tonight at 6. Right here on The Fan. We'll be giving away those Caps tickets all week long. If you're listening to the show at 4 ahead of the Blitz generally, you can win those right now at this time for the rest of the week. Let's get into our NFL and Commanders Heavy Blitz. Our buddy Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, joins us to get things going. You can also check his work out, The Richmonder, if you live in Richmond. Good journalism that will make you smarter about your community. Michael, what is happening?
That part where you said they're playing for the NFC title, you can just say that as many times as you want. We can just do a show about that. So many plays, so many moments. It was just the onside kick. The onside kick terrified me. I didn't believe it until the very end, and then it's happening, and this is the team. This is the moment, and we're gonna be talking about this game, guys. Washington against Philly to go to the Super Bowl. Sometimes you don't know you're in a classic moment when you're in one. We're going to be talking about this game for the next 30 years of our lives.
Do your best to explain what happened Saturday night in Detroit.
Well, 5 turnovers. If you win the turnover margin, you're on the way there. And to get 5 of them was spectacular, obviously. You start there on defense. Jared Goff didn't have his best day. But that doesn't mean they were going to get those. We've seen them drop interceptions this year. They didn't. Mikey Sanders still showing up big when it mattered, getting the big plays, rattling Jared Goff, and then establishing the run. I'll channel my inner Chris Russell here. cock-a-doodle-doo, baby. They got running the ball. Both running backs had great games. They established the run. They pounded the ball, and that freed them up to do everything else they wanted to do.
Michael, they didn't seem to miss Sam Cosmi, which is not to say that they won't immensely moving forward, but what an amazing in-game battening down of the hatches after he got hurt and Trent Scott came in.
I mean, two guys I owe big apologies to today and gave him out on my show. Trent Scott, who I think, he made the line worse when he showed up this year. There were big drop-offs there. He played great. And Brian Robinson, who I thought maybe they should have made inactive, that turned out to be a bit of a mistake there. The redemption games all around and the redemption seasons all around, De'Ami Brown making that catch with a dude, grabbing his face mask, on top of his eye so he can't see. Jaden putting that pass right in the breadbasket. And pick your moment. There's a guy behind it who, if you're stacking up rosters 1 through 53, these guys rank 4th out of the remaining 4 teams. But man, as a team, they get it done in those, as DQ would say, winning time moments.
Defensively, they couldn't stop Detroit, but they did stop him a couple times with those turnovers. Like, quantify that performance from them. They gave up. If you show me the yardage totals, the points allowed, the first downs, how comfortable Detroit was, yards per carry, yards per play, etc., I go, oh, they won by 20. Of course, they didn't. But how do you quantify that? What we saw?
Yeah, and the one backed up in his own end zone that became the big one. I thought Tom Brady, who I'm hit or miss with on Tom Brady, he doesn't wow me normally, but I thought he was right on top of that one. Jared Goff's down 10. He's feeling it. He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling he's got to do something for this crowd. And instead of taking a 4-yard check down, he swings big for 25. All of a sudden, Sanderson's got this coming the other way. That's a big moment in this game. And you can prepare for a lot of things. And I love that coaching staff, top to bottom. Dan Campbell, I think the world of him. But that's a tough environment to be in unless you've been there. We've lived that with the Caps so many times, right? You're the 1 seed, you're favored, you're at home. Something doesn't go your way, and the place just tightens up. It's a tough environment to be in, and Jared Goff decided he was going to play some hero ball right then. He didn't need to, and it led to a very big moment.
Michael Phillips, the Richmonder, I cannot wait to see your smiling face in Philadelphia. Let's do skits and bits for the NFC Championship game, huh?
Skits and bits in Philly for the NFC title. We'll be there. I'll probably be at the stadium at like 7 a.m. I'll be one of those people, like, they open the door, I'll be running in. Like, I'm going to take a picture of the NFC Championship paint on the field. Like, I'm going to savor every single second of this.
Doorbusters on Black Friday. Just Michael Phillips.
I know you're going to take a picture of the NFC Championship game T-shirts. That's been your move in the past.
If they print a T-shirt, I'm leaving there with the T-shirt. I promise you that. It's not the T-shirt I want to leave there with, though. That's a different T-shirt.
Appreciate you, Michael.
Take care, guys.
See ya. What did he mean by that?
The champion T-shirt that they gave out after.
Okay, I get you.
You know what I mean?
I thought that's what he meant, but I wanted to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's keep it moving. Other games of the weekend of note, Mike Jones of The Athletic to help us. Mike, I feel bad for Lamar Jackson at this point. I mean, he was not the biggest reason why the Ravens lost, obviously. He gave them a great chance at the end of the game. Mark Andrews dropped a 2-point conversion, which was the difference. But terrible fumble, just absolutely awful, and a bad interception.
Not a great pick either.
I mean, we're talking about the teams that win the turnover battle are 7-0 in the playoffs. Allen did not turn the ball over.
Right.
Jackson did twice.
Yeah, and I think that every team that won, this weekend, they were outgained, but they took care of the football, and that was the big difference. You have to take care of the football. Sometimes, everybody's been down on the Chiefs a lot this year because they're not putting up, prolific offensive performances and things like that. But what they don't do is they don't hurt themselves, especially at the biggest moments, and that's what we saw. Last night with Buffalo and Baltimore, and I feel terrible for Lamar Jackson as well. He had a fantastic season. Only 4 interceptions all season long, and on the biggest stage with the highest pressure. I know he would like to have those 2 turnovers back. When you say, that they were still in position, but all that stuff adds up. It led to points. that Buffalo was able to tack on there. And, Mark Andrews had the fumble in the fourth quarter. Then he had the should have been catch, the drop. But there were other missed assignments there. And just Baltimore was just not quite as tight and as sharp as they needed to be. And Buffalo took care of business. So you have to give them a lot of credit because, yes, you were hoping to see a great performance by Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. A great battle back and forth would have been highly entertaining. Josh Allen didn't have the biggest game, but that was a good thing for Buffalo because they all contributed. A lot of guys on that team made plays, and they didn't need Josh Allen to throw for 300 yards for them to be able to win.
Similar story, it seems like, for the Rams in Philadelphia. Their own mistakes, whether it was fumbles, drop passes. I know the weather wasn't great, but Philadelphia's playing in it too.
Yeah, no, both teams were, and both, players on both sides, said that it was awful. I mean, even the Eagles players were saying they would have rather played on that terrible field in Brazil, again, rather than to play in that snow. But the defensive plays, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith late in the game, forcing those turnovers, and then them just giving the ball, feeding Saquon Barkley, putting the team on his back. That was the big difference because, look, their offense was not clicking great. Jalen Hurts did not look very good. He was hobbling around. But, again, they were able to take care of the football. They were able to run the football, made the defensive plays they needed. They won in the trenches, and now they're playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Does the 4.5-point line feel right to you for the Eagles over the Commanders?
I guess. I mean, the home team, they get like 3 points anyway, right? So I think this is going to be a super close game. I really, truly believe that the Commanders have a chance to win this game here because although Saquon Barkley has been dominant running the football, this Eagles offense has not been clicking on all cylinders consistently. And I believe that gives Washington a chance.
Real quick, Mike, we didn't ask you about Kansas City. They won again. Ho-hum. They're back in the AFC title game, 7 straight years of that, I think. Are we kind of overlooking them because we're always looking for the new thing? Like, they're inevitable, right?
I mean, I think that they're going to the Super Bowl. They were my Super Bowl pick, at the start of the season. Again, they've got a fantastic defense. They don't hurt themselves. They've got the best quarterback in the game. He gets overlooked sometimes. This year, he didn't have a healthy wide receiver unit. Their offense was kind of sputtering here and there. But if they leaned on the defense, they got the ball in his hands with 2 minutes to go. You knew they were going to win the game, and they won 16 straight one-score games. They are still the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Mike, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
I'll see you guys.
See you, man.
All right, let's talk to our guy, Earl Forsey. Earl, it's been 33 years, like the lady on the Titanic. It's been 84 years.
I thought about that.
They're
feels
doing it.
Like a grant.
They're doing it.
Welcome to winning time in Washington. I grew up with this. A lot of folks did. I got to do the post game Sunday morning countdown to kick off the reaction edition. I was like Dr. Phil for 2 hours. We were loaded with calls with people like me, kind of in the same age group that remembers those teams and grew up those fans and then have kids or whatever that know the mediocrity and the angst and the agony of the last 25, 30 years. So it was emotional. I mean, it was like Barbara Walters. I had a couple people almost coming to tears. I mean, this is the football is the fabric of this sports town, guys. I mean, we've got a baseball team now and the hockey team. I mean, I remember when they started. I was a Bullets fan when they were still in Baltimore. So I remember when they moved to D.C. and played at Cole Fieldhouse for whatever it was, a year or two before the Cap Center was done. So, but football, I grew up on this going back to my dad, and that was kind of what I was talking about. A lot of people are like this. My dad was a fan, didn't get to see this, or my mom. What? So this is special because I've been saying for 25 years, I'm finally proven right. The football fan base is just smoldering, waiting for this team to be decent again, to be good again. And because of the new regime and all the other stuff that went on, a lot of people couldn't jump on board even if they had one. That's different now. And we're seeing it. It is, people are talking to you about it at work. People are talking to you about it in the stores. I mean, that's the way it used to be as Rex the Husky barks behind.
Yeah, dogs are barking right with you too.
The dog, they got the dog in him. He's a fan. My kid asked for a Washington hoodie to wear to work today.
Let's go.
Awesome. I mean, so yes, this is what we all wanted, right? This is what we all hoped for. And we're here now. It's not, and this is not going to be a one-off thing, guys. Their best players are not going to be signing with the Phillies and Dodgers in a couple of years and playing somewhere else. This is not it. This team is just getting started with this quarterback who's just on the fringe of being what he already is. He's gone from star to superstar in these 2 weeks, right? He is a Final Four quarterback. He is on the cusp of being the first rookie ever to play in a Super Bowl. And there have been a lot of good rookie quarterbacks that have done a lot of good things over the years. He's already done more than most have. So, yeah, this is, as I saw my show, football the way it was meant to be. This is football in Washington the way it was meant to be. Get used to it. They're only starting.
How did they do it this Sunday against Philly?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of factors. How healthy is Jalen Hurts now after what happened? We don't really know. It's easy to say stop Saquon Barkley. You're not going to do that. You just have to counter it. And
by the way, just to add to that, Earl, they've given up 146 and 150 and 4 touchdowns to Barkley this year.
I know. And they're 1-1, and they won a game doing that.
And they almost won the other game.
Because your guy came through, right? Your quarterback, your superstar quarterback. That's how you do it. That's how they've been doing it in the playoffs. They just, Brian Robinson, and I said it, and Philip said it. I said it on the weekend. A lot of folks owe an apology to Brian Robinson. Another guy's Marshawn Lattimore, who showed up last week. Did you hear his name called? No, right? Why? Because nothing happened. Because he was on lockdown. Last week, and it's different because last week I tweeted out, yes, they can win. Why? And I had 3 bullet points. One was Goff's got demons, of course, right? I mean, I retweeted that 4 times for every pick on Saturday night. The second was they've never lost to Detroit, and they still haven't. And the third was Jaden Daniels, and that's still the one that holds true here. You've got the better quarterback in this matchup. You have the better coaching staff. I'm better in many ways with this matchup than facing Sean McVay, having to go to L.A., playing what would have been a noon game in L.A. I'm okay with this. There's a familiarity. Philly is favored. It's 5.5, by the way, right now. That line's gone up a little bit.
Oof.
Yeah, well.
I don't care about that, though.
No, you should,
Seriously.
because it was 10. It was 10. It was 10 in the Lions
That's
den
my thought.
a week ago. And how's that working for him? I think Jaden Daniels has to be him, has to be the star. And he's been that way, for 19 weeks now and counting. And everybody that needs to step up has. I think the key here is going to be, and I just mentioned Marshawn Lattimore, Saquon Barkley is going to be that guy. In the past, it was the last time because of what happened. A.J. Brown got the better of that matchup. So let's see if that turns around again. Because, again, that's a place, that fan base, when things get tight up there, they will turn on their guys. Maybe it's a Zach Ertz revenge game, too, huh? Up in Philly for this one.
Won't be the first one. He played his butt off
Zacchaeus
there.
revenge game, too.
Yeah, well, he had a huge one in game 2.
And, the thing is, and 2, the bigger the game, the better that guy, better 5 plays. And the tougher the situation, the more pressure there's on, the better he plays. So bring on that pressure of the NFC title game, of the championship game. I hope it's close at the end. I hope the game is on the line at the end, and you got to hope he's got the ball if that's the case. Because if he does, you got a really good shot of winning that game and going to a Super Bowl in New Orleans. How about it?
Oh, yeah.
Let's do that thing, right?
You saying that, I want you to know that it's funny. It's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Did the Rooster talk to Josh Harris after the game? You know what the owner said?
And we're a team of destiny.
From the Super Bowl. 1 win away from the Super Bowl. Okay?
Team of destiny, baby.
Yeah, team of destiny. He called them a team of destiny, too.
As well he should. Something's cooking right now. Earl, thank you,
Thanks,
brother.
buddy.
Yep.
We appreciate you. By the way, Sunday morning, kicking off our coverage. Earl Forsey.
All day.
Going to be breaking it down, and we will be live and local all day long, including during the game with live Westwood One play-by-play. the outstanding Ian Eagle, the tremendous Kurt Warner on the call right here on 106.7 The Fan on Sunday. All right, let's hit the phones next. If you've been waiting, we're getting to you. If you want to fill up the couple of lines available, it has been a while since we've hit the phone. So 800-636-1067. Want to know how you are feeling after one of the least likely runs in DC sports history. The Commanders are going to be playing for the NFC title.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Coaching news in the NFL. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson has found his new home. He stays in the NFC North and heads to Chicago to become their new head coach, working alongside Caleb Williams. Other coaching news, the Colts are hiring former Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo as their defensive coordinator. For the Commanders, they have the NFC Championship game this week, the first time they've been in it since 1991. They'll take on the Philadelphia Eagles for the third time this season. The two teams split their games this season. Also, the Commanders are going to be without right guard Sam Cosmi for the rest of the playoffs. He has a torn ACL. College football playoff national championship tonight. Ohio State taking on Notre Dame. 7:30 kickoff. College hoops, Georgetown on the road taking on Villanova tonight, 6 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And in baseball, Anthony Santander signing a 5-year deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
They've done this to teams all season long. Here's Goff. Pressure. Steps away beautifully. Firing for the end zone. Oh, it's intercepted in the end zone. Picked off by Saberstill, who's now looking to take it out. And Saberstill is going to go down.
Have yourself a day, Mikey Saberstill. Back in Michigan, where he won a national championship a year ago for Jim Harbaugh. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. That was the Fox broadcast there. Jared Goff threw one of his 3 interceptions, one of 4 picks in the game for Detroit. By the way, Ryan, speaking of Jared Goff, is not here today. He's working from home because he's a little under the weather, and CK is trying to stomp out the bug that is working its way through the crew here after your boy got sick last week. But I just want Ryan to know, if he is listening wherever he is, that we had absolutely no plans of making fun of Jared Goff today if you were here. And in fact, I personally would like to tell you that when you return tomorrow, nobody is going to mention that Jared Goff sucked. No one is going to talk about
We're not going to talk about it.
He completely crapped all over himself.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about how he almost single-handedly allowed Washington to get to the NFC Championship game. We will not mention any of his 4 turnovers. 4 turnovers. Hit 4 of them.
We're not mentioning it.
We will not be mentioning that.
I also promised that I did not put together a montage of those turnovers with Jared Goff explaining them afterwards. I promise I didn't do that.
Darius didn't put that together and will not be playing it tomorrow.
It's not going to happen.
It's
not happening.
I think we'll all go around the room and talk about how great Jared Goff was and all yeah.
Underappreciated. How good that
by Commanders fans.
Yeah,
for sure.
That pencil figure is so great.
Ben Johnson's the head coach of the Chicago Bears. That escalated quickly. Speaking of which, before we get to the phones really quickly, 800-636-1067 is the number. Ben Johnson to the Bears, we talked about what this could mean for Cliff Kingsbury, maybe staying in Washington, not taking that Bears job. I've seen a lot of anti-Ben Johnson rhetoric after this game. I think what I've realized is if you ever run a trick play and it backfires, it's
people get mad.
It's open season. They ran 4 of them. One of them went for a 60-yard touchdown. The other 2 worked beautifully. That one was stupid. And I actually think not just because it was a pick. It was a terrible time to call a trick play, the 4th of the game, when you're down 10 in the 4th quarter, whatever it was. That said, the coaching point is not for Jameson Williams to force a ball into a non-existent window into a well-covered guy. You're probably looking for a coverage bust, or you're running it or throwing it out of bounds. But people had their fun. And go for it.
Seriously.
You should.
Yeah, I did too, by the way. I'll have my fun. That guy can coordinate offense. He is an offensive genius.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's great at it. But I had a great time.
People were killing him like, he cost him the game. Which of the 520 yards and the 8 yards per play that they put up offensively cost them the game? Now, I will say this, as I've thought more and more about it, because people were not liking the game plan or whatever, I'm like, what would you change? Look at how they move the ball. But if you want to tell me you would trade 150 of those yards or something And you would, instead of, scoring, they would have scored like 37 or 40 points without their turnovers, 44 points. You trade a little bit of that to just control the clock more and be more complimentary and help your defense and keep Daniels and Washington off the field. And instead of 14 carries, maybe you give Gibbs 18 or 19 because they don't really go higher than that because God forbid, they act like he's some China doll or something that would break. You just can't. It's a nice plate that your grandmother.
Oh, you can't use it for regular
you
company.
Can't possibly give him 15 carries. But maybe that would have been better. I guess I could sign up for that. But it's hard to get that upset about anything they did offensively.
Yeah, they're pretty productive.
Other than the turning the ball over 5 times thing.
And I promise you, he didn't tell the praying mantis to do that. You know what I mean? He's not whispering in his ear, look, hey, Jared, this one, force it deep. Force it when you've got a guy wide open for 10, force it over the top and see if somebody can make a play.
Remember when Jamison Williams was running free for a 75-yard touchdown?
Yeah.
And Goff just airmailed it? God, that was awesome.
I surely do.
All right, let's hit the phones. By the way, Ryan, we will not mention him missing that 75-yard touchdown.
He's only not here because the Lions lost. So
he's not feeling well.
Because the Lions lost. See what I'm saying? He's bummed.
Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Chris.
Chris, are you there?
Oh, no. Chris.
You will get nothing.
Wow, Chris.
And you will like it.
Wow.
Now, Chris knows how to do this. He calls all the time.
Yeah, he's calling on the phone.
Do we think the phones are working? Do we feel good about it?
Yeah, I feel good about it. He was on hold for a while. Maybe he put the phone down
It's
for a
always
second.
funny, though, because, the show's going great. We're just crushing it. Things are good. And the whole time in my head, I'm going, come on, man. You got to get to the phones. You got to let people in on the fun. And it's those times when they just take a bat to my shit.
When there's a derailment.
Yeah. Kendall in Temple Hills. What's goody?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Man, this game is one of the most surreal, unbelievable. It was an out-of-body experience for me, man. And just listening to the interviews with Joe and with Wade.
Tress.
I think two things. Obviously, Jay is not from this planet. He's just simply not from this planet. And he has raised the level of his team. But the coach, I think the coach has got these guys to believe that they are completely better than what they are and that they're together and they're playing like, and it's like they're flying. Jimmy is flying high. He's bringing everybody with him like, we're going higher. And they're like, all right, let's go higher. They don't even know that they're ahead of schedule. They don't even know. So it's just right now, I mean, I know, this, we didn't expect this year. Even during the middle of the season, we thought, hey, maybe we got a chance. Nobody expected this. So now I'm 100% emotionally bought in, man. This is about this year. It's about beating Philly. It's about the Super Bowl.
You're
we
here.
are in a Super Bowl run.
Take advantage.
Yeah, man.
We have walked many miles to the beach. Let's get in the damn water. Why wouldn't
We're here.
we
I got my suit on and I'm all screened up.
It wasn't the plan.
Let's go.
But now we're here, and I got sunscreen in my hand, so why don't we? He was mentioning even after the fast start, when they were 7-2, we called our boss into the room. People got upset about this. And we talked to him about Super Bowl planning and the parade and our coverage and who all would go to the Super Bowl and a bunch of fun stuff like that. Because the point at that time that we were making, and if you go back and listen, my point was the only team in the NFC that's definitively better than them is the Lions. And you're a Jared Goff clunker away from beating them in the playoffs. That was my point.
Yeah.
Now, they lost 3 in a row after that. And I thought,
and the Eagles were in the middle of winning 13-14.
The wheels were coming off the wagon. And even at the beginning of this winning streak, you beat the Titans, who were trying to get the number 1 pick, and you beat the Saints because they didn't have another 2 seconds, and like it was not convincing at any point. But it doesn't matter. You're here now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go shake their hands. What's that from?
I have no idea.
It's from Mighty Ducks. The point of the dude's story is,
okay,
let's go do the thing, man.
Yeah. They're underdogs. Okay. That's a door. So?
Never been an underdog before.
I know. What's that look like? 2 wins?
Chris in Hyattsville. How are you?
Hey, Chris.
You hear me this time, gentlemen?
We got you, buddy.
We got you.
Okay. The thing is, I was talking and I could hear you, and I uttered the most brilliant take ever, but I have since forgotten.
Oh, no.
I know.
And then we didn't.
It's gone. This is only a tribute.
This is only a tribute. So the way I feel every time Dan Quinn goes for yet another 4th down,
it's the best
when they already have a lead. I feel like the car salesman who was test driving the car with Kramer. And I was just begging him to pull over and get some more gasoline. And Kramer's like, no, and every time I think we're foolish. We're going to fall off this train. It's going to end, and I need more faith. I lack faith. I need more faith in Dan Quinn because he's working it right now. He's got the magic. He's got the magic in him.
All but 2 of their touchdowns in the playoffs.
Yeah.
After they've converted a 4th down, 27 of 33 on the year, 81%. It is insane that for me to get the thing I've always wanted, which was just a correctly aggressive, relentless 4th down goer for, was just hiring Dan Quinn. The fact that those 2 things are, like, for me to get the thing I've wanted forever was to go get the retread defensive guy, Dan Quinn, and just have him, like, pull off the Dan Quinn mask, and it's a new Dan Quinn.
Yeah, it's Mission Impossible, Dan Quinn,
What in the hell is happening? How is this a thing? It's like, I don't have a comp, and I just came up with this, and this one's terrible, but it's all I got. So here's my analogy. It's like I hate all my daughter's boyfriends her whole life. Okay? And, like, she brings home these guys, and I'm like, not him, not him, not him, not him, not him. Well, when they brought home Dan Quinn, I was like, especially not him. Like, this is my least favorite one that we've done so far. We're not doing this. But then, like, my tire popped, and for some reason he was behind me and helped me change it. And next thing you know, all this stuff's happening, and I'm like,
he's fixing stuff around your house.
Was it him all along? Was he really the perfect one for, like, we're best buddies? We're going to be going golfing together? Me and DQ? Who is this man?
Yeah.
That goes for 4th down. He doesn't kick field goals. And after Zane Gonzalez missed the one at the end of the game, he'll never kick again. Dan Quinn has kicked for the final time. If he's in plus territory, he's here to chew bubble gum and tell Jaden Daniels.
And if within a handful of yards, they're going
to stay out there. Can you believe it?
No.
I mean, they have quite literally just turned into plus territory. We don't leave the field. 4th and 4 left.
And it influences the way you call stuff too, right? I mean, we're talking about this with Detroit, and now the flip is true. So those 3rd and 13s, and it happened a couple times in the game, where normally if you play soft and give up 8, all the guys hold their fist up because we did it. It's 4th down. You didn't do anything.
Right.
You just made their 4th down easier.
Oh, it's demoralizing.
It's demoralizing, and that's the idea, is right. Like the way defenses play usually on those 3rd, mediums, 3rd and longs, you'll take that. We'll take it because now we've got a 4th and manageable because we got a guy.
Here's how this works. Someone write it down for Chris Russell because he just can't figure it out.
He can't do it.
And he's not alone. There's a lot of geese. Most of them are egg avatars who just can't figure this out.
That's why you don't go for it.
Okay? So follow me for a second. Teams that don't do what Dan Quinn does are playing football with how many downs? How many downs do they get to use?
Hold on. So 3.
3. Okay.
The 4th, because the 4th has to be used for a punt
right.
to voluntarily relinquish possession, which is so precious. You're the same guy that talks about the turnover battle and how precious the football is, and you're willingly give it away.
Dan Quinn, though, the way he operates. So how many downs of offense and moving the ball closer to the goal line and picking up 1st downs does he like to have?
Danny, 4.
4.
4.
All right, so then the opponent has 3 plays to gain yards, and you have 4.
Yep.
Someone's got an advantage, and it ain't them. Get it?
Yeah, the 4 is bigger than 3.
See how this works, you mathematicians? Weird that Washington has figured this thing out that for 100 years, no one has ever really get. Like, oh my God, everyone should do this all the time.
You got to play the field position game. You got to punt, pin them deep.
Let's punt some more. Let's talk about field position some more. Oh my God, how can you not understand this? I'm so angry about it. But I'm not angry about anything. Actually.
That's the NFC title team.
I'm the happiest person you've ever met because the Commanders have made me happy. I don't even know what to do with my arms. I want to pet it and hug it and just love it. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Daniels, four-man rush this time, zips it in, caught by your guy, Zach Ertz, touchdown.
All Zach Ertz does is make big catches. That was the Fox telecast. Commanders beat the Lions Saturday night. They are on to the NFC Championship game. What'd you think of Brady?
Better than normal. I didn't hate it like I normally do. I normally just find him unlistenable. As he sort of makes just kind of mediocre and okay points that aren't really that insightful. He's no, Olsen or some of the other guys that are really good. I actually thought he was fine though. I had a couple bits of insight that I went, oh, it's a good point actually. So I thought he was fine.
I thought he was okay. I find myself really twofold. Number one, I just can't help but think about the fact that if he was like on the third team on Fox, nobody would think here or there.
If he was Tom Anderson.
Exactly.
Right.
But he's not. And he makes $37.5 million a year, and they automatically bumped him to the first team, which was a disservice. I know why they did it. It's about eyeballs, but he is okay. He just shouldn't be doing the game that he's doing. That's number one. But number two, I think I'm the only person who cares about this, and I care so much, and I think it's so ridiculous. He's going to keep calling games next year now as like an active member of ownership. He's a minority owner with the Las Vegas Raiders, but he's running their head coaching search. And the other night, he is calling games, calling the game and having conversations and lead up with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, who he's interviewing for the Raiders job. And then he's talking during the game about these guys constantly, who he's interviewing for that head coaching job. He's running the search. And they did acknowledge it out of a break at one point.
They did, yeah.
Like in a way that I think you almost have to, just from a journalistic standpoint. But I don't know. Like there was a moment where, I'm not saying he was like rooting for the Lions. I don't do that. I think fans over care and think about that stuff. Like when they had 12 on the field, he brilliantly saw it right away, which tells you like this is just a different brain. He's like, they got 12. They got 12. Who counts guys? He just saw one guy come on and his football brain said no one came on.
The way we're picking our fingers up going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can do a,
well,
I know what it looks like.
He did a, when someone comes on, someone's got to come off and no one came off.
Right.
But like, that's not how my brain or your brain works. We just see a guy run onto the field. But regardless, he's like, you got 12. You got 12. Call a timeout. Call a timeout. Call a timeout.
I thought he was talking about Washington because the play clock was running low. And I'm like, why? No.
And then he's like, oh, man, come on. And it's like, what?
Why are you upset?
What's happening here?
Yeah.
Like you sized to interview Ben tomorrow? Like, what are you doing exactly?
And so it's funny you mentioned that because the family was watching the game. My wife, I was like, why is he talking that way? And I was like, he just gets upset at imperfection.
Exactly.
And I was like, this dude, you better be prepared when you go into the meeting if Tom Brady's going to be there.
Which
right?
I agree with, but you open the door to all kinds of stuff. You already can't go to a lot of the meetings. You already can't sit in on the different things because you're a minority owner. Just the fact that everyone's okay with it. The league is fine with this. No one seems to care. Now he's going to be more involved, almost like a GM kind of role, it feels like, this offseason. He's going to keep calling games. Very strange to me. Let's go to Santo in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy? Santo. You will get nothing.
How you doing?
He gets something. What a recovery.
Get something.
What a recovery.
And you will like it.
Enjoy it.
What's up, Santo?
Look, let me tell you, just watching everything this weekend has definitely been something completely different. There's a lot of times that, the team was definitely, they were counted out. And I'm going to tell you, I was at the Old Ox Brewery. There were 300 people in there. There was 2 Detroit fans, 3 Philly fans, and the obnoxiousness that those 5 people had was unreal. But I was there watching the game. They had the Redskins band and the cheerleaders there. And I'm going to tell you, what I watched was uncertainty unfolding. And with this team and what it's done last week against Tampa Bay, taking away the clock, and this week, taking away opportunities, they're ready. They adapt. They step up to each team. And then even with Detroit losing against Baltimore, as I said before, we have some of those elements that Baltimore has. And it obviously caused Detroit issues.
Detroit was forced to make plays, which they're not really. They don't have to do that. And when you're forced to make plays, you make mistakes.
Well, I think it was more complicated even than that, probably. Frankly, they've had to make plays this season plenty of times. They've been in close games. And a lot of times they blow teams out, to your point, but they certainly have had to.
Yeah, when you win 15 games, you're in close ones, blowouts, and everything in
100%.
between. Yeah.
What happened in this game, to me, we don't really need to hire a 10-person staff to do some research. It was going to be a shootout. It turned into one. Washington's offense executed and didn't turn the ball over, and Jared Goff specifically, but Detroit just made way too many mistakes. The sack fumble should never have happened. It should just be a sack. He was careless with the football. The pick six, as he admitted after the game, was a horrendous throw. The interception in the end zone before the half on first down when you're in field goal range already, unacceptable. Let's go to Pete in Landover. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Last week, before this week with Detroit, I talked to B. Mitch and Finley, and I asked him about faith. I said, now, Jaden's a big faith guy. He talks about his parents and upbringing, and even after this week in Detroit, Terry McLaurin, first thing he talked about was the young man's faith. Zach Ertz actually got up in his post interview. He thanked God first, and of course, Jaden has always said I just block out the noise in that stadium. I'm just there to do a job, and I'm just going to do the best of my ability. And I thought about that. And like the Bible says, you have faith as a grain of mustard seed, which is a small seed. That nothing is impossible unto you. And he don't see this. He just sees it as another game. You don't care who it is. I mean, I think, I asked him, I said, you see this young man who helps the defender, the opposing team off the ground, picks them up like a teammate. And he's always smiling and talking with everybody.
I've seen him do that multiple times, Pete. Thank you for the call, buddy. Where you're right. He will pick somebody up. Or what I love is when he gets crushed with a hit, when he gets annihilated, he immediately will talk to the guy in like a playful, smiling,
taps the guy on the helmet.
Fun way, like good hit or whatever. The other day when he got blown up on the sideline, that was Tampa. When he got destroyed, like knocked 4 yards out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Cosme came running over and was getting into a guy's face. Allegretti, actually. Like they were about to fight. And Daniels kind of separated him like, fine, dude. You're good. You're good. Like tapped the defender on the helmet. His demeanor is the best.
Yep.
It is awesome. Easiest guy ever to pull for at this point. It's also nice that he happens to be playing at the highest level.
There's that too.
Of any quarterback in the league this postseason. Let's talk to Jay Gruden about JD next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL coaching news today, Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, has found his new home. He'll stay in the NFC North and go to Chicago, where he'll become the new Bears head coach to work alongside number 1 pick Caleb Williams. Other coaching news, the Colts are hiring former Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo as their defensive coordinator. For Washington, they're still rolling in the playoffs. They'll take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game, their first appearance in the NFC Championship since the 1991 season. They'll kick off at 3 o'clock. We'll have coverage all day Sunday right here on The Fan. The Commanders and the Eagles have matched up twice this year, splitting those matchups. Week 11, Philly won 26-18 at home. On Thursday Night Football, Week 16, Washington got their revenge, winning 36-33. Jaden Daniels finding Jamison Crowder in the back of the end zone for a touchdown with 6 seconds to go. For the AFC Championship, Buffalo are going to go on the road to Arrowhead to take on the Chiefs, who are looking for their 3rd straight Super Bowl. College Football Playoff National Championship tonight, Ohio State taking on Notre Dame. That's going to kick off at 7:30. College Hoops, Georgetown going on the road to Villanova. That'll tip off at 6 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, former Orioles outfielder Anthony Santander is headed to Toronto. He's signing a 5-year deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Second and goal. Robinson in. Touchdown, Washington.
We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan, and the Commanders are going to be playing in the NFC Championship game on Sunday. This is not a drill. They're actually going to play for the right to go to the Super Bowl in Philly on Sunday. Round 3, they have split the first 2 with the Eagles. As a reminder, at 6 o'clock, we're going to talk to somebody who's done some deep digging and some journalism on the VR setup that Jaden Daniels has that has helped to make him the rookie sensation that he's been, one of the ways that he studies. At 6, we're also giving away tickets to see the Capitals on February 2nd. So if you want those tickets, you better be listening. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad.
We love those guys. And as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Kondori and Murad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Jay, at some point during the game, as we bring on Jay Gruden, the former head coach of the then Redskins here in D.C., you tweeted something to the effect of, "This quarterback is unbelievable." I don't think you were talking about Jared Goff. What play made you tweet that? Like, when was the moment where you went, "Oh my God, that was stupid"?
It's the whole body of work, man. It's just, it's unbelievable. He doesn't ever wilt under pressure. He always makes the right decision. He missed maybe 1 or 2 throws, but everything else he does is like perfect. He runs when he has to run. He throws it to the right guy, and he's accurate. He's on time, and got hands in his face. He's got pressure coming in him, unblocked players. He just drops the ball where he has to drop it. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to watch him.
The reason I asked is that throw to De'Ami Brown might be my favorite play of his season, where he like doesn't have his legs.
Couldn't set his feet right.
So he like kind of off of both flat-footed feet, like drops his arm angle down and takes a shot and just delivers a moon ball that he dropped right into his arms.
Yeah, hard to argue that one. That one was pretty good. Pretty good catch too. The guy had his hands over his face. I don't know how he saw the dang thing, but yeah, that was just one of many that he was unbelievable. And I mean, he made some things that were probably not so unbelievable to the naked eye, but when you're a coach and you understand free runners and people in your face, and his ability to get the ball, a little simple out route to Zach Ertz is unbelievable. Get free runner, the crossing route to
Terry McLaurin on fourth down was a hell of a throw. He had a free runner on that one too. Just the touch and the accuracy that he has. These are not easy throws when guys are running full speed away from you, and you have to throw it with people in your face. And he just makes it look so easy that, not many people recognize how hard it is.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Tedbert Automotive Group, Tedbert Ford and Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Tedbert Chantilly Lincoln, and Tedbert Chevrolet and Sterling, home of Tedbert for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See them, shop them all at Tedbert.com. Jay, you were just touching on it. The Detroit blitzed, it felt like every down or every other down or whatever. It's a huge percentage. Why is Jaden Daniels and why is this offense so effective against the blitz?
They do a great job of protection, and Jaden has a good understanding who the free hitter is. He can avoid him, or he can get it out before the guy gets there. Not many quarterbacks have that ability to do that. The knowledge of protection schemes. You saw C.J. Stroud get hit unmercifully against Kansas City. He's three runners. Has no idea. So, there's a protection plan that they have in place. It's very good. I know Anthony Lynn's been in the league for a long time. He does a great job as a run game coordinator there, but also with pass protections. And, the center, Tyler Biadasz, he does a good job. And obviously Jaden has total control.
When Sam Cosby went out, Trent Scott came in. How challenging is that in terms of continuity? Just, you losing one of your better offensive line, one of your better players on the road, loud environment, et cetera. What did you think of Scott, and how do you think about that going forward?
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. Obviously, the strength of the Eagles defense is right there where the guard is. So that'll be a challenge. Hopefully Tyler will give him some help, and they'll get two hands on him or four hands on him every time. But yeah, it happens. I'm well aware of how many times you can lose offensive guards in pro football. We lost like 30 of them one year. But Trent's been there for a long time. He's bounced around in different positions. He's played some tackle. He's played some guards, so he should be okay.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. So let's start with defensively, the fact that they were able to generate a little more pressure than they normally had. How much of that do you think was knowing where Goff's going to be and it's easier to rush him because he's not moving around a lot? Or how much was that they might have actually figured something out here? Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, they all kind of consistently got home, it felt like.
Yeah, the first sack fumble, Armstrong came from over the guard, which is good because that's probably Detroit's weakest link. So they put their best pass rusher over the left guard, and Fowler's been doing pretty good all year long. I think he's got double-digit sacks. So they just manufacture pressure with different people. Wagner's rush from inside, Luvu's rush from outside and inside. So they have a good scheme of defense up front where they can move people around on different people and get pressured. Not any of them are spectacular rushes, but them as a whole, as a unit, they do a damn good job.
5 takeaways, 4 interceptions, 3 off Goff. Obviously, Goff also with a fumble, so 4 turnovers in the game, but they were +5. I don't know that I can remember a playoff game where a team was +5. They're +6 in 2 games at this point. It feels to me like maybe outside of just how good Daniels has been, that's the whole story for their postseason so far.
Yeah, it is quite amazing for a quarterback to handle the ball as much as Jaden does, running the ball. What do you have, 12 carries and then throwing the ball at 30 dropbacks or whatever, 35 dropbacks where he doesn't turn the ball over. It's just a hell of a tribute to the kid and the quarterback coach and the offensive coordinator and everybody involved in that building, offensive line. The 4 teams in advance, none of them had a turnover. That's a critical part of playoff football. Buffalo didn't turn the ball over, Philly didn't turn the ball over, Washington, and obviously Kansas City didn't. So moving forward, it's going to be a key component of the game come Sunday or whenever they play.
Jay, Washington ran it better than they have in nearly a couple months, that Tennessee game notwithstanding. Did they find something in the run game, or is it just, frankly, they're playing Detroit, who's so beat up?
Yeah, Detroit's pretty beat up, and they're probably the weakest front they've played in quite a while as far as stopping the run. So they had some success in the air and obviously on the ground. So that helps out a lot. That takes a lot of pressure off Jaden, and that opens up his own reads and the quarterback design runs. And it's always good to see Brian hit some big hits in the middle because that shows dominance of your offensive line, and we like that. They play physical. They get into the game more. Helps with tempo. You can jump into no huddle when you hit a big run and keeps the defense off balance, and that's what they did.
Jay, this run, it just doesn't happen. I mean, I can't think of anything like this. What's the comp for you? Or there have been worse to first. We're in a sport where you could go from 5 wins to 11 and make the playoffs or whatever. But to go from picking second because you're terrible, not because you traded up, to potentially the Super Bowl, I mean, that's unheard of. Can you think of anything like that?
No, hell no. Nobody ever would have picked Washington to be in the NFC Championship game before the season. You'd be an idiot. I mean, come on. I think it's the greatest rookie season we've ever seen. Maybe Magic Johnson with the Lakers. I don't know. But yeah, this is the greatest rookie season of anybody I've ever seen. It's the toughest position in sports to play. I mean, you think of all the great quarterbacks. Tom Brady, he struggled. He wasn't great as a rookie, and Peyton Manning wasn't great as a rookie. This guy has been unbelievable, and he's not just doing it with zone reads and running. He's doing it with through the air and anticipation and reading blitzes and critical situations, third, fourth down, red zone, game on the line, playoffs. I mean, he's doing it all, and we'll never see that again. I don't think we'll see that again.
Jay Gruden with us.
CJ had a pretty good year last year, but not to this extent.
Yeah, and I think he said yesterday, Jaden Daniels has the best rookie season of all time, so he willingly handed the mantle over. Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. You mentioned the fourth downs. If it was just, a tush push or a brotherly shove, whatever, like Philadelphia does, or, I don't know, one zone read or something like that, they get the fourth down a different way every play, it seems like. You mentioned that McLaurin crosser. Sometimes it's designed this or that. It's like they're just running their normal playbook. They're running their normal stuff. Just go into that, and, what does that mean for an offense?
Yeah, I got to see Cliff Kingsbury's fourth down list. He must have 40 plays on that son of a gun. I mean, it's unbelievable. The touchdown is Zach Ertz's fourth down, I believe, and there's like 3 crossing routes, and the only guy remotely open, was Zach Ertz, and he just happened to find him. It's crazy. So, yeah, I don't know how they decide how many plays they're going to carry on fourth down, because they're in the red zone, they're out in the field. They're 4th and 3, they're 4th and 5. He does an unbelievable job, Cliff, of coming up with these plays and formations, and the team does a great job of executing. And Dan Quinn has a hell of a lot of trust in his unit, which is pretty awesome to see. It's another part of the game that Washington has done this year that has been pretty much unheard of, converting 80-something% of fourth downs.
81%, 27 of 33. And it goes without saying, particularly in read option, Jaden Daniels with his legs can make you right on a lot of those, right? But still, we're seeing a trend around the league. Dan Campbell, he's got the antithesis of a mobile quarterback, and they go for more fourth downs the last couple of years than anybody. I never thought that you weren't gutsy on fourth down, but you never got into a groove like this where it was like, if we're in plus territory and it's 4th and 3 or less, we're going for it. In this new era, like watching the way that you do, if you had another crack at it as a coach, would you go for a lot more fourth downs in plus territory? Because I've always wondered why more teams don't do it. It's just insane to me. Even 4th and a foot or so in minus territory, to me, it should be a no-brainer. And we're trending that way in the league, it seems like.
Yeah, I just felt like you get down in there, especially early in the game, if you go for a fourth down and don't get it, it's like a kick in the, because you do all that work to get down there. You just want to get something to show for your success of getting down there. And you risk a lot of not only momentum, but, confidence in your team a little bit if you don't get it. I was more scared of not getting it than being aggressive. Hey, we're going to get it. I wish I would have. Yeah, I for sure wish I would have gone for more, because obviously the proof is in the pudding of what Washington has done. Now you got to have a quarterback that can execute like Jaden Daniels, and Kirk was pretty good, and Alex was pretty good when we had him when he was healthy. I'm sure they would have been fine, but yeah, it's just a different train of thought nowadays.
But do you think it's going to keep trending this way? And what is the line where you would say, okay, let's settle down? It seems to me like, I don't know about you, like at the minus 40, when you're 10 yards from midfield, teams now start thinking about those short yardage situations.
I think Kansas City, the way they play defense, will play it more close to the vest and kick more field goals, because they win a lot of close games, and 3 points are critical for those guys. And if they get a lead, it's hard to catch them because their defense is pretty good. A lot depends on your defense, how good your defense is, and what offense you're playing. If you're playing a high-powered offense like Detroit, 3 points may not be good enough. You have to get 6 every now and then. So a lot of factors into going forward on fourth down. Quarterback play, line play, who you're playing against, what your defense is like, what their defense is like, et cetera, et cetera.
Jay, at what point during this game for Washington against Detroit did you go from maybe they can win this thing to, dude, I think they're going to win this thing? When was that conversion for you?
Probably, the second quarter barrage. They scored a touchdown, then they got the pick 6, or they scored 2 touchdowns. They had 28 points in the second quarter. I think right around halftime, I said, not only can they win this thing, I said these guys might win the whole damn thing. I mean, this is insane. I mean, these guys are playing fast, they're playing physical, they're creating turnovers. Their quarterback's not wavering. They're blitzing the hell out of him. He's not even blinking. So yeah, I think right around that 28, right around halftime, I was like, this team has a chance to put a ring on their finger.
It's hilarious. I mean, it's just
it's insane. You can't make this stuff up.
no. It's so funny, actually. Like you laughing after you said it is what I've been doing every time.
For days, Jay. That's all we've been doing
for a week. I'm like, they're going to go to the Super Bowl, and I just start giggling. It's so dumb.
It's crazy, man. It's just a hell of a thing for these coaches and Jaden and the rest of the team. It's fun to watch.
The Eagles are next up in Philly. Obviously, like any other game you play here, Buffalo or Kansas City, ultimately, if you're to beat the Eagles, this one's going to be an uphill battle, and they're going to be an underdog. That said, they just beat them. They have hung with them twice now. Biggest concern about this game?
Well, the obvious is Saquon and Jalen's ability to run. That's the biggest concern. And then defensively, that front, the big guys up the middle, stop and run and getting pressure up the middle on Jaden is the biggest concern. Quinyon Mitchell being out will be a big plus because he's starting to play pretty good if he's out. I don't know if he's out or not. But other than that, man, I think Washington's going to go out and play their game and do what they do, go for it on fourth down, make some key plays, and hopefully they can force Jalen to throw the ball because they're having trouble completing a forward pass.
How much of the recent matchup plays in, or is it just totally irrelevant?
I think a lot plays in, really. Matchups play a big part. Offensive and defensive line play, wide receiver versus corner play, tight ends versus safeties, all that stuff. It all plays in scheme, how we're going to stop Saquon in the outside zones and the mid zones and the shotgun run and under center or whatever it might be. There's a lot of information you can gather from those two games. Obviously, it'll be quite different. The environment will be quite different, but there is a lot of personal information, head-to-head information that you can gather.
So with Cosme out, I feel like you had centers and guards missing almost every week for a couple of years in a row. How do you go about blocking up Jalen Carter and those big guys or trying to mask that deficiency?
Yeah, I think Tyler Biadasz has to do a good job of making sure he tries to help Trent out as much as he can. If everything's equal, we got to make sure we get two hands on Jalen Carter. And I don't know if it's better to run away from him or run right at him and get double teams right at him. So if you run away from him, you're going to have a single cutoff on him. If you run at him, you're going to have double teams on him. So let's pick your poison against that guy. He's a monster. But I think getting on him perimeter with some of the screens that they run will be very effective. Like the one that Terry McLaurin and the bubble screens, they run quite a bit of. I think you'll see a lot of that run alerts. But you gotta just go out and play him. I mean, he's a hell of a player, but scared money don't make no money.
Is Jalen Hurts as bad right now as it seems like he is, and why are they so broken throwing the football?
I don't know. I don't know if it's confidence or he's just not seeing the field very well. They're not giving him a whole lot of opportunities to let it rip down the field with Saquon and the effectiveness they have in the running game. And sometimes as a play caller, you're like, well, hell, might as well just give it back to Saquon. Why are we even trying to throw it? Because he's so good and been so effective. So that's part of it. But the other part of it, I just don't think Hurts is seeing the field very well right now. He doesn't have a lot of confidence. If the first read's not there, he doesn't have confidence in going to the second one or third one. He just one and done, in my opinion.
What would the message be for you this week to the guys? I mean, this for a lot of the veterans who've been here before, they've been to the top, like the Bobby Wagners of the world, know how to act and know what to do. But for a lot of these guys that have been here, they haven't seen a lot of success in their whole careers, basically. How would you kind of keep them on message? And what would you be saying to guys?
Yeah, I think you rely on your veterans like Bobby Wagner, who's been there and done that. He's a strong influence in that locker room, and he's going to be the one that's going to really calm the nerves of everybody and make sure everybody does what they're supposed to do during the week. That's the most important thing, is to make sure we take care of the minor details throughout the week of the game plan and really focus on what we're supposed to do and who we're playing against. And I think that'll be an easy task for these guys. These guys have been well prepared and well coached every game that they played, and Bobby Wagner is a big part of that. He doesn't take anything other than people's best.
Jay, the Commanders are in the NFC Championship game.
I wish I would have bet that before the dang season started.
Yeah, you and me both.
Same here.
You'd have done all right. You could treat Danny and I to a nice steak dinner.
Steak dinner, you got it.
Well, I just meant if you hit your bet. But
no, he said yes. He said yes.
If you want to do it anyway.
I'll take you guys out for a steak when I get back. When I get back and the sun comes out over there, I'll come back and take you guys to DC Prime up there.
All right, we'll do it.
I'll eat that steak. I'm good at that.
Yeah, mashed potatoes. You should see Danny cut. He cuts like
I'm meticulous,
like
Jay.
a violin or something. It's like 14 saws through the steak.
That does not surprise me one bit.
Although Jay will love how I do it too.
Yeah. So what Grant does is you ever seen somebody in like a slasher movie? They hold the knife. That's how he holds his fork, right? So he stabs with the fork and does like a one saw with the knife and eats it. By the time you've like got your napkin on your lap, he's 80% the way done with the steak, and then is like asking people personal questions.
I'm surprised he uses a knife at all. I figured he'd just pick it up and eat it.
I should.
He's one step shy of that.
I'm on my way.
Of gnawing at it like a wolf.
That and some mashed potatoes. That's the name of the game. Jay, hopefully we're talking about the Commanders in the Super Bowl.
Going to the Super Bowl, you know.
Week. Enjoy the games this weekend.
I will do it. Thank you, guys.
All right, see you, buddy. There's Jay Gruden, former head coach here in D.C. I love that. He had the same thing.
Yeah, just chuckling like we are.
Same response I did. He's like, they might go to the Super Bowl. And just starts laughing.
Yes.
It's a giddy time around these parts. People, the Commanders are playing in an NFC Championship game.
What?
It's surreal. I need to think of another word other than dumb, because dumb doesn't really feel positive.
I know.
enough.
I need new words. I use words like insane all the time. Like that's what this is. But it's beyond that.
I got a little fun exercise for us next.
Okay.
We'll get to that on G&D here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Coaching news in the NFL. Ben Johnson has found his new home. It's going to be in Chicago with the Bears, working with Caleb Williams. Other coaching news, the Colts are hiring former Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo as their defensive coordinator. The Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. The first time Washington has been in the NFC Championship game since the 1991 season. They'll kick off Sunday at 3 o'clock. We'll have coverage all day right here on The Fan. For the Commanders, their right guard, Sam Cosmi, he's done for the rest of the playoffs. He tore his ACL in the game on Saturday night against Detroit. College Football Playoff National Championship tonight. Ohio State taking on Notre Dame. That's going to kick off at 7:30. College hoops tonight. Georgetown in action on the road taking on Villanova. Going to tip off at 6 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I'm having the time of my career, honestly. Like, I'm having a lot of fun, and I think the cameras catch me a lot. Just being in the moment and being able to let loose, like going into each and every week and believing in the guys that we have in this locker room and the way we're coming out with some of these games. We don't really know how it's going to show up, but all the training we put in since the all season started is really starting to show up in different ways. And so when you're doing that and you're doing it with a group of guys you really love going to work with, like, it makes it really fun. And then
Terry McLaurin is going to the NFC Championship game. Our sweet prince, 58-yard screen for a touchdown. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. I'm trying to think of who I'm the most excited for, not on the team, but just from a fan base perspective. Because I tweeted something to the extent of, I think the people I might be happiest for, and they don't even know what's happening yet, are the really young fans. The children, the as young as maybe my kid who's 4 and can't stay up to watch the games, but puts his Jaden Daniels jersey on and jumps up and down the next morning when he hears that Washington won or whatever. Because they don't have to go through what my generation did. If you are millennial like me, where you fell in love with the team at a really young age, never saw them be good, and you thought they never would, like, a lot of people my age stopped caring. Hopefully they're back. I don't know. But a lot of them just chose other teams, other sports, checked out, didn't want to be involved anymore. But the young kids, that this will be their first memory, especially if you're in the formative years, like our boss's son. I saw it today here at the studio, and he's about to be 10. You'll remember this run forever. You're old enough that this will be your first memory of this team when you're 40. If this is the beginning of 10 or 12-year run, that's all they'll know.
That's right.
They won't know Dan Snyder. Who was that guy?
Yeah, that's why it's in my blood.
A Trung candidate? What?
Because that's the age I was, from basically age 4, 5, 6, all the way through 12, 13, where they were incredible. They're incredible. And there were times where I would say, and I said this before, I was very open about this before, years ago. If logic could win in my brain, I would walk away. I would not pay attention. It's not worth it. It doesn't bring me any joy anymore. I hate that little twerp, and everything he does touches, turns, and it ruins it. They'll never win with him, and I knew that in my heart. If I had any logic, I would just walk away. But it's not. It's in my. Even if I wanted to quit it, I couldn't. You know what I mean? Like, there was no turning away from it.
It's like quitting your family or something.
Right. I mean, there was. I could say that I quit, but I'd still watch. I'd still pay attention. I'd still live and die. I'd still convince myself that maybe it's different for true.
But you weren't passing it on.
No. And
you had opted out of that part.
Yeah, and even if I had wanted to, my guys didn't really care because they're like, I couldn't even pretend. You can't keep the facade up for that long. They see me watch the games miserable, pissed off, irritated, slamming stuff, just so annoyed. Like, why am I opting into that? Well, then here goes Saturday night. My 11-year-old had a really hard basketball game. He was frustrated, totally fine. I get it. Had a tough one, competed his butt off. And said, I don't want to watch. It's too stressful. No problem. They're in the second half. comes sliding into the room, sits down on the couch, puts a little blanket on, and is, pumping his fist with me as well. I mean, that's all you can ask for, man.
Hat tip to the OGs who experienced runs like this one decades ago and knew how good it felt, but while longing to experience it again, didn't forever. Because I do think it was probably harder for you guys in some ways than it was even for me, because I didn't know what I was missing. But if you had experienced the good and then had to sit through 30 years of the bad.
I tasted it, man.
Oh, boy. I mentioned the millennial types like myself in your mid-30s, that generation of fans who fell in love with this team because your parents who are now older and graying and slowing down, right? Not my parents. My parents do not gray and do not slow down.
They're faster than they've ever been. Look, their 40 times are incredible.
My dad ran a 4.21 yesterday.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But people my age, you didn't think this was possible anymore. You gave up this dream being a reality. Doesn't mean you stopped caring. You kept going to games, a lot of us. You kept watching the team. But you never thought this could even happen as of a couple of years ago. I'm thinking about the young fans, Danny, who had no reason to even enjoy this team because they only knew it as the punchline to a joke, right? That would get flack for supporting the team if you're young enough in school, like your son's age. But you like what team? The Redskins? Oh, why? The one with the owner who's mean to people? Like, can you imagine being a fan of this team as a kid?
Yeah.
The last several years in school?
There's one kid.
Like a secret you keep.
Yeah.
If someone finds out about it, it's embarrassing. I hope my friends don't know that I like the local football team.
Mm-hmm. There's one kid at my son's school that would wear, no matter what, last year when they're 3-13, 3-14, whatever the hell their dumb record was, who would wear the beanie, would wear like a t-shirt or something like that, and he'd go around with it, and he would, he's so good-natured, he would take all the ribbing and take all the mockery from different guys and telling about all the other kids, telling about their favorite players that had nothing to do with Washington, right? And now all of a sudden you see a few of those t-shirts and jerseys out.
NFC Championship
game.
For every fan who's had to explain why they like them. I don't know, because I'm from here, because my parents told me that's what we do in my family. If you cringe during the swinging gate the first time they lined up to run it, or then after the timeout when they broke the huddle and ran it again so you broke something in your house, you get to enjoy an NFC Championship game. I mean, there are people listening who got booed out of FedEx Field by imposing fans that went there and paid money and sat in the stands and got yelled at by opposing fans to the extent that they said, I'm not going back. Or the thousands of people listening who have sat in traffic until 2 a.m. after yet another humiliating home loss in primetime. Just a complete dud where you thought maybe this primetime game will be different. So you spent a ton of money and you got your teeth kicked in. And you know what you got for it? Was showing up at work dragging the next day to get made fun of by your colleagues about the terrible play or the awful finish or how unprepared they were. Just remarkable that they're here. Because the real ones have been waiting.
That's right.
You guys remember watching LaRon Landry celebrate after a tackle for, like an 11-yard
12 yards down the field.
Like he just scored a touchdown. The dude listening right now who thought Rock Cartwright could be a 1,000-yard back if he just got more carries, he could do it. What's that guy doing today?
Right.
His team's going to the NFC Championship game. I get steamed. I just keep waiting and waiting to wake up. It's crazy. There is a father out there somewhere who was once a kid who went to training camp every year and collected jerseys of obscure players and who thought LeVar Arrington was Canton bound. And in 1999, when Brad Johnson lit it up, thought that that's what peak quarterback play looked like. Like that guy that's listening who cried when Michael Westbrook ripped off his helmet and cost him 15 yards and the chance to make the playoffs back in the late 90s and cried again when Robert Griffin tore his knee? That guy's smiling today.
Is this you?
No.
Oh, okay. I was
I'm
going to say,
saying
is
he's a
that,
dad.
that person?
There's a dad out there
Yeah.
who used to be a boy.
Let's like name him Grant. This guy.
He doesn't have to be.
He could just be that guy named Grant.
He could be named anything.
Yeah.
I'm going to name him Darius.
Oh.
Name him Dad.
That's a swerve. Look at that.
Name him Danny.
Okay.
Why not?
Sure.
Danny, they're going to the NFC Championship.
That's the conference championship team right there. That's where they're going.
Can you believe it?
Mm-hmm.
800-636-1067. Let's touch the people next. Top of the hour, we do have those Caps tickets at 6. Plus, we're going to talk to somebody to get some intel on this VR prep that Jaden Daniels does, because apparently it works. And why doesn't every team use it? This is The Fan.
Second and long. Goff, some pressure again, lets it fly high. It's intercepted, picked off by Quan Martin. Martin with some blocks inside the 20, still going. Martin, pick six.
Attaboy Quan Martin. That right there was when I thought, wow, they're going to beat the Lions. They went up 10, I believe it was at that time. And that was the first time when I thought, yeah, it was 24-14. Oh my goodness, this is happening.
So I didn't know yet at that point. I went, now for real, it's a fight. Like they've got the advantage in a back and forth situation where Detroit scored, they scored. Detroit scored, they scored. That sort of made it now 2 scores. And you're going.
And Goff got hurt on that play.
And Goff got knocked around. Yeah.
Luvu got away with, I thought, that helmet to helmet, pretty violent play at the goal line. Because you're not allowed to hit the quarterback like that on a return. He's protected, essentially. But, sorry about your luck, Jared Goff. But then he went to the blue tent.
Mm-hmm.
Red Hat comes and gets him. He goes helmet to helmet. I'm thinking, oh my God, if he's got a concussion, this high school football coach who named himself after Teddy Bridgewater, the former Vikings quarterback.
Remember the former Vikings quarterback?
Like he has the exact same name as the former Louisville quarterback who was a quarterback in the NFL.
Old Teddy B.
So this other new Teddy Bridgewater guy with the long hair, he's going to be the only thing standing between Washington and the NFC title game? Let's go. And then Jamison Williams got an end around for 60 yards.
Yeah. Because that's my point. I was like, Detroit's going to score a whole bunch more. There's still so much work to be done. But that was the first time I went, they got a real chance at this thing.
Let's go to Ricky in South Riding on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your show. I'm an Amazon driver, so I'll be listening to you guys all day, every day, and it's a treat to really to see everyone's story with the Commanders fan, because I've been here for about 18 years, and I mean for all 18 years I can remember, it's been a shit show. So it's really nice to see how great it's come.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks, dude. Yeah, that's the thing, is that everybody's just like everyone's gushing. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, this is just so much fun. It's so much fun, so much fun. And like you're at that great party where everyone's talking about how great the party is, and that's the only topic of conversation is how awesome the party is. And you don't want to leave the party because it's great.
Let's not leave the party.
We don't have to leave.
There's another chance to keep partying on Sunday. Josh is in DC on Grant and Danny. What's up, Josh?
You got it easy? You bad? Oh, okay.
Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Wow, that was fast.
It was.
Well, it really wasn't, actually.
Wasn't that fast? It's pretty slow.
We were waiting for a really long time.
Okay.
I think he was talking to somebody else.
He was, yeah, it wasn't us.
Ryan in Manhattan on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can.
Oh, dude. So I feel like you guys were talking to me at that last segment. I'm 28 years old. I'm born and raised in Jersey. My dad's from Alexandria. I was, raised into this. And like you guys are talking about shoe fandom, if I was logical, I'd walk away, but it's in your freaking gut and you can't move on from it. And, I'm the stupid kid with my Chris Cooley jersey going to Giant Stadium to watch us get our ass kicked every year. And that kid fell to his knees when Jeremy Chin picked off Jared Goff, because it's never over, right? Until it's over for me. And I'm on the ground in a New York sports bar and I'm tears, man. I mean, this has been, I don't know what to do. I've never, I don't know, my energy got it.
You don't have to explain to us, Ryan.
Yeah, we get it, dude.
Anybody who's been along for this ride totally understands that feeling of, I don't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. No one did. Again, I watched the game. This was what I did most of the night. You can't see because it's radio. It's just me staring at my wife and back at the TV. And at one point, she's like, well, what do you think? And I'm like, this is crazy.
I don't know, man.
Yes, I should be. Now, I was also sick, and she was sick, and everyone in our house was sick, and it was the worst sickest sick that's ever sick, and whatever else. But all we kept doing, Danny, was going, what is happening? How is this happening? Jackson's in Ashburn. What's up,
Hey,
Jack?
Grant, Danny.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I've been listening to the show since forever. I remember riding the baseball games in my dad's car, listening to you guys. But yeah, I remember hearing you guys on that last segment talk about that kid that was sitting in the classroom getting ridiculed for showing up in a Santana Moss jersey and going to the games. And I remember going to Redskins Stadium and watching Rex Grossman and all those guys.
Oof.
I've been a fan for forever, and just watching Jaden Daniels do what he's done with this team, and Dan Quinn and Mike Sanderson and all those guys just putting on a show this past Saturday. It was just been a magical ride.
Appreciate you, dude. You know what it feels like to me? Obviously, we've talked about all the different analogies. We're just trying to quantify the same feeling of joy. It's like all I've ever done, and you guys, younger than me, have never gotten to see it. All I've ever done for 30 plus years is taking punches. It's all it is. Sometimes it doesn't hurt that bad. Sometimes it hurts a lot. Sometimes it's ridiculous. Sometimes it's a public beating. Sometimes it's a deep pantsing. All it is humiliation.
Just a pin in a bowling
I've
alley.
just been taking punch after punch after punch. And now, I'm like Ryan Reynolds, the end of Free Guy. I got my Hulk fist all of a sudden. Now I get to punch back. Now everybody's got to watch me as I'm a whirling dervish going through and knocking everybody in the teeth that told me that I couldn't beat.
You got your tag.
Yeah.
When the tag team partner gets the tag and cleans house, it's like
all the energy.
He just runs around the ring and like laying one guy out after another, and he's got all the ball of
just the Brahma bull in the ring going nuts.
The Commanders got their tag.
That's what it is.
800-636-1067. We're going to be giving away Caps tickets at the top of the hour. Also, as soon as we return, I want to get some details on Jaden Daniels' prep with these goggles that he wears, where he can basically watch the game before it plays out based on the coverages he's going to get and what he needs to do. It's pretty amazing. He did it at LSU. It helped him become the number 2 pick. He told the Commanders he needed this technology. They went and got it. And I don't know how any team doesn't have it at this time next year, if this is what it can help you to accomplish as a quarterback. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, some big coaching news today. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson staying in the NFC North. He's going to be the new head coach for the Chicago Bears, working alongside Caleb Williams. Other coaching news, the Colts are hiring former Bengals defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo as their defensive coordinator. The Commanders take on the Eagles on Sunday at 3 for the NFC Championship game in Philadelphia. It's the first NFC Championship game Washington's played in since the 1991 season. The Commanders and Eagles split their matchup in the regular season. Week 11, Philadelphia won on Thursday Night Football 26-18. And Week 16, Washington got their revenge at home 36-33. Jaden Daniels with a winning touchdown pass to Jamison Crowder in the back of the end zone with 6 seconds left to go in that one. The Commanders are going to be without their right guard Sam Cosmi for the rest of the playoffs, though. He tore his ACL in the win over the Lions. For the AFC Championship, Buffalo meeting Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium once again. College football tonight, national championship game, Ohio State taking on Notre Dame. That'll kick off at 7:30. College hoops, Georgetown on the road taking on Villanova, set to tip off here in just a couple of moments. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Get a degree, certificates, or take an enrichment course. Live within 6 miles of MGM. You could go for free. The local impact grant makes it possible. Visit pgcc.edu for more info and explore the freedom to learn. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Third and 10. Four-man rush. It's Goff throwing over the middle, and it's picked off Jeremy Chin. And Washington will be going to the NFC Championship for the first time in 33 years.
Tell them, Kevin Burkhardt. Let them know. Grant and Danny on The Fan, welcoming you back. As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair of tickets to see the Capitals February 1st against Winnipeg. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com. By the way, congrats to the Caps. While you guys were watching Commanders-Lions, like about 35 million other Americans were, the Caps were whooping the Penguins' ass.
Oh, that's a bummer. I feel bad for those Penguins.
Yeah, 4-1.
Oh, no.
That was a good time for all involved. So, like that, like to see that the Penguins are not good anymore because they're old, and the Capitals have rebuilt on the fly and are the best team in hockey.
So did the Penguins want to win that game?
They wanted to.
And they didn't get to?
They just weren't good enough to.
Oh, I hate to see that.
Yeah, that's the way that it goes. NFC Championship game this Sunday. In addition to having the best hockey team in all of the NHL here in D.C., we also have one of the 4 best football teams, apparently. We didn't know it, but we do.
It's normal stuff.
So, NFC title game. Listen to it right here on The Fan. Ian Eagle on the call with Kurt Warner, Ross Tucker, Westwood One. We've got the game right here at 3 o'clock on 106.7 The Fan. But let's get to the rude guest hotline right now and welcome on to the show Todd Jacob. I saw a thread that he had put together on social media where he did a deep dive and did some research on basically Jaden Daniels VR training and why other teams need to start using it. So first of all, Todd, welcome to the show. Thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on. By the way, I just want to say that I am also one of those OGs. I remember watching my 91 Redskins in that special year. And so it's been pretty painful over the last 3 decades.
Oh, so you get to enjoy this too, brother.
So, well, before I ask you then about the piece we brought you on for, Danny and I have debated this for years, but I want to get your thoughts. What was basically worse or harder if you were around when they won and you experienced it, which was awesome, but then you had to go through the bad times, or if you're like me and people my age who weren't old enough to remember that, and so you only ever had the bad times?
Yeah, I think it was pretty painful knowing what we were, the glory days of Coach Gibbs and all that good stuff, and then seeing what we've become. But I'm very grateful that the Dan Snyder curse has been lifted.
Yeah, there's a lot of us that feel that way, my friend. So Todd, let's get to this this brilliant thread on a huge game-changing. You hear that phrase all the time. People talk about game-changing things in sports or game-changing players or whatever. Every once in a while, it's right, though. And it seems like there's going to be a before and after. A crazy set of circumstances led to the way Jaden Daniels trained and a bunch of differences in his career. Go into it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's interesting. I think, I, like everyone else, we sit there and we watch Jaden Daniels and what he's capable of. Everyone talks about his poise in the pocket and how he's able to perform at such a high level as a rookie. Well, I started kind of digging a little bit more into his past and his time at Arizona State, and before after he struggled some and he transferred over to LSU. And then, of course, when he had his big Heisman Trophy year, what he's doing is unique from what anyone else is out there is doing. I think I'm surprised it's not bigger news than what it already is. I think going into the next couple of years here probably will be, but he spends at least 2 hours a day, every single day, with a virtual reality headset on. Now, a lot of people, will have pointed out to me that have commented on my thread that, Casey Keenum used this technology 10 years ago. This all started, I guess, at Stanford many years ago, and there's a lot of other teams and players using this technology, but it's very different from what Jaden Daniels is currently using. And I can go into that a little bit more if you'd like.
Yes, we would. I want to start kind of at the beginning because you mentioned it felt like he was at a career crossroads even before launching into the program, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. He suffered from a lot. During the COVID years, a few years ago, he lost both of his grandparents. So obviously there were some psychological tolls that took on him. And his quarterback coach Joe Sloan at LSU even said at one point that Jaden Daniels was an average or maybe a slightly above average quarterback. Certainly no one saw him, being taken as the second pick overall and then even performing at the level that he's performing at now. As a matter of fact, a lot of people took him as a third or fourth round pick. So he was struggling quite a bit. And I won't say that VR was, the sole factor that got him to the next level, but it certainly played a major role in it. And he'll even attest to that himself.
Yeah. So, and Todd, I want to jump into kind of the story, but for folks that think it's somehow like discrediting Daniels, I want to be very clear that it's not at all. Like, I could watch all the VR I wanted to. I can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some innate ability and drive and desire to kind of relentlessly self-improve. But go into the story of, again, kind of the before and after, because everybody, for folks that don't know, if you're in a college athletic department like LSU or, in the NFL, there's billions of businesses trying to get their foot in the door where this electrolyte bath or this special shampoo will give you energy or this athlete's foot cure also makes you jump higher. There's nothing but waves of information and stuff out there for people trying to sell the next big thing. Somehow this one breaks through. Tell the story.
Yeah, so this company, they're actually based out of Germany. They're called Cognalize, and they had initially developed this technology for soccer players over in Europe. And for whatever reason, it wasn't working out for them. The company themselves, they were even struggling and almost ready to throw in the towel. And then for whatever reason, they decided to shift over to American football. And, I'm sure they had reached out to many different athletic programs and all the different universities and professional teams across the country. But somehow they got in front of Jack Marucci, who was the athletic trainer and director of performance innovation at LSU, and somehow made its way through probably thousands of emails, or like you said, they're all being solicited daily for the next big breakthrough technology for their players. But somehow these two connected and got in front of the athletic crew over at LSU, as well as Jaden Daniels. And they spent the entire year of 2023 with a beta testing of this technology. It was far from being ready, but they actually built out this product side by side along with this company.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. Okay, so I think it was week 3 of 23. You just mentioned the 23 season that you said that he put on the headset and strapped it on for the first time, and then he was going to play Mississippi State. He had this gigantic performance, threw for 360, had 4 incompletions, 4 touchdowns, 400-plus yards of offense. And I think that was kind of the beginning of the legend as far as LSU and the marriage with Daniels and the VR set. And he started singing its praises. he was a quick believer. But what does he actually see? Like, how does it work? How do they use it? To me, the element that you got into that blew me away was the speed part, where he actually turns up the speed so that the defenses that he's going to play on Sunday are slower than what he actually has to adjust to on VR.
Yeah, and that's what's unique about this one company, Cognize, that compared to the other VR tools out there that, Case Keenum and some other NFL players have used in the past, is that with this technology, they're able to dial up the speed to 1.75, so almost double time. He's able to read through all his progressions, see the whole play out from start to finish. His coach is in his ear talking to him, seeing everything that he's seen. And what's interesting is that, they were interviewing LSU quarterback coach Joe Sloan, and he said that by accident, they were running it at this 1.75 speed. By accident, they dropped it down to normal time, to regular speed. And Jaden looked up and said, "What just happened? Did you guys put it in slow motion or what?" And he was actually seeing it in just normal speed. So just imagine when he's out there on the field, he's seeing things in real time, but for him, he's already seen it at double speed. I think it's interesting when you watch the Commanders play, you'll see them in that hurry up offense, that no huddle offense a lot, right? And I've even heard a few commentators joke and say, well, the defense has substitutions coming in, right? It's not like they can, run the play. Why are they even running a no huddle? And I think, to be honest with you, knowing this about him now, I think it's because he wants to get up to the line of scrimmage. He wants to see everything lined up. And he's doing what he does in his reps on virtual reality. As he's pretending like he's sitting out there in the field with these VR goggles, and he's able to visualize the play all coming together.
Todd Jacob with us here on Grant and Danny. Wrote a great piece available on Twitter at the Todd Jacob about the VR headset and kind of the fork in the road here at Jaden Daniels' career going back a few years. What do you think it says about the player that he was willing to do it? I think this is an underrated part of it here for me, Todd. Like, a lot of guys that are major D1 players, he's probably already a millionaire with NIL and kind of everything else that have happened over the years. And the willingness to say, I'll do this extra thing that nobody else is doing. It usually, the first person out of the breach there gets ridiculed an awful lot, and teammates are making fun because you got these weird goggles on. But what does it say about the guy that he's going, yeah, I'll embrace that, and now swears by it?
Yeah, I think it speaks volumes about him. What made Tom Brady great, right? It was the extra work that he put in. He was the first one in and the last person out of the film room, right? I think that this speaks directly to his work ethic. The fact that he was not in the position where he wanted to be. He was not playing at the caliber that he knew he could play to. So he said, hey, what other tools are out there? What else is available to me? And apparently, from my understanding, after that first game where he did so well, after using them, he kept going back to the coaches and say, hey, I want to get more time in with that VR tool. He was constantly going back to it. And, the fact that when he met with the Commanders, that was almost a condition for him to say, hey, if you're going to draft me, please, you've got to invest into this VR tool. So, if you think about all the quarterbacks that come into this league, they're all top-notch, collegiate level players, and even some Heisman winners. They come to the NFL, and the game is just playing at a speed that they cannot keep up with. They've got to think of everything from, the pre-snap variables and all the post-snap decisions, and the game is moving at such a fast pace. Well, he said, hey, going into the NFL, I need to be prepared for this. So I think the fact that he was committed to this speaks volumes of his character.
Todd, the technology is unbelievable. You're talking about the ability to track where his eyes are with the VR to see where he looked, where he didn't, stadium-specific details that are down to where the scoreboard's located. I remember him saying something to the effect that he kind of knew where to look for the play clock before he even went out on the field for pregame warm-up somewhere this year because of the VR exercise that he'd done. Every defensive scheme that you might see is eligible to be used in the device. Play calls from your coach, if they want to record, I'm guessing, in their voice, you could probably do something like that, which is amazing. I mean, go into maybe some of the technology here and then how it actually works in terms of, like, how do they call what defense they want against his offense, or how does all that work?
Yeah, so it's actually pretty fascinating. So what they will do is every single week, and this started back in LSU and even now at the Commanders, they're able to look at whoever their opponent is to say, hey, we're going up against the Eagles this week. And obviously we've already played them twice before, but, knowing that they play a two safety high, they're going to go in there and take everything about the Eagles defense. They're going to send it over to this company, Cognize, and they are going to upload it. It's not just the VR goggles that you're wearing. It's the software within it, right? So you mentioned the eye tracking software. Is he looking in the right areas? They're going to put in there not just the plays and the routes and everything, but they're going to see, he can see and hit through his goggles what each one of these players are. So if you think about pass concepts, with your receivers, for example, you've got your hang versus your rip. He knows that, hey, if I'm looking at this one receiver, if I'm looking at McLaurin over here, I know that I'm going to be hanging out in the pocket waiting for his route to develop, right? He's seeing all these things over and over and over again. And like you mentioned, stadium specific. Right now, as he's going through and doing these drills on these VR headsets, he's not practicing in just some random field. He's actually practicing in Lincoln Financial Field right now as we speak. So he knows exactly where the play clock is. They can even replicate the sound. So everyone talks about how loud it was in Detroit, how it didn't faze him a bit, and that's a big reason why.
Absolutely amazing. So then the last thing before we let you go is, how many teams are using this with their young or just quarterbacks in general? And why is this not something that's ubiquitous in the game? Daniels basically told the Commanders he wanted it, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that was almost, a condition for him. He said, hey, I want to come play for you guys, but this is a crucial part of me being successful. I know that other teams in NFL are using some virtual reality tools. I know that they even use them for other positions. For example, they can use it for the running backs. The running backs can learn the proper protection calls and blitz pickups. Offensive linemen, safeties, linebackers, all these different positions they use them for. I know that the Tampa Bay Bucks are using another VR platform. I just don't think that to the level of what this one platform out of Germany has done with LSU and the Commanders and Jaden Daniels specifically is able to do everything that he's doing. He's essentially built this product alongside with them, giving them direct feedback and telling him exactly what he wants in this product. But I can only imagine in the next couple of years, other teams aren't going to be looking out for this exact same platform themselves. Because to me, it's not just an advantage; it's a competitive edge that allows. If you think about watching film and what that does for players, this is watching film on steroids. So why would you not want it for your quarterback, especially your young quarterbacks that are still developing?
Todd, really enjoyed the thread. Thought it was really informative. If you don't mind taking it down, though, I don't want anyone else to know about it. Like, our guy's doing it right now, but like the rest of the league might start, and I don't want that. Can we just keep it ours?
Yeah.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you, guys.
Thanks, Todd. It's good stuff.
Todd Jacob on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. That, to me, while not the entire story, probably not even the majority of the story, invaluable, clearly, because he says that it is a game changer. He says this is one of the reasons I'm most successful. So whether that's true or not, automatically it matters because he thinks it's
in
true.
his brain it matters to him. So
but also, how could it not be? If the tech is as good as what he's describing, and basically he is watching the game before the game, it also seems like an amazing exercise to be able to use technology to play these things out at 1.75 speed. It's true. When I listen to a podcast or something, I always listen to like 1.5, 1.7 sometimes if I'm doing something or it's not a particularly fast talker or whatever. And then when I start listening on one, it literally sounds like,
you're going, oh my God, hurry up.
It's like, how does anyone listen to this ever? I could imagine that that's what seeing the field becomes. There was a game, it was referenced by, wasn't Brady, who was the analyst this weekend? Romo, I think, who talked about Jaden Daniels getting through 4 reads and throwing the ball out of bounds. Like, boom, 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 throw the ball away. And he said, as a rookie, that's just, you can't do that. That just doesn't happen. It's a mastery, essentially, of a concept. And he saw it when they were here calling that Bears Hail Mary game. He mentioned it yesterday. But you know how you can get to that point, maybe, is if you're normally operating at 1.8 speed, and now the game is at 1. Like, I do buy that this is a real thing
100%.
that completely changed his career and has helped to make him the savant that he's become.
Yeah, there's a before and after. I mean, you look at in this thread, Todd outlines it. There's a moment before where he was fine, perfectly solid, decent enough college quarterback with great athleticism. Then he starts and then he tears it up. Then he puts up video game numbers. So there's whether it's 100% because of this or he thinks it's because of this. I mean, remember the speech from Bull Durham. If you think you're winning because you're breathing out of your eyelids or you're wearing women's underwear, you are. Whatever it is that works it absolutely works, and it's unlocked something in his brain, and it stands to reason. Because I've heard of guys, to Todd's point, that guys were doing this at Stanford a decade ago. Case Keenum had like virtual reality, like a MetaQuest on his head or whatever, looking at somebody's defense or picture of something, visualized more so than like, just a printout that you're looking at on the sidelines. Different. This is a whole other level, and that's kind of the point here. The input that goes into it, aka the scoreboard, the crowd noise, the different formations and alignments, the data and software is what separates this from the normal, hey, I'm holding a sword in my hand and I'm a knight at the round table like my son's MetaQuest is. It's a different animal.
It's breathtaking technology, and I'm glad if he decided this is something I need, that he made it a priority and told the team as much.
And the team that refused to do analytics, by the way, is like, yep, we'll do the VR thing. Talking about Washington for years. Remember under Bruce Allen, they were like,
that used to avoid.
Yeah,
yes,
we're like, we're not doing any of that stuff. And it's like now,
I was like, this group doesn't like it. No.
Whatever the opposite is, we'll lean in.
Yep. Well, yeah, now they're all in on whatever they need to be to win football games, which is nice. All right, Darius, give me a little game show music. So, Danny, prepare for tomorrow. I want to go back and forth.
Okay.
But I thought this could be just a fun way for people to get some cathartic energy out here. We have overcome so much together collectively as a fan base over these 30 years that we could go back and forth until someone runs out. Times that you felt you're most mortified and embarrassed. So an example, swinging gate. You would respond with?
The time I was at Hill Country in New York watching the Eagles run up the score and down in the McNabb ran out of end zone dances, doing the Michael Jackson stuff.
Bingo caller calling plays.
The second federal investigation into Dan Snyder. Not the first one, but the second one.
The DEA raiding the building at 5 p.m. while the head coach was getting his car washed.
Oh, my God.
Who also happened to be the general manager.
Oh, my God. When they were going to hire Jim Fossil and the blogosphere freaked out, so they didn't hire Jim Fossil, and they hired Jim Zorn, who was already in the building as the offensive coordinator, because they hired the OC first before they hired the head coach.
5-11. Not very good.
Spurrier quitting from the golf course.
Pretty good. I'll give you another. Well, it's your turn, I suppose.
I don't know whose turn it is.
But anyway, saddle up, because I want to do that tomorrow until we run out. Okay? So if you want to do some brainstorming between now and then, you can go for it. Quick story I just wanted to tell about how much things have changed from an ownership standpoint. I am laying in my bed sick on Saturday. Can't go to the game, obviously. I got a text first thing Saturday morning from a member of the ownership group out of the blue.
Oh.
Hey, man, really hope you're feeling better and are able to come to the game.
Come on.
Not joking. I responded, shocked. Hey, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to come to the game. Can't travel. I came down with the flu. So, bummer. I'll miss the biggest game in 33 years, but go get them, kind of thing. To which they responded, we got all the more reason now to have to play one more game so you can cover an NFC Championship game next week. Get better.
Imagine a break in the locker room. You guys.
Right.
You got to win this one for Jeeps.
But can you imagine?
No, I can't.
And then after the game, so now you're celebrating.
Yes.
Your team is on to the next, to the NFC Championship game. About an hour after the game, amid the celebration and the drinks being poured, I'm sure, see you in Philly or LA. These people are just different. They are decent. The juxtaposition of this is that a media member had a legitimate medical emergency in Ashburn many, many years ago in the media room. and had to be rushed by stretcher, I believe, in an ambulance to the hospital. And the way the story is told, and again, I don't know this to be true, so I don't want anybody suing me, but the way that the story went, the person gets taken out, and not long after that, a member of ownership came in and basically said, did someone die? Like, did that guy die in here? Where is he? Did he die yet? Was like kind of the narrative, what was the takeaway of what they had said. This is the ownership group that allegedly, and we could tell other stories, but would purposefully just like go get milkshakes and
fast food,
baconators to make the media lethargic and slow so that they didn't feel like they wanted to be active that day and on the ball and try to go get stories or anything. What a time.
What a time
to be alive. I just thought that was the nicest thing in the world.
That's incredible, by the way.
So amazing.
Like, not to overstate that, because of course it's about the team, it's about them.
Yeah.
But the point is that
my point, by the way, is not to say that, like, make this about me in any way. I hope that doesn't sound like what I'm doing. I'm trying to put light on you. This person got nothing out of that.
Sure.
I can't imagine they would have thought I would say anything on the air or whatever. But it's just the decency of, obviously, someone that either by way of social media or listening to the show said, "Oh, he's sick. That's too bad." I don't know them that well. Like, hey, I hope you get to cover the game today. Knowing you've been covering games since you were 10 in 1999, it's a pretty big one. But like, for ownership at that level on their day, the biggest day of their year, tell me this group isn't different.
Right, because here's the thing. Let's say you don't get that text. You're still excited. You're still going to the game. You're still doing all the different things.
Nothing changes.
Right? There's nothing. And that's the point, is nobody's watching. That's not a, hey, I'm going to do a big show here. Turn the cameras on me. Let's make sure everyone knows I'm doing this. That's not what that is. That's just being decent. That's,
the world has changed, my friend.
That's a great dichotomy to just, not that long ago, right? That's a great sort of one side and then the other.
Whether true or not, the story that goes around of someone walking in going, did that guy die in here? Versus same role, essentially, when someone's under the weather and not feeling well. Man, we got to win this game. That way you can cover a more important one next week. Just slightly different, I would say. Tone in terms of how you view your media.
Yeah, there's a difference there.
Wow. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Big thanks to Darius, solo duty today. How about it?
Oh, look at that.
For Dad. Biggest day for the show in many, many years. He's doing a bunch of jobs by himself. We appreciate that. Doc Walker has Docver time, I believe we're calling.
Docker time.
Doc Walker overtime. It's Doc overtime?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yep. With Doc.
The doctor's office
is open for
business.
Yep.
Overtime
business.
With the doctor. Get your situation checked out.
Yes.
By Doc Walker.
That's it.
Overtime.
And Washington will be going to the NFC Championship for the first time in 33 years.
Thank you for coming.